To the 8 Hours of Bahrain, the traditional season ender, which is a Saturday race for 8 hours, and slightly more points on offer there. So we always have to do a bit of arithmetic, particularly with the new system as far as the manufacturers are concerned, where both cars score. So Ferrari haven't necessarily sewn everything up just yet. They could do today. There's also the Drivers' Championship to worry about as well, where the independents, the privateer combinations are also factored in. And after some good results recently for the number 83 Ferrari, that could certainly come into the offing as well. Weather conditions, well, they're always a bit questionable in this part of the world. The wind was relatively light yesterday, but the flags are flying very nicely today, and a bit more cloud cover potentially, also slightly more chilly, although the risk of rain is still fairly slight for the 6 hours. We're going to be starting at 11 o'clock local time. That's in just under half an hour's time. And after some adjustment to the balance of performance between LMH and LMDH cars shortly after Le Mans, which was at half distance, there have been certainly a bit of a shift in the fortunes of various cars as well. So Toyota struggling, Ferrari I suppose a little bit are on the back foot, but they may have enough points already in the bag to be able to seal things. There's no doubt about it, there's still huge amounts of enthusiasm in this part of the world for motor racing, particularly for Japanese-themed manufacturers. And although Toyota might be against it to win today, certainly Lexus have a strong car within LMGT3. So thank you for joining us. This is RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels. It's 4.5 kilometres of the gradient change of Fuji with the long main straight. There are also several medium and slow speed corners, and great atmosphere here as well at all the various points where there's overtaking opportunity as well. There's also the chance of throwing the car off the road at several points as well. And through 6 hours, we love a circuit which is mistake-inducing. I've always liked that phrase, and that's certainly the case here. I'm Johnny Palmer, joined, as always, I suppose you could say that, for most of the season through the World Endurance Championship. Not been here for every step of the way, but Bruce Jones is here again. Depending on where you are in the world, Fuji sort of fits nicely, or it doesn't. So well done if you are experiencing it as a fan, maybe from the UK, maybe from Central Europe, because this is a very early start, if that is the case.
It certainly is, but Fuji's got a very special place in my heart. It was the first circuit I went to in Japan, and there's something about its situation on the foothills, on the side slopes, if you will, just above Gotemba, but importantly just below the iconic Mount Fuji. Really, any day in Japan, if you can see the top of the volcano, it's deemed a very special day indeed. And there is something when you're there with the sun shining. Today it's bright, but not sunny, but you look down into the valley below, there is something about it. And of course the original circuit was magnificent. It carried way on into a bank corner built in the mountainside, alas, and possibly in the name of safety. No, definitely in the name of safety. That was removed long ago. But the Japanese crowd is just phenomenal. They make such noise, they've got so much passion, and are so respectful for everyone. So I'm delighted the World Championship continues to come to Japan. For Toyota Gazoo racing fans, things are going to be a little bit difficult, so I suggest, because their car's nowhere near the front, but I suggest they have to turn their affections to the Lexuses running in GT3 that are sitting very pretty indeed. But the big story for me was Aston Martin, third on the grid. I mean, brilliant lockout of the front row by Cadillac Hertz team Jota, but at the start of the season, Aston Martin very much on the back foot, a season or so behind their rivals. They get 1/3 on the grid is something that's very special, and also for fans of Aston Martin, they've got a car on pole as well in GT3, so a lot to cheer on. But actually, I say it's overcast rather than sunny, but there is actually a fair degree of brightness down on the grid, and turn around with the cameras, a little bit of blue sky just above. But anyhow, the fact is it's dry, and I do love your comment there, mistake-inducing. I think every time I ever sat in a racing car, I must have been on one of those circuits, but never mind. Luckily, that wasn't very often.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to matter where I go, frankly, as well. Maybe a bit of virtual racing, and doesn't take me long to be backwards-facing either for many of those experiences. You're right about Lexus having some form in the middle of this season. It was a surprise to me that neither of their cars actually made it into the Hyperpole session, so that they weren't able to get the 87 or the 78 cars into the top 10 positions. But I suppose the form that they've had, particularly on Friday, where one car topped FP1 and the other car topped FP2, that was when the non-bronzes were in the cars. And, I mean, to be honest, it's not too shabby, the bronze lineup, being Arnold Robin, 78, and Razvan Umberescu in the 87. So could have been that they just weren't able to turn on the style. Single lap qualifying is an interesting format, always has been for the modern way of qualifying. It's not always been that way, I suppose, for the LMP1s of old, and indeed the GTEs of old, where we used to have 2 of the 3 drivers needing to be involved in qualifying. But just because they start on the 16th and 17th row doesn't mean they're not going to have a very strong race across 6 hours.
No, exactly. I mean, qualifying, it's not a distraction, but it's an element that doesn't really tell the full story. So you do need to look past that a fair bit. But, again, it's all part of the intrigue. I never mind a pack that gets rather shuffled out of the natural order potentially. But also, you talk about just the one-lap qualifying. I mean, the chance of making a mistake is fairly huge. So, shuffle the pack, see what comes out. But 6 hours of racing, and this circuit, you know, the opening lap here is always magnificent. And then again, we get this, you know, what happens after the pit stops, and if people are coming out on a similar thing, the whole order gets shuffled all over again. But down in GT3, it's Manthey first form, top of the charts by 19 points at this point with this race and the final round, the slightly longer one at on the 8th of November in Sakhir in Bahrain. That's quite a tidy advantage. So for the Porsche fans, at least they've got something to cheer about there. But, yeah, really looking forward to this one.
And actually, the success balance could be worse, but we'll catch up with Shea Adam and Andrew McIntosh, pole position.
Pole position today for the LMGT3 class. Anthony, a night to think about it. How important is getting this start right?
Honestly, it's all about getting through turn 1 clean, and as long as that happens, I think we're good. So really, it's just the focus going to be on how hard are these guys going to push from the back? Are they really going to go all in on turn 1 and try and win the race? That's not my goal, but I might be forced into that, so we'll just kind of play it by ear.
Congrats on another pole. Good luck.
Thank you so much.
Anthony McIntosh, as Shea quite rightly says, I think I might have called him Andrew, but a good point has been made by Valentin Hasclot, his teammate, that whenever that combination of drivers have been in the WEC, they've been on pole position, because that's exactly what Anthony and his teammate Eduardo Barrichello did in Brazil. I seem to remember that McIntosh only got the number 10 car into the Hyperpole sessions at Interlagos by the skin of his teeth. And then Barrichello, knowing that track so well, being Brazilian, did the business in the latter session. It was more of a surprise, perhaps, to me, because they hadn't necessarily shown that speed. But I knew the Aston Martin across the piece was good, and Aston, with their Vantage, is slightly unusual in that they are run by 2 entirely different outfits. The heart of racing,
Richard, you're looking very
as
relaxed,
we catch up with Richard Leeds now.
I think you have to be sort of relaxed to, in this sport to be successful. At the end, we all try to, be good in this sport, and you have to take chances, and therefore you have to be relaxed. But honestly, we always love to race in Japan. We have really a good car. We have always loved to race in Fuji, and therefore we had a very nice week so far, and we try to do our best in the race. Therefore, we all are quite relaxed.
Okay, good to see, and good luck for the race.
Thank you.
You just have to love Richard Leeds, don't you?
Big time.
He's been the world's most horizontal driver for years. And mysteriously, they keep signing him up. Not mysteriously at all. I mean, the man is absolutely excellent, but what a career. Tell you what, though, if you want your team to run equal cars, you need look no further than United Autosports. They're 2 cars, 2nd and 3rd in GT3, covered by just 0.02 of a second. So those orange and black McLarens are sitting very nicely indeed. Just in behind the lead Aston Martin. Of course, they're starting 19th, 20th and 21st, those top 3 positions. We have 18 cars in the hypercar class. And then all the way down to 36th position, which is one of the 2 Proton competition Mustangs ended up at the bottom of the pack. But certainly very tight at the top in both of the classes, but particularly in GT3, which is really good news.
And actually those McLarens, for a time, locked out the front row, and it was only after Barrichello came across the line, I think on a couple of occasions to extend that gap, but it was still, even at the end.
Rubens,
Here's Rubens Barrichello, in fact, Eduardo's father.
Amazing pole position.
It was amazing. To be here in Japan. I've always wished to come to Japan with my boys, and to see that, to be present in that is just, I have a lot of gratitude. He's driving so well.
Good luck for the race.
Thank you.
Fingers crossed.
0.03 of a second, the difference between Eduardo Barrichello's time, a 1:39.981, and the time set by the first of the two McLarens. And then, as you say, it was a 1:40.011 and a 1:40.013 that separated Sean Gelael and Sebastian Boe's time. Sebastian Boe was already under a warning because of impeding another driver, and there was one or two moments that came close to that. Strange, actually, towards the end of the standard session for the Ferraris. Here's Stoffel Van Dorn, first of all.
Stoffel Van Dorn made his debut with Peugeot here at Fuji. Now your last race with the team for now. Going forward in Hypercar, what would it be like for you to get on the podium here at such a special place?
It would be special for sure. We managed to get a podium in Austin a couple of weeks ago, which was a nice result and well deserved by everyone. We've been looking quite okay here. We're looking quite competitive for this race. It's a track where you can overtake. The degradation on the tires is quite high, so hopefully we can make our way forward and give it another shot to finish on the podium.
Good luck,
Stoffel Van Dorn, who has now admitted that he's going to be leaving Peugeot. We still don't have official confirmation that he's going to Genesis Magma, but that does appear to be the general consensus. And Genesis, you fancy, might be announcing a full driver lineup at a later stage. They want to make sure that everything is right before they push the button on 2026 plans. 203 points in the manufacturers' championship fight for Ferrari versus 138 for Porsche and 135 for Cadillac, but still a massive amount of points on offer, as I mentioned at the top of the show, considering both of the factory cars score points. It's not going to help Ferrari if the 83 car has a good race this weekend, because that doesn't count, and likewise the 99 Porsche won't help it's in Porsche's accumulation of points. The 5 and the 6 cars, the 6 certainly struggled in the hands of Kevin Estre, which is not very often I say that, but he had a lock-up towards the end of the standard qualifying session, and then was 17th by the end of it, so nowhere close to the top 10. Andlauer did get through to eventually 7th place after achieving a top 10 finish. But once more, Porsche are keeping it relatively simple, arguably like Aston Martin, Bruce, in that they've only got 2 drivers per car, so fewer driver changes, and that can often focus the mind a little bit across 6 hours.
I think it can. It also just means you've more points in the course of the 6-hour race. Have you got a driver who's fully conversant with how the car's feeling, as well as how the track conditions are around the time of any of the pit stops? And I think if you're not right at the front of the field, I think it's a very good tactic to employ. It just
Kevin,
gives you the scope.
Sort of
Here's Kevin
qualifying yesterday, but your strength has always been in the races. And today, starting from there, what is your strategy? Are you going to try to offset something?
Well, we'll definitely try to do maybe different than the others to try to gain some position and have an advantage. But it's going to depend on the first laps and how Lawrence, improve our position in the first stint. But the midfield is very packed and very close together. So it's going to be difficult, but normally we execute the race well. So hopefully we can do another good race here and get some good points.
Okay, good luck for the race. We'll be watching.
Thank you.
Yeah, so Kevin Estre is not out of the mind of some of the Ferrari drivers in respect of the championship. It's kind of easy to say they're too far back, surely, but Ferrari do have to be aware of where that particular Porsche is. And then if you're going to include the 2 in the number 6 Porsche, then perhaps those in the Ferrari number 50 have to be included as well in the Drivers' Championship. So Alessandro Pierguidi, Antonio Giovinazzi, James Collado are on 115 points, 15 clear of Phil Hansen, Robert Kubica and Ye Yifei. Then there's a larger margin towards the Estra and Vantor duo, but only 4 points back from their 79 points. Antonio Fuoco, Miguel Molina and Nicholas Nielsen. 83 Ferrari, which won at Le Mans, has had a pole position after a great lap from Robert Kubica recently as well, but they only just made the top 10. 10th place they eventually finished, and Kubica, unsurprisingly, was put out as the qualifying driver as well. Ferdy Hapsburg has been selected as the starting driver in the number 35 Alpine. And Alpine, again, are having a mixed weekend to this point. One car in, the other car out of Hyperpole. And it was it Mick Schumacher who did the qualifying? I've now completely forgotten whether it was he or Fred Makovici anyway. But the 36 car did struggle. It was certainly Charles Milesi who did the time in the 35 car. And he got that into 9th place. Milesi generally judged to be the quickest on a single lap affair. But the grid members, most of which are drivers now as mechanical crews are starting to be trimmed down, are standing in one solid line in front of their cars in readiness for the atmospheric Japanese national anthem, with the grandstand full of fans raring to go for yet another race. And a milestone event as well. This is the 100th World Endurance Championship race ever since the events began at the start of 2012 for that interesting combination race at Sebring, Florida, to start off a brand new era of ACO rules racing. So we will get to the national anthem very, very shortly, as the fans are getting to their feet for that. And then the cars will be sent off for a couple of formation laps. There is a choice of Michelin tyre for the hypercars. You can either use the medium, which has got the yellow panels on the sidewall, or the soft. Here is the Japanese national anthem, though. Well, that certainly gets the juices flowing, us in the mood ahead of the 6 hours of Fuji, and a race that may well involve one or two cars that struggled yesterday in the qualifying session, working their way up the field. It's going to be amazing to watch how Aston Martin get on from the third position. Bruce has already mentioned it. It was Alex Riberas and Marco Sorensen in the 009 car. Sorensen left his lap incredibly late. That was the final time, in fact, to cross the line to snatch third place. He was already fourth, but jumped from one side of the grid to the other, and therefore robbed Mikkel Jensen of an even better starting position in the number 93 Peugeot. It's not a surprise necessarily to see Cadillac Hertzstein Jota get their two cars on the front row again. They managed it, for instance, at Le Mans. They managed it on paper in Brazil, but then there was a one-place grid drop for the 38 car, which meant they started first and third. But Aston Martin been plotting their progress ever since a Valkyrie came into this championship, and third place is going to get so many Aston fans excited for, well, if nothing else, Le Mans next year.
Well, entirely so. You know, when you're a couple of seasons behind your rivals, you come in, you're clearly going to be on the back foot, but they first of all won hearts and minds because their car makes the best sound of the lot, that fantastic V12 raw, really sweet little echo off the mountainsides here.
Rio
but it's just having
was a star of qualifying
and there's
yesterday.
Hirakawa with Jay
starting in the 8th position. Rio, this is such an important race for Toyota. Moving forward is going to be the goal. How are you going to do that?
Yeah, obviously we're going to try our best. It's going to be a tough one for sure, but yeah, we do our best. And yeah, we got a lot of fans, our Japanese fans, so yeah, we're going to do our best.
Good luck today.
Thank you so much.
I think beyond that message from Rio, they know that the package is not ideal. That some interesting comments from some in the Toyota Gazoo Racing hierarchy after COTA, because balance of performance is one thing, but Toyota always say, you know, we are dealt the cards we are dealt. We are then used to maximising that effort, and they just felt from some of the quotes coming out of the 6 hours or the Lone Star of Le Mans that was one of the worst races they'd ever taken part in. The suggestion was because they couldn't get into a groove. They tried for a couple of stints to match the cars that they'd spotted, they'd identified perhaps on the timing sheets that would be their nearest rivals, but felt that whole race just slipped through their fingers. So here, even though they can't win, they might not be able to win today's race, they want to try and, you know, perform for their fans at the very least to say this is the best we can offer.
12 crew starting on pole position for today's race. Norman, you get the easy job. Well, the pressure's off until the end of the race. What's it like to bring a Cadillac home to victory?
Well, we are still far away from it. You know, like it's a good position to start, but it's going to be a very tight race. There's actually a lot of cars in terms of race pace being good. So as always, like until you're crossing the line, everything can happen. So yeah, obviously we're in a good position for now. We did quite a decent job in FPs to kind of prepare the race setup, but now like this is where like basically you have to show what you are capable of. So and it's the end of the season as well. So obviously now it's very important to score as many points as possible. So obviously if we can go for the win, we'll go for it. If not, we still want to bring back some big points at home, and yeah, it's always the same target, so we're going to go for it and do our best.
Good luck.
Thank you.
So he starts, well, he rather will take part in the car that is quickest of the two. It'll be Will Stevens as the starting driver, and Sebastian Bourdais in from the start in car number 38. They were separated by 0.439 of a second, and that is testament to Alex Lynn. We'll talk about Alex in just a tick, but yeah, maximising what you've potentially got, and Toyota felt they didn't do that in COTA, so they want to come back fighting here a few weeks on in their homeland.
No, entirely so. And the level of support, you actually have to go to a race in Japan to just understand how much passion comes down from the grandstands. And every time people are in the paddock, they're so respectful, but they're absolutely crystal clear in who they're supporting. They understand the vagaries as well, so they do understand racing is lows as well as highs, and that gives them a certain dignity. But obviously Toyota fans would like their car further up the grid. That's a definite.
So Cadillac, and the fact that, you know, we've got McLarens in GT separated by 0.02 of a second. It was quite some statement for Alex Lynn to come across the line. He was nearly half a second quicker than not only his teammate but everybody else on the grid. I know our friend and colleague Joe Bradley's been a fan of the abilities of Alex Lynn for a number of years now, but you can't help but just sort of go, wow, this guy is extra special. On his day, he is that good and that far clear of everyone else.
He is the difference. That's what it comes down to. He's got this incredible ability to have this crystal clear focus. I mean, he will still be haunted by a mistake he made earlier this year in the opening round, where he clattered into his teammate Jensen, buffed on a restart when Cadillac's first and second. However, the team will forgive all because, I mean, his ability to race and race hard is something crystal clear. And what a family. You know, his father, Sean Lynn, absolute linchpin of historic racing. His brother, Maxwell, in the mix as well, sort of looking after the new forthcoming historic GT3 series. Johnny, it seems so weird to say that, but from next year we're going to have cars from 2006 to 2013 racing as a historic category.
Start your engines!
There's the final instruction ahead of 2 formation laps. I noticed that the lead car, which will become the safety car for the race, has been decked out in the similar colours that the prize helmets were yesterday for pole position. This is a special WEC 100 stripes of gold and blue and white, and the trophy has hints of that as well. So making 3 figures, the centenary is up for the World Endurance Championship. After 2012, the opening campaign, we've now finally got there with 1 race remaining after today in 2025. the face of Phil Hansen has been rather squeezed into his helmet, taking a slightly different complexion as the sponge moves his cheeks towards his eyes, wedged into that helmet for the opening stint. But Phil Hansen came into his own a little bit in Kota when he was put out for the opening couple of stints in the 83 Ferrari. But away the cars go, and two relatively short formation laps just give me a chance, as we broadcast live from the Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre, to give you the full grid. So it is another 1-2 after Le Mans and after the qualifying session itself in Brazil. I know that was adjusted overnight heading into race day, but Will Stevens and Sebastian Bourdais, they are separated by a very small amount of metres on the road, and Alex Lynn versus Earl Bamber in qualifying yesterday, separated by just under 4.5 tenths to put the 12 car alongside the number 38. Pole position is to drivers right on the grid at Fuji. Then Marco Sorensen with a blistering qualifying lap, and it'll be Marco to start the 009 Aston Martin Tour Team Valkyrie from the inside of row 2. Peugeots clearly have a strong package as well, although only one of their cars got into hyper pole yesterday, and the Paul di Resta Peugeot Total Energies 9X8 will start from 4th place. Then you're looking at René Rast in a BMW from Belgium squad Team WRT. So that is the number 20 car to start from 5th position, alongside the championship leaders Antonio Giovinazzi's number 51 Ferrari from 6th. The number 5 Porsche, Julian Andlauer in his Penske Motorsport car, is 7th, with Sebastian Buemi for company as well. The fact that even one Toyota got into hyperpole was some achievement, although Ryo Hirakawa beating himself up a little bit at the end of the session. Let's see how they do, because, again, Kota aside, Toyota certainly have the scope to make the best of a difficult situation and maybe come away with a top 5 finish at the end of 6 hours. Ferdinand Habsburg's number 35 Alpine will start from 9th. Phil Hansen, the aforementioned, the 83 car, in 10th for AF Corsa. Then the 007 Harry Tinknell car. That is another Aston Martin Valkyrie from 11th position. There's been a spin on the opening formation lap, and that was for Sebastian Bourdais, in fact, the number 38 car. I wonder whether that might be Alex Lynn, having said, he has had 1 or 2 errors already this year, but Bourdais leaving his teammate behind there. That was coming out of turn number 1, and let's hope that he's been able to make that ground up again, and also that he didn't fall to the very back of the order. Continuing with the grid, mind you, yes, the 38 car is back into position, thankfully. 94 Peugeot, Loic Duval alongside the Aston Martin number 007. Then Kevin Magnussen's 15 BMW 13th place. These are all the cars that didn't get into hyperpole. Mike Conway starts the number 7 Toyota from 14th. Nicholas Nielsen in the 50 Ferrari is 15th. Frederick Makovici in the 36 Alpine 16th. Then it's Lawrence Vantor in the number 6 Porsche 17th, and the 99 Proton Competition privately entered Porsche 963 Nico Pino starting from 18th place. A separate grid for the LM GT3s. That is topped by Racing Spirit of Le Mans for the second time this year, the first repeat car with a pole position. Anthony McIntosh as the bronze starts that, but look out for Eduardo Barrichello and Valentin Hasclot when they finally get drives. Darren Leung in the 95 United Autosports McLaren is also a bronze driver. He was just 0.02 of a second faster than the sister McLaren. That's to be started by James Cottingham from 3rd. Heart of Racing Teams, Ian James 4th. Number 27 Aston Martin. Then it's the 92 Porsche who lead the championship. Ryan Hardwick starts that. Ben Keating in the TF Sport number 33 Corvette is 6th. 7th and 8th, another Corvette and the first of the Ferraris for Tom Van Rompuy's 81 TF Sport Corvette and Thomas Fleur's 54 Vista Ferrari in the silver colour. Stefano Gattuso in the 88 Ford and the 21 Vista Ferrari for Francois Heriot. Then the cars that didn't make it into hyperpole, 46 BMW, Ahmed Al-Hati starts that. Iron Lynx Mercedes for Martin Berry, number 61, coming back from his Silverstone crash recently in the ELMS. Arnold Robin's Lexus, that's surely going to go well. Number 78, 16th row, and the 31 BMW The Bend for Yasser Shaheen. Razvan Umberescu's, that's the second Lexus, 87, with Andrew Gilbert's Mercedes for Iron Links, number 60. Celia Martin, number 85, Iron Dames Porsche. And what I haven't looked out for yet is whether Bernardo Souza's Ford has had its engine change overnight. Ben Tuck during free practice 3 had a water pressure issue, so the 77 car didn't even feature in qualifying, so hoping to see a predominantly white Ford at the back of the order. The cars are heading out of turn 16 for the second time. Their second formation lap nearing a close, and at the last possible moment, the FIA WEC 100th race special livery lead car will dart to the right-hand side to the sanctuary of the pit lane, and after Sebastian Bourdais returned to the road after a real significant spin which saw the car briefly off the road, it's back to second place. Bourdais second. Will Stevens will lead them off though for the 100th time, and it's here at the 6 Hours of Fuji. We're live on RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels from the Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre. And it's a great getaway from the pole-sitting Cadillac then of Will Stevens inside line. Sebastian Bourdais trying to follow his every move. Thankfully, Bourdais' efforts to get back to position and get those tyres well in the window mean that he stays second. But there is an early change for third as down the inside goes Paul Di Resta on Marco Sorensen. So Peugeot now back ahead of Aston Martin, which is the order they were running for a time in the qualifying session earlier. I didn't think Marco wanted to fight that necessarily this early on in a 6-hour race. Better positioning from the Peugeot and just better to allow those cars through. However, Ferrari versus Porsche is continuing and almost door banging down the hill into turn 10, and that is the championship leading Ferrari, number 51, trying to keep its powder dry as much as possible as the number 5 Porsche is making early progress from their position of 7th, and Giovinazzi, I think sensibly, allows Andlauer through a couple of places.
Really interesting watch to start. You were talking about the Peugeot moving up into, well, one of the Peugeots moving up into third place. That's Paul Di Resta. Loic Duval in the sister car. They went so well in practice. He was also making up ground at the middle order. But it's just what you want. Fantastic hypercar racing, side by side. But Julian Andlauer absolutely on the move. And you're quite right. Giovinazzi thought no bent panels. How's that Aston Martin going on at the front of the race? Started third. It's fallen down to fourth for Marco Sorensen, obviously because the Peugeot of Paul Di Resta has gone past. Now the sister car is in a very good battle as well, but its own engine note very distinctive. I think place about to be lost because I think Sorensen's being challenged. Oh yes, around the outside at turn 1, the point where, oh well, completely off the circuit goes Andlauer. Rejoins very much on the patch of tarmac we saw Bourdais spinning across the first of the 2 formation laps, but only now is that pack starting to string out. I love that opening lap, 2x2, these brilliant cars, look sensational.
And it was Kevin Estre and Lawrence Vantor who reminded us all in an interview yesterday about what happened on lap 2 of this race last year when Robert Kubica went for a do-or-die manoeuvre down the inside at turn 1 and cleaned out about 4 other cars in the skittle process. So hopefully everyone's learned from that. It may well have been put forward as an example in the driver's briefing at the start of the weekend to say, let's try and keep things neat and tidy, shall we, for 6 hours?
Yeah, try and do your last lap lunge on the last lap, not the second one, I think is probably what they're saying. But anyhow, neat and tidy start for Cadillac Hertz Team Jota. Will Stevens ahead of Sebastian Bourdais. Everyone else strung out behind, but certainly Julian Andlauer, having moved up to 5th place from 7th, that little off-track moment coming out of turn 1, start of this lap, has dropped him back behind Antonio Giovinazzi, back into the pack. Next car behind him, Loic Duval. So I said that one had started very nicely indeed, and has risen up from 12th. So yeah, I definitely identified him as moving through. What's happening in GT3? Well, Darren Lung's leading that little battle. United Autosports first and second in that, and Racing Spirit of Le Mans, we heard from Anthony McIntosh on the grid. Well, he's still doing pretty nicely, but he's dropped back to 3rd place in his Aston Martin. But it's Darren Lung from James Cossingham, teammates United Autosport, covered by, what did we say in qualifying? Oh yes, 2 1,000ths of a second. Not much different between them here after 2 and a bit laps this race.
Didn't expect there to be, really. It wasn't actually those drivers that were separated by 2,000ths, but they were really close. Nevertheless, the 2 bronzes to get into Hyperpole first time around. they've kind of been, well, I suggested, glued to one another since we started racing. Metaphorically speaking, of course. But I don't expect those two McLarens to be that far apart for most of these opening couple of stints. Bronzes have to stay in the car for an hour and 45 minutes. I say stay, you can split those stints, so you could put a silver in, let's say, in between the two, but it really makes more sense, particularly if there's some early cautions, some early interventions because of incidents, to try and get that out of the way in one fell swoop. We'll see whether it's possible.
One thing I'm just looking at, little shaking of the pack, is Manthey first form. They're leading the GT3 class, not in this race. I'll come to that in a second. In terms of championship points, they're 19 points clear. That's Ryan Hardwick, Richard Leitz and Ricardo Pera. But it hasn't been the best start of the race from them. They started, where were they? 5th in class, but they've been shuffled down the pack all the way to 11th in class, with Yasser Shaheen having not long ago moved ahead in his the Ben Team WRT BMW. But the racing at the front is absolutely fantastic. Sometimes we're celebrating the 100th WEC race, and you have to look and go, oh my golly, look how it's come on. Just a shot of the screen. You've got a yellow Ferrari, you've got a privateer Ferrari, you've got an Aston Martin, you've got the Porsches, Lawrence Van Toor fighting to battle alongside a Ferrari. This is how sports car racing is supposed to be in the wildest dreams.
Massively so. You're going to pinch yourself, really, compared to the transition season that became about 3 transition seasons as we went from LMP1 rules into hypercar, and certain manufacturers were interested but didn't necessarily want to commit in the early stages, but still they keep coming. Now we've got additions to the pack in the form of Genesis Magma next year. McLaren's potentially switching places there, so are they deciding that actually it will be better if James Cottingham ran ahead of Darren Young? We will just check them through the next split in a moment or two, but yes, that's certainly the case. Cottingham now ahead of Darren Young, so 59 leading 95. They switched around on the start-finish straight, and after a decent run coming out of turn 16, but again, there will have been some radio traffic to suggest that might be the best way to attack the next lap, which is lap 4 in the LMGT3s. It's always a pinch point at turn 1 to get that many of the grand touring type cars through turns 1 and then 2 and 3. A little kink at 2. In fact, one of the Ferraris not given a great deal of racing room on the exit initially. That was the better placed of the 2 Ferraris, so likely to have been 54 Thomas Floor. And then chevron formation from the 3rd, 4th and 5th place cars, because unfortunately Anthony McIntosh fell down to 3rd position quite early on in that run, and towards the end of the opening lap was overtaken by the 2nd placed McLaren. At that point, at the end of lap 1, the 2 McLarens had probably about 10 car lengths between them, but they have found one another once again.
Yeah, but it's notable that one of them fell to 4th place at the start. The Aston Martins looked pretty tidy in that pack, but anyhow, McLaren's at 1st and 2nd. But yeah, for Thomas Floor, it's that the downhill run out of turn 1, but he was muscled out onto the hard shoulder. Let's be generous there. But luckily for him, he managed to get it turned right into turn 2, because otherwise it's the grassy expanse beyond. But United Autosports 1st and 2nd in class. They're separated by, now that James Cottingham has moved ahead of Darren Young, it's 1.7 seconds between them. Best the rest, well, it's the Corvette. Ben Keating going well, but start of this last lap, he had a very, very loose moment. I suggest still trying to get temperature in the tyres here. It's a slightly cooler day, very overcast now.
Just be patient.
And Antonio Giovinazzi's engineer on the radio, making sure that he has all the latest information, saying just be patient. We should be quicker than Paul Di Resta in the Peugeot up ahead. But sitting here in 5th position is not a bad thing. It is allowing a Cadillac to stretch out in front of the car of Will Stevens, now 2.6 seconds clear, but they are not an immediate championship rival, as the Aston and the Peugeots were virtually side by side arriving at turn 1, and that is a change of position again.
Yeah, Marcus Sorensen going past Paul Di Resta. Lots of respect between the pair of them there. You don't want to be tangling into turn 1 because you go scattering out over the grass beyond. But this is Aston Martin reinvigorated. Feels like 1959 all over again when they won Le Mans. No, it doesn't. Of course it doesn't. But it's just when you sit back and it's not just that we have all the manufacturers competing with more piling up to join in. The cars look brilliant. They sound fantastic. This is a rich moment. And if you're going to celebrate your centenary, not 100 years, not yet, it feels like that sometimes, but your 100th race in the WEC period, you want to do it in style. You don't want to have it with the series on its knees. It's absolutely the reverse of that. Any time you look at any point on the track, you look at a timing screen, it's super, super close. The only thing that's not particularly close is the top of GT3, because James Cottingham is really starting to make his break. 2 and a bit, nearly 3 seconds clear. So a driver who until, a couple of years ago was largely racing in historics has just, stepped up to British GT, just doing a fantastic job. And a lot of these circuits he doesn't know very well. That hasn't been his beat before, but James just doing a great, great job. Second in class, Darren Lung, still ahead of Ben Keating, about a second clear. And then it's the best of the rest, tucking in behind. Fourth place in class, Anthony McIntosh, Ian James. So he's up into 5th now, so with the Aston Martins 4th and 5th, he's catching up with Anthony McIntosh. But as you said, 2 different teams, Racing Spirit of Le Mans ahead of Heart of Racing team in that GT3 battle of the Aston Martins.
Yes, century rather than centenary. You're quite right to put me correct on that. Getting slightly ahead of myself. We may well get there in a few. I don't think you and I will still be commentating on it, but the championship may. You never know. 2.8 seconds the difference between Will Stevens and Sebastian Bourdais, as Marco Sorensen, running in 3rd position, now puts in his fastest lap of the race. Who's been making progress further down? Well, Julian Andlauer didn't waste too much time getting by a couple of drivers, actually, but since then Giovinazzi's got back in front, so a net gain of just 1 position for the gold-graded Julian Andlauer. René Rast has actually slipped back a few spots from 5th down to 8th place for BMW, and some ground loss for Toyota as well. Kevin Magnussen has moved up a few positions. And then Lawrence Vanthoor for me. Maybe I expected him to have a better start. Here's Sean Galale from McLaren.
Race at the moment feels good.
Yeah, it's a positive orange for us. It's still 1-2, but we're obviously 2nd now. But we know how important the second stint pace is in this weekend. So yeah, we manage. I think Darren knows what to do. So hopefully James doesn't go too far, and we can have a chance to fight later on.
Just a quick question about the tires. You seem to be on it very quickly. Does that mean that you will degrade faster than the others?
To be honest, until FP, it looks like we're on the fight with the other guys. So we'll see. But our driver knows what to expect, and I think Darren at least is managing more, I think, hopefully. So we'll see. Hopefully we catch a bit more in the second place.
Thank you very much. Long race to come.
Yeah, that is the other thing to think about, the different strategies at the start of the race and approach, because one side of a garage might decide to go like the hare and shoot off into the distance, which is a bit like Will Stevens' approach, and the tortoise of Sebastian Bourdais. And McLaren's, well, not showing indication that they're doing that just yet, because they are pretty much neck and neck. But if you split your strategy, then there's always the scope of a good result, unless you've chosen the wrong direction for the better fancied car, I suppose. And there's always, at this point of the race, when the traffic is coming into the equation for the first time, definitely an opportunity for things to go awry as well. The one thing I wanted to mention is that Bernardo Souza's Ford Mustang is there, the 77 car. I had doubts that they'd managed to change that 5.4 litre V8. The Ford Coyote engine is now one of the Alpines, nearly ends up in the pit lane. It was side by side with the 8 Toyota. Yes, the scrap for 9th and 10th positions behind the number 20 BMW, and that was possibly a bit naughty from Sebastian Buemi, edging Ferdinand Habsburg towards the chevrons, if not the concrete wall.
How should we say? A sharpening of the focus, but hey, he's not got much experience. This is what, his 92nd start or was it 91st out of the 100 for Sebastian Buemi? But yeah, desperately, I think that extra element of racing a Toyota on home ground.
Feedback is for turn 4-5. It's crucial you stay off throttle mid-corner phase. And we also see the cut, turn 4 is too big. Driver just 11+1 there.
So some information to Buemi about the early stages of his stint. crucial about fuel burn this early on, as there's 2 spins in the background, and that's one of the Alpines, the second of the Alpines, I think, and the second of the Aston Martin. So more likely to have been 007 for Harry Tincknell. Yes, it was. And he finds a gap in the traffic, but it's the GT traffic to loop that 007 Ferrari in the right sense and get it back into the race.
Just moments ago, maybe 90 seconds ago, you were talking about the jeopardy when you get the hypercars for the first time catching and working their way through that GT3 pack of cars. It's 18 cars overtaking 18 cars, different levels of performance, but there were clusters of cars fighting from 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th in the GT3 class in particular that were very difficult to pass, and unfortunately for Harry Tincknell, his was one that rotated. It's effectively the bottom left-hand corner if you look at a circuit diagram. It's the lowest point on the circuit. It's where the cars turn to the right and start going uphill with that sort of cut to the right and that sort of effective uphill S before you come up. But just unfortunate. Was he pushed? Did he shove? Was he avoiding someone else's moment? Oh, well, yes. Up the inside of oh gosh, it looks
actually
so.
It wasn't an Alpine. I think it was a BMW. Then.
I think it was a BMW. It's right behind the yellow Ferrari. That's the 83 privateer car.
Oh, that was a big whack, actually, for the nose of the 007 into the side.
I just don't understand what to do. I went up on the big, but...
Yeah, it was. That was Tincknell just reporting as to precisely what happened. Now, whether Tincknell got a nudge or that was just a lose on his own, arguably he just lost it on the brakes and then clattered into the side of the number 15 BMW. So Kevin Magnussen was delayed in that as well, and they are now the tail enders in hypercar. Mike Conway, well, there were 1 or 2 that needed to avoid. I don't think Conway was involved. He may well have taken a wider line. This all happened down at turn 10, 11, and it could have been a lot worse, as in more cars involved. Yes, some were delayed, but I think it should only be the 2 that are potentially damaged, and Tincknell lost the most amount of ground, but it was his moment to start.
Again, you got a little clip of radio there. I went up on the big. You go, what's that code for? Did he mean the big curb on the inside? He wasn't near the curb particularly. Haven't had the fullness of shot, but it did appear that he did lose that second Aston Martin, the 007. However, not categorically the case, because you never know if someone else gave him a bit of a tap, but normally when you're coming through in a hypercar, that's not happened. Now we've had a little bit more contact, and a couple of cars running right off. It seems Alpine are the magnets that attract other things at the moment, and the number 35 Alpine, Ferdy Habsburg.
Puncture for the Toyota.
Well, you know what? These are the duo that came down the start-finish straight with Buemi moving right across the nose of Habsburg. Maybe that was a little bit of retaliation, I don't know, but either way, let's not just assume anything, but those 2 cars, front-to-rear contact, and the Toyota limping in. Full course yellow. Certainly there have been some debris from that contact sprayed across the track, I'm afraid.
Yeah, a lot of concentration from Buemi in trying to keep that Alpine behind, and I think the game had been up a couple of occasions prior to that. It was a bit of desperation driving from the Swiss, and okay, the Alpine on that occasion wasn't fully alongside, but they're coming out of turn 1 through the kink at 2, and there's a great run from Habsburg, and then Habsburg, he just misjudges it, so that's actually on the Austrian racer, I would say, into the back of the Toyota. Had he not made that contact, he might have made the corner. My other question now is, did Buemi check up a little bit just before the sharp left-hander at turn 3? They both ran out wide on the exit, but because of the damage to the rear left corner, that has immediately popped the tyre on the Gazoo racing car.
It was an absolutely marginal contact. Literally, if going on the left-hand side as they go into turn 3, if Habsburg had been another 2 or 3 inches to his left, I don't think Buemi swerved.
I got surprised by the shortcut.
I got surprised by the shortcut, said Buemi. And is that the shortcut, perhaps the initial or the attempted overtake? So he tried then to defend to Habsburg, but maybe it was a bit too late because Habsburg had got the run on him. There are bits of Toyota falling off the car now because of the speed that Sebastian Buemi is completing this lap. Remember, you can only do 80 kilometres per hour as a maximum, but Buemi's trying to match that on only 3 inflated tyres, and it's doing more damage to the to the wheel arch surrounding the rear left.
I think the one bit of good fortune there for Buemi was it went so quickly to full course yellow, everybody else had to run at the pace, as you pointed out, that he is, but their cars aren't damaged. But I'd like to see the front right-hand corner of Ferdy Habsburg's Alpine, because it was a classer. Of course, it's just it wasn't a very high-speed impact because they were going almost identical pace, but certainly the run down through turn 2 when you're kinking to the right and then just setting up for turn 3 where you're turning to the left. Had they had proper contact side on side, they'd have been spat a very long way off, but at least on the exit of turn 3 there was loads of space. The tyre almost completely off the rim, fresh set of Michelins for Sebastian Buemi.
So Habsburg, let's see where we can hear the contact. Yeah, it feels like it was light, but because the speeds were very, very high, it's been substantial and far more damaging for the Toyota. By the way, ordinarily speaking, when we're under full course yellow, you're not allowed to access the pit lane. They are closed with a red light at the start of them. You can get in for emergency service, and one of the things that's included in emergency service is repairing a punctured tyre. So Toyota should be fine with this. However, I still think the rules suggest that when we get racing again, he's going to have to come in to effectively complete that pit stop. The tyre issue is a slight grey area for me. Certainly you've got to top up your pit stop if you've fueled the car, and ordinarily you're only allowed 5 seconds of fuel. Whether they did that as well at the same time is a question mark down at Toyota, but why spurn a small chance to get some fuel into that car? Lots of dust on the opening lap with cars running out wide, left, right and centre, kicking up the turf. As well, that was always going to be the case. The track's not necessarily narrow round here, but there is only one racing line through the sweepers, and when you're off that, it's really easy to find the white line and the bit beyond it.
Yeah, a really busy opening lap of the race. But one thing I just want to say, here we are. We're okay, full course yellow period, but talking about the rich moment of the 100th WEC race, we've got 5 different manufacturers in the top 6 positions. Bragging rights, though, definitely to Cadillac. They're running first and second with Will Stevens ahead of Sebastian Bourdais, and he really built up a tidy lead. But definitely Will's playing the role of the hare, as you said. But we'll just wait for that restart, and just would love to take a look at the front right-hand corner of Ferdy Habsburg's Alpine, because, of course, that contact at the back of Toyota of Sebastian Buemi. We've seen the damage to Buemi's car, or at least some of it. It was very quickly in and out of the pits, but there would have been something. Surely a dive plane would have been shoved up.
Yellow in less than 30 seconds.
So here's the end of the full course yellow. Eduardo Freitas announcing that, but I'm expecting the computerized system to count us out of it.
We will remove full course yellow in less than 15 seconds.
Such a soothing voice,
10,
5.
9.
What, Eduardo's?
No.
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Full course yellow removed.
And we're racing again on RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels. Bruce Jones and Johnny Palmer live from the Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre.
So yeah, Phil, after full course yellow, we'll need to let by car 50. The damage is quite big, more than the side let. We will try to repair with tape. We'll do our best.
That is information to Phil Hansen in the 83 Ferrari from his engineer. It's very busy in GT with a recovering Toyota, but a McLaren and a Ford are side by side, and it's Stefano Gattuso for the race lead. It certainly is. Trying to hustle it away from James Cottingham, and Gattuso's had an amazing getaway coming out of that full course yellow to now move ahead with the 2 Corvettes in behind of Keating and Tom Van Rompuy. So Cottingham leads it, but that's the fight for second position. Gattuso now ahead of Darren Youngers. Now up the curb goes Keating in the yellow-roofed Corvette. Tom Van Rompuy and Ian James at very close quarters. All 3 of them had a go at arriving into turn 10 side by side.
And they all tried to outbrake each other to the extent they very nearly hit the back of the second place McLaren, the one of Darren Leung. It was a real sort of breathe-in moment. Turn 10 is a fantastic corner. We've seen, of course, Harry Tincknell get it wrong there, but you want to brake as deep into that corner as you possibly can, as deeply into the corner, and it can lead to how should we say, things coming undone. But it was a brilliant restart from Stefano Gattuso, and that forward, remember the sister car, didn't get a time at all in qualifying, but going through. But of course, what else in the mix? You've got a Toyota, you've got Sebastian Buemi's recovering Toyota right in the path, trying to thread the eye of the needle between them as they go towards turn one, and somehow getting his Toyota in front. But, you know, when you've got a two-car battle to come past, it's hard enough. But when there are three, and they're fighting at the top end of their class, they're not maybe using their mirrors quite as much as they would otherwise.
Yeah.
In this race, however, in the lead and pulling clear is Will Stevens, 9.2 seconds clear at the moment. Any shot of his car has his car and his alone, because of course the next car in the line, also a Cadillac, but it's Sebastian Bourdais. He's got a small lead over Marco Sorensen. Yes, and Aston Martin. If you haven't been paying attention so far this weekend, suddenly they're finding some rich form. And Sorensen will be sharing that one with Alex Riberas, but he was the one given the start of the race, and he's making a very, very good job of it. Fell down to fourth place behind Paul Di Resta's Peugeot, but fighting back, getting ahead, shows this Aston Martin is finally finding the form that all Aston Martin fans would have dreamt of, and I wouldn't have reckoned they'd see until next season. However, full marks for the team, for Heart of Racing team, to getting that right towards the sharp end of the grid.
Incremental steps, and it feels like some of them have become more significant than others of late. So, yeah, to just get a car into hyperpole is no longer a record or a significant achievement, maybe, to be putting on the press release. It's more expected than not to get at least one car in, maybe both. They certainly managed that with the 009 yesterday. Two hypercars arriving together into the first corner, the 6 Porsche and the number 20 BMW. And because of bits of carnage that's been happening in front of these cars, they have found their way into the top 10. So Laurens Vanthoor, it was a slow burner for him, but plugged in as the opening driver, and he's now up to 8th place, not far away from finding the sister car, 2.4 seconds behind. There was more front to rear contact on the main straight, this time between the two German manufacturers, so Porsche up against BMW, and that was again a tag on the rear, this time René Rast chiselling a bit of the Porsche away for Laurens Vanthoor.
And that was relatively early in the start-finish straight. The thought of debris, of little bits of bodywork lying there on the start-finish straight where someone could pick up at a puncture as they accelerate and keep accelerating on towards the fastest point on the circuit, does slightly spook me, I must say. I can't think of a race that this early on, or even in the course of many an entire World Endurance race, have I seen so much contact. And of course we heard that Phil Hansen's bright yellow AF Corsa Ferrari has got some damage he's going to have to nurse until the pit stop, and I honestly can't tell you who clattered into him or who he rubbed with his car. But the start of the race, definitely the opening lap, the hypercars were 2 by 2. Any chance of watching a replay, and we saw that. We saw cars off the track kicking up the dirt, trying to hold station. But the start-finish straight, I look up and down it, I'm looking to see, is there any debris that can be seen there from the contact? It may have just blown to the side of the circuit, but don't count on it.
No, well, the race director and his team will be very mindful of the necessity perhaps of going full course yellow again to clear any debris that is loose and potentially going to cause those a problem. Car 5 of Julian Andlau and the 009 of Marco Sorensen, after their incident at the first corner, is now under investigation. Here's Shea, though,
for the number
with Ben
77
Barker.
Ford crew, as they've had to replace the engine before we even had qualifying, so the car not being able to run then. Ben Barker, you took the car out for the shakedown lap effectively to make sure everything was okay. The car was okay at the start, but a little bit of contact has thrown something off and the pace just isn't there. What are you hearing on the radio as far as, is it fixable?
Yeah, we're not sure at the moment. We're having a look at the car. There's definitely some visible damage to bodywork, so the splitter on the front left is hanging quite low, so that'll need to be changed. Yeah, not sure what happened. We don't have the onboard, so I think there was obviously contact, and we just had a drive-through as well. So, yeah, we just need to assess the damage and see why the pace isn't there. Hopefully it is just sort of cosmetic and not nothing to do with suspension, but we'll see. So, yeah, not the greatest start, but we'll fight to the end.
A drive-through is recoverable when it happens in the first 30 minutes of a 6-hour race, though, right?
No, exactly. It is recoverable. Let's say that's not really the major issue. The issue is the lack of pace. So that's obviously some damage somewhere. So hopefully it's not too terminal, and we can just push to the end.
A lot of Ford Racing fans cheering for you. Good luck.
Yeah, thanks, guys.
Well, it's something just for that car to be on the grid, Bruce. I was concerned that the engine change might not be done, whether they may not have the bits. I was about to talk about the drive-through penalty, and that was related to the incident with Alexa's car 78 at the final corner, and clearly car 77 judged to be at fault, but I'm not sure whether Ben knew precisely which other car was involved. The suggestion from race control that it was Arnold Robban's Acodis ASP team number 78 car.
Yeah, I mean, Shea Adam being very upbeat there, suggesting that if it happens early in the race, a drive-through, it's recoverable. Well, it's not a helping hand, is it? So it shuffles you right to the back of the pack. But Ben Barker, he's always been incredibly pragmatic, really fantastic racer, but, pragmatic too. And he pointed out, the main problem is the car's got no pace whatsoever. So that is the harder element. The sister car, however, is going really quite nicely. We've seen it up in second place, Stefano Gattuso, Italian racer. Brilliant restart for him. I mean, he came from, I think he was fourth before the restart when the full course yellow period came to an end and had just got the jump done. So that battle for second place in GT3, still with James Cossingham's McLaren pulling clear. He's now 7 seconds clear in class. But that Proton 88 Mustang got up into second place ahead of Darren Lung. Ben Keating right in the mix. He's having a good little tussle as well with the sister TF Sport Corvette of Tom Rompuy. The one going slightly backwards has been the Heart of Racing team, Aston Martin, Ian James, but he's right in that gaggle. In fact, if you go from second place down to Ian James, 6th place in class, it's nose to tail.
11:30. It's the 6 hours of Fuji, and after an 11 o'clock start, that means we've had 30 minutes of this year's penultimate round of the championship season. So time to check the hourly update. And it's still a Cadillac 1-2 then between Will Stevens and Sebastian Bourdais. The lead gap is 6.7 seconds, which is certainly the most substantial in the top 10 in the early stages. Every testament to Will Stevens' ability.
The FIA World Endurance Championship.
The hourly update.
A 6, nearly 7 second advantage for Will Stevens' Cadillac Hertz Team Jota V Series R, car number 12, over the sister machine of Sebastian Bourdais, and that's easily the biggest gap between cars in the top 10 positions. So Will Stevens wasting no time at all in establishing this lead. Will it be a futile exercise, though, if we get a safety car during his stint, maybe a virtual safety car, which automatically becomes a full safety car, don't forget. But at the moment, the 12 car has the pace, so why not use it over Bourdais in a very similar car? Marco Sorensen spent a time behind the Peugeot in the very early stages, the car that he had out-qualified yesterday in the second phase of qualifying, Hyperpole. But Sorensen showing the speed in the race for the Aston Martin Valkyrie to get back ahead of the Peugeot of Paul Di Resta. So it's Sorensen from Scotsman Di Resta in the Peugeot Total Energies number 93 car. Then the 51 Antonio Giovinazzi Ferrari 5th. Julian Andlauer in the number 6 Porsche Penske Motorsport 963 is in 6th position. The second of the Peugeot 7th, number 94 for Loic Duval. Laurence Vantour's number 6 car is 8th ahead of René Rast's BMW number 20 in 9th. And the first of 2 Alpines that are now together and separated by just over half a second. Fred Makoviki's 36 car ahead of Ferdi Habsburg, who's just outside the 10 in car number 35, although potentially carrying some damage. Lots of nose-to-tail contact we have had already in the opening half an hour. United Autosports lead in LMGT3. That's James Cottingham. Didn't lead from pole, mind you. The car has moved up from 3rd position to overtake both Darren Young and the Aston Martin of Anthony McIntosh. Stefano Gattuso's had a great opening half an hour. Remember, all these bronze drivers have to do an hour and 45 minutes, though, total in a 6-hour race, so they'll be at the wheel for some time yet. Gattuso is second in the 88 Proton Competition Ford. Then it's Darren Young in his McLaren, number 95 for United. Ben Keating and Tom Van Rompuy in their similarly livery Corvettes, although Tom's has the black roof, car number 81, which is in behind the Texan racers, car 33. So it's 33 4th, 81 5th. 6th place for Ian James in the dark blue Aston Martin for Heart of Racing Team number 27. Francois Heriot's 21, Vistare of course of Ferrari is 7th. Ahmed El-Hati's Team WRT BMW has made some good early progress from 11th up to 8th place. The Bend BMW for Yasser Shaheen is 9th, number 31. And in 10th place, a recovering and championship leading number 92 Manthey First Form Porsche for Ryan Hardwick. They'd slipped all the way down to 11th in the first few laps. Back up to 10th now for the sky blue and black car. Another hourly update at 12:30.
The track temperature on Radio Le Mans with Mobil 1.
And the current Mobil 1 track temperature is 30 degrees Celsius. We got up to a high of 35 yesterday. That was moving into the qualifying phase of Saturday after a reasonably cool morning session. So that means when we get to 2:30, well, the qualifying session began at 2:20 yesterday, so about that sort of time, moving through to 3 o'clock, track temp could be back up to that as well. But no direct sunshine at this stage, still the cloud cover, meaning the track temperature is hovering around 30 degrees.
Mobil Engine Oil. Exceptional protection for hybrid engines.
RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels. Bruce has been scribbling away to my right because there must have been 2 or 3 bits of more contact just in the segment of the hourly update there.
The main one that I'm going to touch on was a scary moment for the number 6 Porsche, making its way up the order. Lawrence Vantoy's been having a really good scrap with Loic Duval's Peugeot, getting incredibly close on the start-finish straight. They got down to turn 10, bottom of the hill, we're about to turn right and come up the hill. There's a bright yellow Iron Lynx Mercedes sitting sideways across the track. Andrew Gilbert, the sitting duck, and the field had to splinter around him. And there, contact was avoided, but various other points on the circuit there has definitely been a bit of body rubbing. It's super tight, it's super intense. And even if you stripped away the junior class, the GT3 class, the hypercars are going at it hammer and tongs, and it's been heart in mouth at various moments. And certainly I would suggest there's must be half a dozen cars in this field after half an hour of racing already carrying body damage, and that's just in the hypercar class. It is frantic. This circuit does create close racing. Close racing is what we've got, with the exception of United Autosports. Not close racing, nearly 9.5 seconds clear. James Cottingham clear of Stefano Gattuso's Mustang. That just going so well for the Ford fans.
The same opinion as me. I think the only chance we have is to have a really good second stint damage-wise. So we don't have pace anyway now.
Phil Hansen saying we don't have pace at this stage of the race, and he is swallowed up by the recovering number 8 Toyota. So that's not for position. No, it is.
It is.
No, it is. You're right.
Well, this is because everyone else was slowed under that full course yellow while Buemi limped back to the pits. But, I mean, on the start-finish straight, I mean, it couldn't have been more visual. The speed, not so much the advantage that Buemi had, the disadvantage that Phil Hansen. He was an absolute sitting duck there. Halfway down the straight, alongside, past and 3 car lengths clear, went the Toyota into turn 1. Now they're fighting their way through past the Manthey First Form Porsche from the GT3 class, but all along, Hansen is falling back off the tail. Right, let's talk a little bit about Aston Martin, Johnny. Start of the season, not quite nowhere, but nearly nowhere, let's be fair. They were coming in, trying to make their splash. Here we are, 22 laps into this race. The lead Cadillac of Will Stevens, 8 and a bit seconds clear. Sebastian Bourdais, second Cadillac, second. Third, still in the hunt, having fallen to fourth, back to third. Marco Sorensen, day of days for the Dane. And think of the success he's had with Aston Martin. But that's always been in the GT class, and it's fantastic to see him taking the fight to Cadillac. Down into the first corner they go. Down the hill. There's a great lump of debris halfway between turn 1 and 2. Where is it? Right in the middle of the track. How large is it? About a foot across. Don't know what it is. You don't want to hit it.
Its whereabouts will be being monitored. If everybody now is aware of where it is and it's not on the racing line, then perhaps Race Direction are happy to continue for at least another 15 minutes, 20 minutes or so, just to see whether it gets moved by an errant car. But as I say, there's been some warning. There will have been some debris flags for a little while as well, those red and yellow stripe flags. And as long as everyone is relatively aware of where the chunks of debris are, then they can race accordingly.
Yeah, but all that happens, you have a fantastic battle in class against a rival or two rivals, and you forget about it for a moment and get muscled there. But naturally, the line of the cars will go to the left of the debris because it's in the middle of the track. You're very seldom on the right-hand side of the track, as you'd have had to have had a very, very tight exit from turn 1 to be to the right of it. But it's still there. It's still definitely a factor.
One or two incidents then being looked at by on various laps as well. We talked about the drive-through penalty for Bernardo Souza, and that was as a result of some contact with the Lexus. So that's the penalty served in that respect. But since then, the 8 Toyota was under investigation for the emergency pit stop, which happened in the full course yellow procedure. But bear in mind, there was a tyre down on that car, so little choice that Buemi had other than to pit. The 36 cars got a reprimand for a technical issue. I'm assuming that if any other problems in that regard manifest, then the penalties could be more serious for 36 Alpine. 54 Ferrari of Thomas Flora and the 77 of Bernardo Souza is now under investigation. So that's a separate incident, isn't it?
Yeah, that was very, very early in the race when, remember, the Ferrari got muscled wide going down the hill towards turn 2 and eventually got into turn 2 and back onto the track. So for the Swiss driver, that was a moment of... That was right at the start of the race.
Yeah. And there were 4 drive-throughs issued for full course yellow procedures. There's another spin now for one of the Vista AF Corsa Ferraris. That's the 21 of Francois Heriot coming out of turn number 1, and I'm pretty sure he was helped into that. But I'll have to just check whether it was contact going into the corner, which then resulted in Heriot being tighter down the inside of turn 1 than he would have wished, or whether there was contact coming out of the corner.
Right, you were talking about the 4 drive-through penalties. Unfortunately, I was just bigging up Marco Sorensen. He was one of the quartet, and he's just served it. So instead of being 3rd in this race, he's right down with teammate Harry Tinknell, who already had that rotation in 007. So Aston Martin, if you just joined the race now, looked at the timing screen and go, oh, well, Aston Martin in the bottom 2 positions in the hypercar class, that's sort of where you'd expect them as they play catch-up. But we know the performance is better than that. But a disappointment for the 009 crew.
So that's a full course yellow procedure, most likely going in or coming out of those phases of caution. Huge cloud now above Mount Fuji, which looks rather threatening. The forecast I checked yesterday suggested we weren't going to get any rain, even towards the tail end of the race, just because it's raining up there. Of course, it doesn't necessarily mean it will rain down at track level. But yeah, 009 in that list, and unfortunately that's arguably the most damaging within the hypercar. It's the only hypercar in the list, the others being the 54 Ferrari GT car for Vista AF Corsa, the 60 Iron Lynx Mercedes, and the 81 TF Sport Corvette, which is the Tom Van Rompuy car, which was right on the tail of Ben Keating. But Van Rompuy's had to come in now to serve a drive-through penalty. Takes everybody about 30 seconds to drive through pit road from start to finish, but obviously you're doing that at 60 kilometres per hour, so a number of places lost. Marco Sorensen's engineer.
Let us go as soon as they sorted out the 83. Keep pushing, head down, man. It's like qualifying every lap now.
Okay, that's when they say 80, they're talking about Phil Hansen's Ferrari. That's been picked off down into turn 10 by the 007, the sister car. That's Harry Tinknell fighting back, but clearly Phil Hansen's car has got no pace whatsoever. It's effectively, in a blink of an eye, it's going to be last in the class. And bear in mind, this is the car that won them all. Very, very different. But Phil did say during the radio message, the damage, hopefully in the second stint. So clearly he might think it's something that could be maybe taped back or something that's moving. I can't see any loose elements on that car, but clearly no pace at all. The second of the Aston Martins now giving chase down the start-finish straight, will probably pick it off by the first corner. So Phil, there's nothing he can do about it. Yep, the Aston Martin goes past. So 83, Victor at Le Mans. Okay, it ain't over here yet, but where are you going to find the pace?
Well, the 009 has looked generally the quickest of the two. So if Marco Sorensen can get ahead of Harry Tinknell, who's had a spin, remember, so shows you how much time Harry Tinknell has lost and therefore how damaging the drive-through penalty has been for Sorensen. Other penalties to look out for were the 54 Ferrari and the 81 Van Rompuy Corvette, now under investigation for their own incident at turn 1. The 77 and 78 cars under investigation again at turn 16. Well, I mentioned that one at least once. and the incident at turn 10, which, yes, we knew involved Harry Tinknell's 007 Aston Martin, the 15 Kevin Magnussen BMW, but also potentially Phil Hansen. And now we're going to get a virtual safety car.
Virtual safety car in less than 15 seconds.
Which will be a safety car as well, remember, but after the 2 laps of 80 kph.
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Virtual safety car deployed. VSC.
Okay, while this is happening, of course, that's where Phil Hansen's car got damaged, that clatter with Harry Tinknell when he had a spin, but also Magnussen was involved, and it's part of his bodywork, I think, that's sitting on the start-finish straight. Just seen the rear of Magnussen's car, watching forward from the number 8 Toyota Sebastian Buemi, and the right rear definitely rather tattered. The fact is, it's tattered because it's not on the car, but it is on the start-finish straight. And last time around, I said there was a piece of debris. That's probably continuation of the bits falling off the BMW. That is the bit that's like, as the BMW reports into the pit lane there, for that to be tidied up. That's coming to a halt, number 15 BMW. So a lot of people having trouble. But to finish my point, the bit of debris that was just between turns 1 and 2, it very nearly got collected by the 009 car of Marco Sorensen. That's now back in the pits as well, because he was doing that overtaking manoeuvre. You talked about it about, a lap and a half ago, jinked around a GT3 car. There was the debris. I said someone might hit it if it was in an overtaking manoeuvre. Now, the bodywork, it's a hole. It's like someone's fired a cannonball into the right flank of the 83 AF Corsa Ferrari. No wonder it's not handling well.
And the tail section of the 15 BMW is going to be changed as well for Kevin Magnussen's car. That's very quickly released, and a new part will be offered up. They're going to do actually potentially a change on the engine cover as well, or at least check that all is well around the gearbox housing. And they're using a substantial piece of woven tape here to try and close the gap on the right-hand side of the 83 Ferrari.
Yeah, it's not someone coming out with a roll. We saw it a while ago in the garage. They were preparing this enormous lump of tape over a couple of trestles, just stretching it over to make a patch that is effectively about a foot wide, maybe slightly wider, and about 2 to 3 feet long to go up and over the top of the side pod of the car. Now, under this full course yellow, yes, that bit of debris, well done to that marshal. He's run across on the gap between turns 1 and 2. It is quite big. It's about as big as his torso, actually.
Yes. And now he's going to be on the wrong side of the track, having run from the outside to the inside of the circuit, but far better to head to the sanctuary of the protective wall over to his left, because there were cars coming through, albeit at 80 kilometres per hour out of turn 1. A car at 50 miles per hour certainly grabs the attention regardless, even though they are slower than race pace. And virtual safety car, well, you are allowed to pit during these 2 laps at 80 kilometres per hour, but bear in mind that if you get a blisteringly quick pit stop in comparison to your rivals, the advantage is rather toned down, because everyone's going to be bunched up behind the safety car before we go green.
Yeah, what we do have, though, is our race-leading Cadillac in. Will Stevens, remember, his lead was about 9 seconds. Certainly that has been the hair. The second-place car, Sebastian Bourdais, that's in the sister Cadillac for the Hertz Team Jota. But the one that appears to have stayed out, maybe it's coming next time around, is Paul Di Resta. On the start-finish straight, more bodywork being cleared up there. It's a wing end plate of one of the hypercars. I think it might be from the BMW, actually, but it could be an Alpine. Remember, we had that clatter. Well, not a clatter, but such near miss with Sebastian Buemi almost putting Ferdy Habsburg into the pit wall. Didn't, thank goodness. But pretty much, yeah, no, everybody has come in. The Paul Di Resta is the standout driver, has not come in. So he'll be coming in, one will presume, next time round at the number 93 Peugeot. And then the Cadillacs will resume the lead of the class, the lead of the race.
Yeah, it'd be highly surprising if Peugeot don't take the opportunity to fuel their car. On balance, these cars shouldn't be desperate for fuel, because they've only done 48 minutes, but some of that has been behind 2 full-course yellows. This is the first virtual safety car that we've had to this point, and obviously going around at 80 kilometres per hour, you're going to be burning far less energy compared to at full speed. But It's a great chance to get some fuel, get some energy back into these cars and set them up for the next stint. More rear bodywork being changed, this time on a Porsche 963. That was the number 6 car, which heads out. The 2 Toyotas pitting on the same lap. This is probably why the 2 Peugeots didn't stop their 2 cars on the same lap, because it's very easy for one to become tripped up by the other.
Yeah, it was. One of the Toyotas had to be tugged back because that was second in the line. Now, I don't know if the sister car had a longer pit stop or actually came in afterwards and slotted in front, but that was a little bit of a mishap. The nose is off the 007 Aston Martin. That was Harry Tintnell's car. That went for a spin. But again, great unitary construction of these cars. Out comes the new end, front end, quickly screwed into position. Now it is a longer pit stop. Okay, left rear corner damage of the Toyota that remains in the pits. One presumes that's Sebastian Buemi's car. That is why it had a longer pit stop.
Yeah. Well, that now makes sense as well. Di Resta somewhere into the second sector, but and still waiting for him to make the equivalent pit stop in comparison to teammate Peugeot number 94, which has been in and feeds back out again. We'll give you the order just as soon as it makes itself obvious, but bear in mind that at the end of the second virtual safety car lap, the safety car will officially be deployed, which in the same process closes the pit lane for the first 3 laps of any safety car period.
Now here's a question for you, Johnny. The longer pit stop for Sebastian Buemi's Toyota already came in once to have the left rear tyre replaced. Did they not repair the bodywork then? I didn't get a look at the back of the car afterwards, because that was definitely very loose for a while. I think maybe they saved it until that full course yellow period to put a whole new tail section on that car.
Yeah, well, they wanted to try and limit the amount of time that car was in the pit lane, even though it was under a full course yellow at the time, and that might have been some clever, quick thinking from Toyota Gazoo Racing, something that you would expect them to be able to excel at, considering their number of years, although there have been some personnel changes in those various seasons. Frustration at Kota that they just weren't able to get the maximum possible that day, so wanting to change their fortunes this time around in the very next race. Martin Berry in number 61 Iron Lynx AMG is now under investigation for potentially speeding in the pit lane. That happened 5 or so minutes ago.
I think you're absolutely spot on, Johnny. I think Toyota repaired the puncture, got him out. Remember how quickly we thought he got onto the tail of the chain of hypercars, and that could be the masterstroke. And they came here not in a rich vein of form, and I think they've got to grasp every single opportunity to claw back time. And then, therefore, they were very fortunate this full course yellow leading to a safety car period was thrown. But with debris on the track, they must have said, hold on, they're probably going to throw, stay out, because definitely we saw shots of the left rear corner, the bodywork still behind that left rear wheel still flapping around, but he stayed vaguely in the hunt, and otherwise, had it been repaired, he'd been way off the tail of the train. So good move from Toyota Gazoo Racing.
Here comes the safety car. It is now officially deployed, and that means that everyone that hasn't made a stop yet will not be able to legally, unless it's a bit of emergency service. Thankfully, Paul Di Resta has now come in and back out again. So we are left with a Cadillac 1-2 just as the caution period started, with Will Stevens ahead of Sebastian Bourdais. Kind of pointless to give you the gaps because they will be significantly less than they were earlier on. And this is most damaging, I think I made this point during the early update, if we were to get a safety car, it's going to be most damaging to Will Stevens, who's been working all the harder at the sharp end of the field to build a 6-7 second advantage, and it will be down to nothing again at the restart. But that's the nature of a safety car, I suppose.
Yeah, entirely so. And I mean, with the way that the performance of the car is adjusted, the cars are adjusted across the course of the season. The whole point is each of the classes, Hypercar and GT3, are going to be super, super close, and therefore you're more likely to have incident. And a circuit like Fuji, fabulous place to drive, but turn 10 going to turn 11, it's such a pinpoint, and that has a lot of issues. And again, turn 1, that blind entry to exit you have when you arrive there. And what you don't understand, unless you've been to Fuji, television flattens it out. It's very steep drop-off when you turn sharply right at turn 1. It's very hard. If someone's rotated around the corner just ahead of you, you're not going to see it until you're pretty much committed. Luckily, there is loads of space to veer off to the left to avoid things, but it is a circuit of consequence.
That's what we love. The threat of rain is certainly there in the distance, but actually we've got bright sunshine now for cars on the start-finish straight, which is very refreshing indeed. And the safety car heading out from the end of pit lane to catch the race leader with perfect timing. Start-finish straight with plenty of the WEC 100 branding, including where the lighting gantry is suspended from as well, with the blue and gold, and that colour scheme, that wrap, echoed on the safety car now as well. It was the lead car at the start of the race. So we are, to a certain degree, pressing the reset button with nearly an hour gone. Actually, we have a different lead car versus the safety car. The safety car in the much more traditional grey and black colours. But a reset up and down the order, which will obviously provide a situation in GT as well, which is not necessarily to James Cottingham's liking, because he had a 6-second lead as well. So similar to that of Will Stevens over Stefano Gattuso, who's had a brilliant start to the race in number 88. Doing battle with Darren Young and Ben Keating. I suppose that long list of cars that I ran off earlier on that needed to take drive-throughs, they'll be very grateful now that the field is bunched up, because they can start to put those early penalties out of their mind as well.
Absolutely so. It's settled down, just wait for the restart. But yeah, your point about James Cottingham, actually his lead had gone out to about 9 seconds.
Oh, wow.
You know, we saw the sort of change up. We thought, have they just let him through? He wanted to come through, felt he was faster than Darren Lung. Really all the fighting was over second place. Darren got very, very busy, but certainly the McLarens look very, very tidy indeed. And we'll see if you can do it. If you can do it once, can he do it all over again? Or how much have you taken out of your tyres? But once he got clear, James Cottingham just took off into the distance. But the GT3 battle, just as good as the battle at the start, the head of the race. In fact, probably somewhat better. Second back to 6th place. Once James Cottingham had got clear, Darren Lung became super, super competitive, and some really good nip and tuck racing around the Fuji Speedway. But I guess for fans of Aston Martin, the big story of the race is they not only qualified third, running comfortably third, but a drive-through penalty for Marco Sorensen's dropped him down the order somewhat, but he's already starting his fight back. And once we go back to full speed racing, we'll see how much he can progress. Where is he down in the charts now? He fell to 18th place, well, bottom place in the hypercar class. He's got up to 14th. His next target is Nick de Vries in the number 7 Toyota.
Yeah, so when we get going again, just before the safety car is given the signal to retire to the pit lane, engineers will be giving a quick bit of radio traffic to their relevant drivers to say, this is where we are now. Who's in front of you, who's behind, and a new perspective on the race with the kind of things to achieve over the next stint or so, because the cars will be fueled to pretty much the brim, so able, if we stay green, to do a 45 to 50 minute stint, and there'll be a focus about where each engineer will generally want their cars at the next stop, which are most likely to be driver change stops.
Well, in fact, talking of driver change, I think looking through the hypercar class, only one driver change has been made, and that was Nick de Vries taking over from Mike Conway. Of course, Mike coming back after being injured. Was that a mountain bike one? I think it normally is with drivers.
He was on his bicycle again, wasn't he? But could well have been, yeah.
But maybe he just, maybe the others all decided double stint, and he's just working his way back into racing, after that moment. Because certainly, if you're not feeling comfortable, you're still a bit bruised. A stint at a time is probably about right. But they've chosen the moment. Nick de Vries is down in 13th place overall. The sister car at number 8, that's the one that had the longer pit stop for the bodywork replace. Sebastian Buemi stays on board that, the absolute veteran. 91 races out of the 100 in the WEC. He's down penultimate position in the hypercar class, just the Kevin Magnussen BMW behind him, another car that needed plenty of repair.
Yeah, and not alone in that fact. We have had a number of damaged cars, spinners in the early stages as well, so plenty of cars almost being involved in incidents not of their making as cars spin to a broadside position, and I haven't quite spotted both of the Porsche Penske Motorsport 963 being very close to getting collected. Nearing the end of one particular lap, that was the run back up the hill through 13, 14 and 15. So as you've said, relatively few driver changes to this point. If you've got a penalty that has already been assessed...
Obviously with cars around us having new tyres, do we want to fight them or we let them go or what? You tell me the game plan, I'll do what you say. And then also let's stay on top of when I can warm up the tyres and brake speed. Let me know when.
Yeah, copy that. At the moment we save maximum energy behind the safety car, and with the cars around us we fight them. And we have a better tire situation for the end of the race.
So that was, again, Phil Hanson on the radio, actually asking his engineer some questions, and that's what I was saying about the engineer's job, to give them the new whereabouts, the new perspective. You tell me which cars are on the same lap as me, which ones are the priority over the next 45 to 50 minutes, and I will do what you say. So very compliant, Phil Hanson today. That's interesting. The 30th and the 60th events of the WEC history have also been held here at Fuji. So the way that the calendars have been synced over the years have met a kind of round figure of races, but this by far the most headline-grabbing so far. 100 races at the end of today will be in the book for the WEC.
Yeah, I ran down through the GT3 class and all the starting drivers are still on board, so the only change as we approach the 1 hour mark thus far has been the number 7 Toyota Hatchet that's running 13th overall. Nick de Vries taken over after Mike Conway did the start of the race.
So still the safety car remaining out, the lights illuminated on the Porsche. It'll be a bit longer, maybe only one more lap before we get going. The chunks of car debris needing to be collected, yes, but there's already quite a lot of tyre marbles offline, and they tend to be flung off at the higher speeds. So the start-finish straight here at Fuji over the years has been absolutely littered by those big balls of rubber, generally, let's hope, offline. But it shows you that the constant radius corners here at Fuji are hard-wearing on the tyre. Just the medium on offer within LMGT3, although the hard tyre from Goodyear had been the chosen compound at Kota, and that was the same at Brazil as well. As now we go to Bruce Giuardi.
Discreet, but still a strong beginning of the race. Are you on target with the lap time that you're heading for the beginning of the race?
Yes, we are in the good window, but it's still a very good pace. So we didn't expect so much, but it's feasible to follow. So far we are in the pack, but we will keep on.
Usually you end up very strongly, as we saw in the US. Is it going to be the same here?
I would love.
Okay, well, thank you very much. Good luck.
Okay, thank you so much.
Jean-Marc Fino of the Stellantis motor racing or car manufacturer group, but also they are making big movements in motorsport side of things as well. One or two thought that were Peugeot not to get the result this year, maybe they'd be stepping away from the championship, but they have committed now for, I think, at least another year, maybe beyond that, and just about the right time to do that, because like Aston Martin, it feels like Peugeot are just on the edge of some very good results in the next batch of races.
Yeah, third and fourth places for them in Kota was a massive boost. You're quite right. Right, restart time. Safety car in at the end of this lap, and already that's peeled off, and our front runners are absolutely nose to tail on the start-finish straight. Will we have any moves down into turn one? It's still Will Stephens ahead of Sebastian Bourdais, Cadillac ahead of Cadillac at the front. Paulie Reston, does he fancy his chances? He's quite close to Bourdais, but it's the battle for fourth place. It's really tight. Giovinazzi and Andlauer, Porsche against Ferrari. How many times has that been talked about? And Andlauer goes very deep into the corner, locks up into the first corner, unfortunately for us, just off the edge of our screen. Did he make it round the corner? Did he get to turn two? Into the background, side by side, battle for fourth place. Giovinazzi, as he get into turn three, just in front in his Ferrari, but the car that's Right in behind is catching the pair, and that's Loic Duval in his Peugeot. So maybe Jean-Marc Finot has got a little bit more smart about coming up, but there's still 3 more corners until we go in, just under the fantastic circuit restaurant here, turning to the left, and you've got the kink to the right, then you've got the corner where so much happens. Turn 10. Is Duval close enough to make a move to join this battle for 4th place? He's right on the tail of Andlau's Porsche. Getting towards turn 3, side by side. Duval's on the outside, but that's of course where he's going to be put, but almost got his nose in front, has to back out.
How about Di Resta, though? Into 2nd place. He's gone round the outside of Sebastian Bourdais' Cadillac, which is now very much on the back foot, and this is the Ferrari that fancies a bit of it as well. The Ferrari of Nick Nielsen, is that has had an amazing start.
It should be Giovinazzi's
Should be Giovinazzi, but Giovinazzi is a lap off the pace, as far as I can gather. Giovinazzi down in... Have you got him down in 16th position? No, that's not right. Fine.
There's a glitch somewhere. He's certainly on the track. He's had that really good battle with Andlau. He's 4th, and he's about to go in 3rd. Got a fantastic toe down the start for his straight behind Sebastian Bourdais. The Ferrari moves on the pit wall side, absolutely alongside as they approach the braking point, and Bourdais surely going to have to see, because he'll be muscled out. And in behind, 2x2 action, one of the BMWs, the better placed BMW, really in the thick of the battle. That's René Rast. He's had quite a feisty race, hasn't he?
So if you're seeing live timing and spotting that Giovinazzi's down in 16th, that's completely inaccurate, because he's actually up to 3rd now. So I just wonder whether there's a lap missing somewhere in some timing systems for Antonio Giovinazzi. He is in 3rd, behind the 93 Peugeot.
And he's back there now.
Good. And that car, I'm very, very puzzled by that, and hence why I thought it was Nick Nielsen, who's actually down in 8th spot. So we got Stevens, now Di Resta, ahead of Bourdais, and Bourdais lost 2 places in effectively 2 corners there because he was put out of line. I mean, it was a terrific overtake from Paul Di Resta, charging into turn 10 around the outside. That meant that then the inside line for turn 11 was all the Peugeots, and as Bourdais recovered, he couldn't hold back the Italian Antonio Giovinazzi in the championship leading Ferrari. So at the moment, it would be 19 extra points for the Ferrari with their pole, with their second place, their 3rd place at the moment, going into the Manufacturers' Championship. So that actually factors in where the 51 Ferrari and the 50 cars are, and therefore a total of 19 points.
Right, some overtaking is just about happening right now, and it's Marco Sorensen. He was 14th on the restart, up to 12th. He's about to get 11th place. He's certainly that 009 Aston Martin, really, really on the move. He's picked off one of the Alpines and also gone past Nico Pino's Proton Competition Porsche, the private Porsche that's trying to fight back between turns 1 and 2. Next target for Sorensen, it's a Toyota. Is it going to be a sitting duck? Because certainly he's absolutely flying in that Valkyrie. Habsburg behind him. Such a good circuit. When you see the flow, any circuit that, I've talked about this over the years, over the decades, Johnny, gradient change makes such a difference. It just makes the cars look so much more dynamic.
Massively so. And the opportunity then to either lose or gain a position because of the gradient change coming out of the awkward turn 10. You might not have a very good run through that, so you've got to think about car position, but then also momentum back up the hill as well, which can be severely compromised out of a slow speed corner at the base of the circuit. Side by side again between Ferrari and BMW. Now that was Nick Nielsen up against René Rast, and a look across to Sebastian Bourdais from Antonio Giovinazzi to secure 3rd position a couple of moments ago, and he got ahead of Bourdais, much to the delight of the Ferrari mechanics.
Well, a very similar moment occurred early in the race on the start-finish straight. Ferdy Habsburg being given a squeeze by Sebastian Buemi, almost against the pit wall. That is now under investigation. So race control taking its time, working it through these issues. But it certainly, from a driver's point of view, I don't know what it does to their heart rate, but ours in the commentary box, you just go... breathe in, because the consequences of any clattering there, I know it'd be side on side, but that's almost not the point. But anyhow, certainly the racing super, super tough. And by the way, I'm just going to wave the Aston Martin flag again. Marco Sorensen dropped with the drive-through penalty down to 18th and last in class. He's up to 10th now. Next target, René Rast, and René's only half a second up the road, and the rate of that 009 Aston Martin Valkyrie picking its way up the order is just quite phenomenal. And Sorensen having the best drive of his year so far.
And loving the fact that he's in a competitive car again. You think about the number of years that he drove for Aston Martin in GTE Pro. Had been a GTE AM Gold and Platinum racer, though, as well. But just wants to know that he's got a car that he can fight with. And that is certainly the case now, after a few difficult races where they've just been accumulating data. And that is so valuable now at this phase of the season when the results are starting to flow. Tough for him. I mean, I'm not decrying the offence that he committed regarding the full course yellow, but to have a quick car to then be compromised by that drive-through penalty. Trying to keep you up to date with what's going on in the stewards' room, though, as well, or certainly in race control with various announcements. And another one to add to our list is the fact that there were a number of cars under investigation for virtual safety car procedures. That tends to be related to speed and whether the speed had been exceeded at all. And car 60 is going to get 5 seconds of a stop-go penalty in that regard. So the 60 AMG of Iron Lynx will need to come down pit lane, and that was only announced in the last 2 minutes or so. That's a separate stop, though. It's not 5 seconds added to the next pit stop, an actual stop-and-go penalty. For car 61, that's just been corrected. So they went with 60 initially, but it's car 61 that has done the offence. Ahmed Al-Hati, this time over the line. 4th place, soon to be 3rd position, because he is level pegging with Ben Keating. Kelvin van der Linde willing him on every metre of the way, but the straight line speed from Ben Keating's car is very impressive. Nosed ahead briefly, but the BMW can break that a little bit later into turn 1 and secure the spot.
Yeah, but 6 cars nose to tail coming through turn 1 and turn 2 in the GT3 class, but we know, give it about 3 more laps, you'll have the hypercars coming through, so they've got to get their overtaking done now, because it gets very, very tricky when you're having to move out of position. In fact, one car being moved out of line on the BMW is making a bit of a charge there. That's Ahmed Al-Hati coming through, but Yasser Shaheen trying to pick off a couple of places. One person sliding wide is absolutely a benefit to the car behind, and suddenly Shaheen makes another move, doesn't quite come off, nearly collects one of the Corvettes there as well. So very, very busy back there. It was Ben Keating who's just lost a few places and nearly contact taking him out, but somehow just avoiding it for now. And I say just for now, under attack at the next corner he gets to, turn 10.
Get used to that for possibly the rest of his stint. There's a question mark as to whether that pit stop and now the next stint for GT is going to be enough for the drive time. Well, I suppose if you're out on the racetrack and there's a yellow, there's a full course yellow, or there's the virtual safety car, that still counts to your drive time, even though you're not actually racing. So all of this will be stacking up nicely, and the openers, as far as the bronzes are concerned, therefore only have to do another 35 minutes before they could theoretically get out of their cars. More likely that everything will be married up to the correct fuel window, though, the energy window. So once these cars are out of fuel, I reckon most of the bronzes could get out in the next 35, 45 minutes or so. Porsches find one another in LMGT3, with the 92 just ahead of the 85. So that's Ryan Hardwick and Celia Martin virtually neck and neck as they cross the line, separated by just a quarter of a second. James Cottingham back to an 8-second lead. Remember, it got all concertinaed courtesy of the safety car, but Cottingham's on a tear again.
I just wanted to pick up on the pace of Marco Sorensen, talking about it a moment ago. Just gained another position, up to 8th overall, moved ahead of Nicholas Nielsen. His fastest lap of the race is the second quickest lap thus far. The fastest lap outright is Will Stevens leading the race, and again he's starting to edge clear at the front of the field. But bear in mind, having run 3rd, fallen back to 4th, back up to 3rd, then the drive-through penalty dropping to 18th in class, Marco Sorensen is clearly far from dispirited. So having picked off Nicholas Nielsen, who's next up the track? 0.6 of a second up ahead, Fred Machiavicki in the better place, the 2 Alpines, and you know it's coming.
could spot it a long way off, I suppose. Not a surprise for an Aston that has been compromised by an early drive-through penalty to come fighting back straight away. Ben Keating has got his hands full now with Yasser Shaheen's the Bend WRT BMW M4, which has a squirm on the exit of turn 16. That might really compromise the Australian towards the end of the long straight here. But once more, another car which is showing very good straight line speed. We've already seen it from Ahmed Al-Hati's version of the M4. So the 31 should be just about as strong. Now here's Celia Martin's team radio.
Hypercars in this lap, hypercars coming from the back.
Yeah, so a warning that she is about to be lapped by a number of hypercars, including the race leader, Will Stevens, who is only 0.6 of a second ahead of the Peugeot. And he's just about slots into a gap which was closing. Ben Keating made room, though, for fellow American manufacturer. Keating in the Corvette, the Cadillacs just lapped him, and some understanding there, of course, from Keating, who's raced prototypes in the past.
Yeah, and he's won world titles in 3 categories, GTEs, doing great things in that, but it's that awareness you need. It's such a difficult thing, and that message we had to Iron Dames drivers, Celia Martin, that hypercars are coming. They don't come past one at a time, and that's the whole issue. So, but you've just spent all your time. Bit of contact there, I fancied, in the tail of the hypercar going through. That was Sebastian Bourdais being given a hit. The 21 Ferrari spun to the side of the track at turn 11, so he's turned right, which is the correct order, coming up the hill, but rotated. Now, what degree of damage came there? But certainly BMW, I think that was Yasser Shaheen, was it not?
Yeah.
Hitting the back of, oh my gosh, you don't normally think when a hypercar comes through it's going to get damage from the others. You think they're going to inflict damage on the GT3 cars. However,
it can happen anywhere, can't it? And especially into that sequence of corners at the bottom of the hill into turn 12, 10, 11 and 12. And it was strange because the BMW, they certainly have ABS, these LMGT3 cars. They also have a bit of traction control, I think, and it was almost as if the BMW was able to pick up the speed coming out of the corner and up the hill, far greater than the Cadillac. But remember, Bourdais had a hypercar right in front of him as well, so that's just the ripple effect of not being able to all accelerate in a uniform fashion. And unfortunately, the BMW has gone into the back of the Cadillac and rather upset the way that the body panels are sitting on the back of that car now. Bourdais going to have to monitor that, but from a Cadillac Hertz Team Jota perspective, at least it's not the race leader.
Yeah, of course it was the car that was second, but Bourdais now back into 4th place. The rest of us, we saw that really good restart. He got his second. Giovinazzi's gone through into 3rd. Tell you what, they're all going to have to watch out for Sorensen. He's up to 7th place and he's pushing the second of the Peugeots almost on its tail at turn 10. That's Loic Duval, who made such a good start to the race. Up the hill they go. For the Aston Martin Thor team, this is their day of days in the championship. Still got the final round coming in November.
Good job. Leader 8 seconds in front. Leader 8 seconds in front. You're flying. Your pace is fantastic. Keep pushing. Keep pushing.
18th to just 8 seconds down on the race lead. Yes, we had the safety car period. It certainly helped. But Marco Sorensen's attack is absolutely fantastic in this race. Whatever has been done in balancing the performance of the car, it's very good. Down the start finish straight they go. Well, actually, up the start finish straight, you get to a crest about halfway down the start finish straight, and then dips towards the first corner. Not quite close enough to get a go. We're getting a modicum of tow. What are we looking? 4 car lengths between them. They're getting very close to the one in front, and that is Julian Andlauer's Porsche that's been up the order. It's now coming slightly down, and at the rate of progress of Marco Sorensen in that 009 Aston Martin, he could be passed very soon indeed.
Certainly is the case. Now, the 21 Ferrari with its spin, the reason that ended up there was after a collision with the Alpine number 35?
36, Fred Macco's car.
Okay, so Makovic into the back of Francois Heriot, and that's done a bit more damage to the front of an Alpine. But the Ferrari was already off the road, was it not, before... No, the contact with Bourdais' car must have happened a split second before that, because then you've got the rest of the midfield runners in hypercar coming through turns 10 and 11.
I'm not laughing, but it's just sometimes fortune or misfortune challenges you. We have plenty of drive-through penalties, but one has been the sister Aston Martin, the 007 car, and that's just served its was about to serve its run in the pit. So that's Harry Tinknell's car. That was the one that had a spin, and that's insult to injury department.
Sadly so, and it never rains but it pours sometimes regarding penalties, I suppose. 007 there is confirmation of the incident at turn 10. Great run again, though, for Sorensen on the back of the 94 Peugeot of Loic Duval, and scything its way past that car, thinking about maybe making a move on the Porsche as well at the same time. Car number 6 into the first corner. Sorensen could have, number 5 rather, Sorensen could have swallowed up 2 cars in one, but discretion the better part of valour.
Yeah, but actually it was a bit of a mistake to have a little look at trying to get 2, because it put him slightly wide, and suddenly Loic Duval was able to fight back in the way that Loic will always do. Just the Aston Martin hangs on to the position it's just gained, but definitely it was a... Marco Sorensen's been picking people off really easily. It's a fantastic move.
The most important thing you have to focus on is track limit. You have to focus on this. That's why we are leaving you in the car for one more stint.
Okay, that's the message to Julian Andlau. He's in the Porsche Penske Motorsport number 5 that's being challenged by Marco Sorensen. Hey, that's not bad. We got into the second hour of the race before hearing those 2 words together, track and limits, but there's such a factor in modern motor racing. It's a cumulative thing, and you can push right to the edge, but when you get to just one left before you start getting a penalty, well, that's really unfortunate. As we've said, around here, with the GT3s against the hypercars, really good class battles, it's just so easy to slide a little bit wide, then the penalties come. So definitely the message to Julian Andlauer, focus your mind. You may have to use track limits to keep the Aston Martin behind you, or more to the point, try not to. If the Aston Martin is faster, let it through.
Information to the pit lane. Race director.
To the pit lane. Car 8. Car 8. 3-minute stop and go penalty for virtual safety car emergency pit stop infringement. Car 8. 3-minute stop and go penalty for virtual safety car emergency pit stop infringement.
So a virtual safety car, I don't think that's necessarily right. No, it's a full course yellow infringement, because you can do a full pit stop in a virtual safety car. So that was Ramsey Fires with a slight misspeak. The FCY procedure, precisely what that car did in the full course yellow that you're not allowed to do. I'll have to check the document. You can change a punctured tyre.
Which he did.
Is it about the extra work that they potentially did? I mean, you said the rear bodywork, most of that was still damaged. They sent the car back out again. That was surely from a Toyota perspective to try and stay on the lead lap. They've done something else. Number of personnel over the line potentially that is illegal. That is a huge penalty for Toyota to have to soak up now.
Well, 3 minutes. Just think about it. The fastest lap in the race is half of that, 1 minute 30 seconds. It's 2 laps, or the next closest thing out of the window.
I mean, what did I do? I mean, the box.
No, it's on your side. It's on our side. You did nothing wrong. I'll explain after the race. It had to do with the emergency stop we did with a puncture.
Okay, that was a message to Sebastian Buemi, who absolutely clueless as to what he might have done, or no clue. Why don't they tell us now? That'd be quite helpful. But anyhow, that's the voice of the engineer. They're not going to do that. Right, Aston Martin still on the attack. Marco Sorensen now pressing Julian Andlauer into turn 1. Andlauer deep into the corner. The Aston Martin slightly more speed down the hill to turn 2, literally pushing the Porsche down to turn 3. The Aston Martin in front. By the time they get to turn 3, very deep into the corner, runs off the track, all 4 wheels off the track. That'll be a track limits warning. And Andlauer on the outside stays there, but the Aston Martin's coming through. You cannot resist. It's like pouring mercury between your fingers. Don't do that at home, children.
Please don't. There are ways of getting through an endurance race, but that's not one of them. As Julian Andlauer is right behind the Aston Martin then of Sorensen now, after a terrific overtake once more from Sorensen. But the Porsche's now going to swallow the Aston Martin back up again. That had elements of almost the place being gifted back to the Porsche. So good it was on the brakes. I can tell you that the summons, at least for Toyota, car number 8, tells me that it relates to Article 14.5 of the full course yellow procedure, but there will be an additional document posted eventually, if I remember to look for it, which will reveal all. Still, the number 8 car is sitting there. This is how long 3 minutes takes.
Right, so let's refresh our memory. When Sebastian Buemi came in, there'd been the contact with the rear of his car, left rear punctured. He came back probably as fast as he possibly dared. Luckily, it was already a full course yellow, so everyone on the track was running equally slowly. The car comes to a standstill. The left rear wheel is removed. Well, the wheel, and then basically we see the rim. Replacement is brought out. Now, I couldn't see what the problem was there. We don't see anything else happening in terms of bodywork being fixed or whatever, but we will find out once we understand what Article 14.5, off the top of my head, it's just momentarily slipped away.
Funny that.
I can only remember to 14.4. It always gets me.
I know. I often have the same problem. I am pulling up the sporting regulations just to see whether they make that obvious, but it may take a bit of time to read the relevant bit.
I want to throw something into the mix right here, Johnny. In the first part of the race, we had Will Stevens herring, he got 9 seconds clear. Since the restart after safety car, we had that great move from Paul di Resta to get second place in his Peugeot. He's only he's just under a second down now. So, clearly the Peugeot is finding pace. They were very good at attacking at the start of the race, and again at attacking on the restart. Both the drivers, Paul di Resta and Loic Duval. Loic's down in 7th overall since the Sorensen Aston Martin's come through, but up front, this is suddenly looking very good indeed. And remember, Peugeot's the team that finished 3rd and 4th, the best results of the season, last time out at COTA, so it's definitely coming to them. Definitely coming their way.
An emergency pit stop. The competitor will be allowed to refuel for 8 seconds plus the additional docking time, because it does take a bit of time to actually get the nozzle on, depending on which car we're talking about. So you're allowed 8 seconds of fuel and or to replace damaged tyre and to repair the associated damage or bodywork. On this case, the competitor must again enter the pit lane as soon as the pit entry opens. Well, it technically wasn't open under a full course yellow. Once the full course yellow procedures are announced, only one emergency pit stop will be allowed per competitor per FCY. It only made one stop, so that's not the issue. We're just going to have to wait for the document to be published, as now we can enjoy some cracking action between Ferrari and Alpine, and the 50 Ferrari that sits in 8th position, fighting hard with that Alpine in behind then, which is the number 35 car of number 36 car of Fred Makovici, and then in behind at very close quarters is the 6 Porsche and then the 35 Alpine. So 4 cars very closely bunched, 8th, 9th, 10th and 11th places.
I'll tell you what though, just looking at Nielsen's defence going down into turn 3, I would suggest that was a very, very strong change of direction. In fact, to the extent the car looks like it was going to get a little bit loose going into the next corner. Somehow he collected it up, but that was
I know it's not easy, but you are doing a mega job. You don't have tyres and you have the same pace as the others around us. Good job.
How to big up your driver, and certainly Lawrence Van Toor will enjoy that message, but he's under a lot of... He's fighting for 10th place. Lawrence would expect to be fighting a bit further up, but he's got Ferdy Habsburg all over his tail, and he's in a sandwich between the Alpine drivers. Fred Mako just in front, and now diving into the pits.
Yes.
Which of the Alpines? It's number 35. Just double checking there isn't a drive-through penalty. 5 seconds stop and go just been issued moments ago to them. Gosh, they're coming thick and fast today, aren't they? And that's stop and go for incident at turn 3. So that was 11:16, quite some while ago in this race. So in the steward's office, they're working through a backlog, aren't they?
Was that the incident with the Toyota when it caught the back of? Was that the 35? It was Habsburg, wasn't it? On the back of Buemi's car.
Correct.
So the two made contact. I did wonder whether Buemi had checked up, but he actually said, "Do you know what? I didn't read that situation at all." Well, on the team radio, he said, I reacted a bit too late, but it's been judged that Habsburg ran in the back of the Toyota, and that seems fair to me.
Yeah, he was jinking to the left and just didn't go quite far enough to the left, and just tipped the rear corner of the number 8 Toyota.
The other concern now, and I don't remember seeing this, you may well have done, is that the 51 Ferrari is potentially in an investigation, or is an investigation, in its involvement with the collision with the 61 Martin Berry Mercedes AMG. Turn 13.
So you're coming up the hill, you've gone through turn 10 and 11, you've gone right, you've turned left, 12 you're turning right again, and right again at 13. Yeah, I did not see that.
So if that's Martin Berry's difficulty, issue, fault, then it's not going to affect the third place car. However, if it's judged to be Giovinazzi's problem, then that could really affect the positioning of the championship leading Ferrari, which is currently third, but we won't know until that investigation is complete. And there could be some big news to follow, not only in terms of this race and the third-place car, but in terms of the championship leader with this race and only one more to go. It's pretty sweet at the moment regarding the trio in that Ferrari, who are outpacing all of their major rivals in the Drivers' Championship. Anthony McIntosh's team radio
will start falling back more and more. Be patient.
Good job with the Mustang and the Corvette. The Corvette will start falling back relatively shortly. So again, they're monitoring or keeping McIntosh up to speed with those nearest rivals. He's in the number 10 Aston Martin. The Corvette's further up the road. But on my latest bit of arithmetic regarding the combined championship points for each of the individual cars and the Manufacturers' Championship, Ferrari are easily doing enough with their, well, now I was going to say second place, but Paul Di Resta had briefly disappeared from our timing screen. He's back again. There's a bit of glitchiness in the timing systems, it seems, floating around this afternoon. But third place and eighth place, which is where the Ferraris run at the moment, is more than enough to keep them well ahead of Porsche and Cadillac in the championship. And remember, they need a gap of 30... Well, it's not 38 and 39 points, is it? Because you can also score 27 points with a second-place car as well.
I tell you what, it's not all upward progress, the 009 Aston Martin, because Loic Duval has shown the straight-line speed of the Peugeot is phenomenal. Down the start for the straight, got into the toe, got alongside, and moved back into sixth place. So Marcus Sorensen's going to have to work all over again. Question, the rate at which Sorensen was gaining ground, picking off places from 18th, a couple of other cars had their problems. I'm beginning to wonder how his tyres are. Let's find out.
The leader is 10 seconds in front, 10 seconds in front. You're doing well, you're doing very well. We still got the 20 laps to go, 20 laps.
It's good when your engineer's not sure if it's 12 or 20. Just saying, because particularly if Marco feels those tyres are starting to go away a bit. 12, I could do 20. You're kidding.
At least that was corrected relatively quickly. So yes, 66 points still on offer at Bahrain when we head there in just over a month's time. But on the current trajectory, Ferrari would have a 71-point lead over Porsche. So have enough points in the bag to seal the manufacturers today. But obviously, if that decision goes the wrong way for the 51 Ferrari in its part with a potential incident with the 61 Mercedes GT car, that will change again. Will Stevens leads by only half a second over Paul Di Resta. And Paul Di Resta is doing something he wasn't able to do in the opening phase prior to the virtual safety car, which is match the speed of the Cadillac. They are such different cars, these. LMDH versus LMH. Big Cadillac versus sprightly Peugeot. But that's the beauty, again, of the balance of performance, which received a tweak after Le Mans. And it seems to have done a treat regarding balancing these two cars.
It does, but the straight line speed of that, actually, when you look at the shapes of the cars, you go, the Cadillac's got to be far better through the air. The Peugeot looks like a big bluff thing in comparison to the low, sleek Cadillac. But down the start finish straight, the Peugeot, in the hands of both Paul Di Resta and Loic Duval, who are now second and sixth respectively, is very, very impressive indeed. Right, looking ahead, Paul Di Resta just gone past one of the McLarens in the GT3 class, so he lost a little bit of ground to the race leader. He's more than a second off the tail of Will Stevens, but now they've got clear track, and once they go through the final couple of corners coming up the hill, listen, Di Resta.
Don't slide it. The car is really, really good.
So positive feedback from the Scotsman in the second place Peugeot. He's in a happy position, 1 second or so behind the race leader. It's 12:30. This is RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels. Time for another hourly update.
The FIA World Endurance Championship.
The hourly update.
An excellent scrap at the head of the order after 90 minutes of the 6 hours of Fuji for 2025. Round 7 of the FIA World Endurance Championship, live from the Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre. Will Stevens for Cadillac Hertz Team Jota in his number 12 V-Series R, leading by 1 second there or thereabouts over Paul Di Resta's really hard-charging Peugeot 9X8. One of the best races that Peugeot have had to this point for car number 93. They've certainly flirted with race wins in the past, and Paul Di Resta, though, just his most recent feedback to his engineer saying that the car is very much in a sweet spot. Antonio Giovinazzi not really able to be with those two leading cars. He's 3.7 seconds further back, but there's a more of a conservative approach perhaps from the trio that will be in the number 51 Ferrari this weekend. They're trying to get drivers' championship points, clearly outscore their nearest rivals, and they are doing that so far, bearing in mind it's been a difficult race to this point for the trio in the number 83 499P. So 51 car massively outperforming their fellow Ferrari drivers. Sebastian Bourdais in the number 38 Cadillac was second for a good portion of his opening stint, but has now fallen back to fourth place after a double overtake on the same lap by Di Resta and Giovinazzi. Julian Andlauer is fifth in Porsche number 5, the 963 from Porsche Penske Motorsport. Sixth position for the 94 Peugeot of Loic Duval. Then in seventh place, a recovery drive from the 009 Aston Martin Valkyrie of Marco Sorensen, after Marco was in the top three, but then misjudged or was a bit too fast either going in or coming out of a full course yellow in the early stages, had to take a drive-through penalty. That put him way down, but the recovery drive since then has been awesome to watch, and the 009 Aston Martin's back up to seventh place, ahead of Nick Nielsen in the second of the factory Ferraris. Car 50 is eighth. Fred Makovici in the 36 Alpine is in ninth position, and in 10th place it's the Laurens Vanthoor and soon to be Kevin Estre, number 6 Porsche, with just 2 drivers allocated to that particular car this weekend. LMGT3 has a United Autosports McLaren leading the way. That's James Cottingham, who on 2 separate occasions has had to build a lead. It's up to now 17 seconds, mind you, over his nearest rival. So McLaren 59 convincingly leading. Ahmed Al-Hati's BMW M4 from Team WRT, number 46, second. Third position for Proton Competition's Ford Mustang, the Stefano Gattuso driven 88. Ian James for Aston Martin is in fourth place, number 27. Then fifth for TF Sports, Ben Keating in his Corvette. Sixth place, Ryan Hardwick's Porsche for Manthey First Form, number 92. Anthony McIntosh from the pole position, seventh, but still in the fight, you could argue. Car number 10, the Aston Martin. Iron Dame Celia Martin's Porsche, number 85, the pink and white car, is 8th. Tom Van Rompuy's 81 Corvette for TF Sport is another car coming back from a recent drive-through penalty. And Razvan Umberescu's Lexus, the Acodis ASP team, number 87, is in 10th place.
The track temperature on Radio Le Mans with Mobil 1.
And the current Mobil 1 track temperature is 30 degrees Celsius. Very little change, actually, in that statistic compared to the previous hour. Air temp a bit behind that at 23 degrees Celsius. But generally, the tyre engineers will be happy with the current Mobil 1 track temperature.
For long-term engine protection, Porsche Penske Motorsport trusts Mobil 1 engine oil.
Action aplenty at Fuji Speedway as the various pit stop cycles are being thought through, but the full course, the virtual safety car, I should say, followed by the safety car, has helped all of these cars to be fueled and be okay for the next probably 20 minutes or so. There's a flurry of, again, potential announcements here. Is the 51 involved in any of these? No, not yet. That's still under investigation.
Yeah, number 6 is involved in 2 of the investigations. That is the Porsche Laurens Vanthoor. He's been battling since the start of the race. He's down in 10th place overall, under investigation for a pit stop infringement. And an earlier incident with René Rast's BMW. That's under investigation. That was at turn 16, final corner of the lap. So possibly the sword of Damocles hanging over Laurens Vanthoor. I mean, it hasn't been a dream meeting for Porsche Penske Motorsport, but Julian Andler has had a really good run. Remember, he got up to 4th place at the start of the race. He's running in 5th, but being kept busy too Julian Andauer, but for Lawrence Van Toor, slightly worrying moments for him in the number 6. Right, let's have a little look at what's happening in the world of Toyota on their home ground. Unfortunately, the delay, the 3-minute stop and go for Sebastian Buemi has put him 2 laps off the pace. And he's down 18th and last position. Can't see him recovering really any of that at all in the remainder of the race.
4 cars ahead of you.
Okay, I was about to talk about the number 7 Toyota, and that was the message to its driver. That's Nick de Vries, the only driver to change at that first round of pit stops. Took over from Mike Conway, who's still on his recovery from injury, but on the same pace as the 4 cars ahead of you. And again, it shows how close it is. That's in 10th place overall. That means the equal with pace with Fred McAvee's Alpine, Nicholas Nielsen Ferrari, Marco Sorensen's pace in the Aston Martin, and Loic Duval in the second of the Peugeots. But what I have noticed in the past few laps is the fact that the really scintillating pace we saw from the 009 Aston Martin as it recovered from 18th up to 7th overall, actually fleetingly got into 6th, starting to fall away a little bit. Maybe it was traffic, because that does come and go. In fact, looking at that probably was the case, but certainly he used those tyres very hard indeed. We heard the message about, 2 laps ago to Marco Sorensen saying he got 20 laps left on these tyres until the pit stop, so that's come down a little bit. Up front, though, for a long time we had Paul Di Resta getting closer and closer to within a second of Will Stevens. Well, I tell you what, having got that close, maybe traffic, maybe otherwise, but he's now fallen back to 2.5 seconds back, but still the racing comes on. I honestly don't know how the TV director chooses where to place their cameras, because there are such brilliant scraps. And it's Nick de Vries. We just had a message to him saying that you've got the pace of the cars ahead, and he's certainly starting to get in on the action as he's carrying Toyota's hopes here on home ground, because the sister car of Sebastian Buemi, not only a damage to the car that needed to be fixed, not only a puncture that needed to be replaced, a punctured tyre, but since then that 3-minute stop and go, that's dropped about the pace. But for Toyota at the moment, number 7, their car is in 10th place overall, working very hard. Next target, Fred Macco in his Alpine. GT3, James Cottingham leading by, give him another few tenths of a second. He'll be 20 seconds clear in his United Autosports McLaren ahead of Team WRT's Ahmed Al-Hati in his BMW. That had got ahead of Stefano Gattuso's Mustang, which is running 3rd in class, and is about 4 seconds up the road from that. But in fact, that's come down a little bit, actually. It's just under 2 seconds now. In Heart of Racing Team, the better place to the Aston Martins in GT3. In 4th place overall. Ben Keating moving up and down the order. The car that's gone a little bit backwards, though, down to 10th overall, is Anthony McIntosh. 9th overall, Racing Spirit of Le Mans Aston Martin. Last few laps haven't been quite so sweet for him, but we heard from him on the grid. He was certainly looking forward to his run here at Fuji, but Aston Martins were very good early on, but it was the United Autosports McLarens that got up front, pulled clear. Since then, of course, the order has changed, but Anthony McIntosh for now going just a little bit backwards, but he's very close to the tail of Tom Van Rompuy. Tom was punished, though, with a drive-through penalty, so he's fighting back, and that's he's got a bit more pace. So in the second of those TF Sport Corvettes, he is gaining ground. Haven't really talked too much in this race about the pace of the Proton competition. Porsche, it started at the back of the class in 18th. It's in 12th overall. Nico Pino at the wheel. Running sort of quietly to the beat of its own drum in so many ways, but bearing in mind that the Works Porsches, the Porsche Penske Motorsport cars, their entries, their 963s are 5th. That's in the hands of Julian Andauer. And in 11th, Lawrence Van Toor. Still looking to see if there's any further punishment coming for number 6. Still not. Still those 2 moments. Incident with René Rast and pit stop possible infringement.
Formation to the pit lane. Information to the pit lane. Car 92. 9-2, 10 seconds added to the next pit stop for incident at T1. Car 92, 10 seconds added to the next pit stop for incident at T1.
And that was the collision with a Ferrari coming out of the first corner. Was it the 54 car? Another 21's been in strife at certain points. I do remember, though, the incident coming out of turn 1, the number 92 Porsche was at relatively close quarters, and I suggested at the time, had it been helped into that spin? Well, turns out it is, and 10 seconds is going to derail a little bit this route of the championship leading car. They've not had it all their own way, scoring only 8 points as things stand, but they did come here with a 19-point advantage. So again, extending things, but not beyond the 39 that will be available in Bahrain.
Hardwick behind does have a 10-second penalty. Just trying to keep it behind.
Well, that was the message to Ben Keating. The gap between his car, his yellow Corvette, and the aquamarine and black Manthey First Form Porsche. It looks as though it's only about a second on the start-finish straight. But it's simpler for a driver. Let's not do the maths. Just keep him behind you. He's got a 10-second penalty, but just keep things simple. Don't let him get ahead. So that is Ben Keating's job for the remainder of this opening stint. What have we done in this race? We've done 1 hour and 42 minutes, getting very close to the point at which the bronze class drivers can stand down and eat sushi in the back of the garage, or just take a rest, or walk around various points of the circuit. You can look down on the track and get some very good observation points, and it's just a rather special place, Fuji Speedway.
Even more messages now coming through. So confirmation of the 92 10-second penalty, but a clash between Anthony McIntosh and Ahmed El-Hati is now being looked at. I'm still trying to just work my way through messages from earlier on to establish whether that was the 54 or the 21 Ferrari, but I'm pretty confident that it was Thomas Floor.
For your info, you're doing pretty good in terms of degradation, quite better than the car in front.
Loic Duval's engineer. I am totally wrong, by the way. Francois Heriot it was in the 21 Ferrari that was tipped into a spin by Ryan Hardwick, and that was at 11:40, so 40 minutes into today's race, and eventually we've now had the decision, which is 10 seconds to be added to the next pit stop. It could have been worse, I suppose. A full drive through, maybe even a stop-and-go penalty, but it is just extra time, which they might be able to soak up, particularly if there is another safety car period after the next phase of stops. In a minute's time, which will be 12:45 local, that will be the drive time done by all of the bronze drivers in their GT cars, and without exception, every GT car has started with a bronze driver on board, so they'll all be getting their drive time done. The silvers also have to do an hour and 45 though, remember, so that's a significant chunk as well before either a gold or a platinum will take the cars to the finish.
Michelle starting dead last.
Michelle Gatting.
Pretty tough qualifying for Celia. She's doing super well. She's now up to 7th, making the biggest progression. How is it going for you?
Yeah, like you said, it was a pretty disappointing quali, but we knew that we could come back in the race, climbing up the order like we're doing now. We are pretty good on tire deck. Celia is doing a very good job. So let's see how far we can get up in the order. We hope that we can do well towards the end, but we have a lot of fast cars behind as well.
Okay, good luck. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I think the point that we heard from Michelle Gatting there was that they started 17th out of the 18 cars with the Proton Competition 4 that had that problem, but risen up to 7th in class. It's been a long time that Celia's been sitting in behind the similar Porsche, the aquamarine one from the GT3 Championship leader, Ryan Hardwick, but just hasn't found a space. By a couple of moments, points in this race, she's got close to managing a move, and then the hypercars come through and she's had to pull out of the way, or certainly not go for a gap that they were likely to occupy.
Long way back for an overtake from a Toyota. That it did eventually work. That was the 7 of Nick de Vries, shaping up Fred Makovici for an overtake into the first corner. And thankfully Fred saw the move coming from quite some distance away. Otherwise that could have easily been more contact into the first corner. So that a change for 9th place, as the Dutchman's relatively new to that number 7 Toyota. Was that you remember you told me about one driver change after the most recent
that was
pit
the only one I
stops?
spotted.
That was it, yeah, okay. So, say recently, I mean, it was during the virtual safety car phase that happened. We're not too far away from thinking about more driver changes, more energy stops as well, for mainly the hypercars that are on a higher energy burn than, generally speaking, the GTs, just shy of the hour marker. for a period of time when LMGT3 first became the new GT type of racing last year, the Grand Tourers could only make about 45 minutes, which was comparable to the hypercars, but they can now more recently be able to do the 60 minutes or close to it at least, which is what we've become used to from GT racing over the years, 60 to 65 minutes. It's a little bit track dependent, I suppose, as well. This plays full throttle on one half of it, and then there is the chance to lift and coast in the other with the up and downhill nature and those slow to medium speed corners as well. So just taking your foot slightly off the throttle before the brake application saves a bit of fuel here and there. Now, here is a stop for the number 92, and well, this isn't the stop and go penalty because it wasn't that. It was 10 seconds added to the next pit stop. So this is a standard pit stop, I have to assume, for car number 92. But they won't touch the car for the first 10 seconds. As we will be able to catch up with Davide Rigon down at Vista AF Corsa.
Davide Rigon and the 54A, of course, Ferrari has won this race 3 times. Although the race seems to be very different than it's been in years past. You were just giving some advice to Francesco Castellacci. What were you telling him besides bring the car back clean?
Yes, no, honestly, Thomas is doing a great job. We got a drive-through, but thanks to the virtual safety car, we catch back. We are 43 seconds from the lead. I just tell to Francesco to give the best. Looks like the car is fine. We are not the best on pace, but we are decent. So just now try to give the best. We know error. Let's see in the end if some other safety car group us back and they do the last part, and we will give everything. Let's see.
Good luck.
Thank you so much.
Davide Rigon at Vista AF Corsa, as now the standard stop begins for Porsche number 92, but because of the 10 seconds, they have, even before they've rejoined, have fallen out of the top 10 positions now.
Yeah, it was a really difficult opening stint for them because, you know, they started, where were they? I think they were fifth in class, but they lost a little bit of ground, but then that penalty, 10 seconds, you know, that's going to cost them, I don't know, 3 or 4 positions, so it's going to be a bit harder for the crew to come in. But anyhow, Ryan Hardwick gets out of the car, just looking to see who's taken that one over. Ricardo Pera is the second driver in that cycle going through for the Manthey First Form team.
Also pit stops for Razvan Umbrescu, reaching the end of his drive time. So this really backs up what I was saying about the 1 hour and 45 minutes being completed, and our team's now electing actually to just cut short the fuel run a little bit in favour of sticking to the drive time. Other teams, like the Iron Dames, they tend to just run to the end of the fuel window regardless of whether Sealy has done the hour and 45, just get the car out of fuel so that they don't upset the general pattern to the checkered flag. And this is what's fascinating about sports car racing, different approaches, because certain teams think that one version will work better than the other.
Yeah, exactly. So many ways you can work through the problems. Let's take a look at the moment as we're getting the first of these pit stops coming through. The gap at the top of the field. So it came down to 9/10 of a second. Paul Di Resta giving chase in the number 93 Peugeot on the number 12 Cadillac of Will Stevens. It's gone out to 3 seconds, bobbing up and down, just a little above, just a little below. That's traffic. It's not a case of one car speeding up or another one slowing down. And then the gap is 3.5 seconds further back to Antonio Giovinazzi's Ferrari. But the screen we're having to look at the moment is the incident element, and just as I look at it at the moment, suddenly number 5, Julian Andlauer's Porsche, running very nicely in 5th place, under investigation for, along with Harry Tincknell's Aston Martin, number 007, for overtaking just not so long ago beyond track limits. We saw them go off the track, remember turn 3? They ran wide. The Aston Martin was making fairly good ground, but all 4 wheels over the white line, marking the edge of the circuit, over the red and white curbing as well, just to re-emphasise the points. And you can't get away with anything now, even if the mist fell down on the circuit, as it sometimes does here at Fuji Speedway. That would have been caught by the cameras. So you're always being watched. But you know, these punishments, they're not issued, not yet, but they're coming.
I had spotted that Andrew Gilbert had come into pit lane and was puzzled by a 39-second pit stop, but that was because that was a stop-and-go penalty that he needed to serve. And he went back out again but only to return to the pit lane the very next lap because they want to get Andrew out of that car. And of course, you're not allowed to do a driver change whilst you're serving a stop-go penalty. So it's a visit to the pit lane on 2 sequential laps there for the number 60 Iron Lynx AMG.
Right, let's just pick up on another element coming out of race control. Do you remember on the start-finish straight, very, very close between Sebastian Buemi in the number 8 Toyota and Ferdy Habsburg in the 35 Alpine, with the Alpine getting close to the ball. No further action on that one.
All right.
Have to be quick. The messages start falling off the bottom of your screen as fast as you can identify them.
I know. Thankfully, there are other areas where I can pick up on some of the race control messages. Julian Andlauer, Team Radio.
Yeah, copy.
Track limits. He's already been warned before to start watching out. Just a little bit more caution because you ran wide one more time and you're probably going to start getting punishments coming your way. But he's having a really good race, Julian Andlauer, but very attacking at the start. He started in 7th place, got up to 5th, got up to 4th. He's running in, where is he now? In 5th position. His target is Sebastian Bourdais. Gap between them, just 1.1 seconds. So, yeah, that is a target. Keep on pressing on. The sister car, number 6. Things aren't so sweet for them. Kevin Estre, 2 visits to the pits. He's just come out of the pits now. And that is down in 17th place, ahead only of Brendan Hartley's Toyota that was started by Sebastian Buemi, but, of course, had that 3 minutes at a standstill in the pits.
So, incidents that are still being looked at include a clash between the number 5 Porsche and the 007 Aston Martin of Julian Andlauer and Harry Tinknell, respectively. That was the Beyond Track Limits one. The 21 and 36 and the 009 cars, so 21 Ferrari GT car, the 36 Alpine hypercar and the 009 Aston Martin, which is being checked at turn 11. And track limits as well. When you go beyond your 5th warning, it does jump up to very damaging penalties, as Andrew Gilbert has just found out. He got a 6th track limit warning, and that was a 30-second stop-and-go penalty. We also still don't know what's going on with the 51 Ferrari, which runs in 3rd position, but that is still by the stewarding team being looked at, an incident between 51 Ferrari hypercar and the number 61 AMG of, at the time, Martin Berry. Has that car now had a driver change, car number 61, or are we still waiting for Martin Berry to reach the end of his stint?
He's still on board.
Okay, whereas the 60 car finally now has been handed over to Lorcan Hannafin from Andrew Gilbert, who needed 2 attempts at that driver change because the first visit to the pit lane was, quite rightly, serving a penalty. Timur Boguslavski's just taken over the 31 BMW from Yasser Shaheen. And Boguslavski's, did he just come back into the pits for... No, that was the driver change. There was no penalty that needed to be served for car 31.
Lawrence Vantor had a very good vantage point during the entirety of that opening stint. Lawrence, you were picking off cars out there. Started further back than you wanted, but moved more up. Do you think Kevin has a car underneath him to get up into the front of this fight?
Difficult to say. I hope so. Was frustrating though, because I was happy to make my way up to, I don't know, P7 or something, but then some Mr. Russ in the BMW decided to, kind of on purpose of my feeling, touch me in the back on the straight and broke the tail, and then we had to change the tail in the pit stop because it was broken. So we dropped back again half of what I made up, and yeah, we're a bit eyeing to be quick at the end of the race tire-wise, so I had to fight a bit and swallow the pill now in this stint, but hopefully it pays off at the end of the race to be quick. But car is good, but it's still, yeah, it's not easy to fight from the back to go to the front and then stay out of trouble. There was a lot going on, but I did my best.
Bit of a break before you have to get back in?
Yeah, 2 hours, Kevin, and then I'm back in. So.
Good luck.
Thanks.
Yeah, the work level, the shift length, rather more substantial in 4 of the cars entered this weekend. Those 2 Porsches, 5 and 6 from Porsche Penske Motorsport, and the 2 Aston Martins. Otherwise, though, everyone in the entry this weekend have the full complement of drivers, spreading the load somewhat more. There are no restrictions, actually, regarding drive time for the golds and the platinums in hypercar. You do have to do, in a 6-hour race, it's certainly 40 minutes, might be slightly more than that actually, in order to get championship points. But if a driver in your duo or trio doesn't sit in the car for a certain amount of time, you're not going to be compromised in the result unless you run in GT and your bronze doesn't do the hour and 45 minutes and the silver doesn't do an hour and 45 minutes. But that is it in terms of driver time limitation, as Roger Penske looks on from within the garage, still travelling to an awful lot of races for the FIA World Endurance Championship, showing you the commitment levels of the Penske team running the factory outfit on behalf of Porsche. There were one or two murmurs in the camp that Porsche might be about to make a big decision regarding their future in the World Endurance Championship, but they're sticking with it for the time being. Eager to get good results. It was a cracking year last year, of course, for the team, and it's very difficult to maintain results through the course of the year as well. With if there is a dominant manufacturer in the first 3 to 4 races, there's always going to be a look at the balance of performance, I suppose, and it's then how you react to those changes. But actually the change seems to have favoured, on the whole, the LMDH cars, and the Porsche number 5, Porsche number 6 are both of that ilk, but the 5 car is massively outperforming the 6, which is the better placed in the Drivers' Championship, with Julian Andlauer in car 5 now right on the tail of Sebastian Bourdais for 3rd and 4th, but that's only because the Ferrari number 51 has just pitted from 3rd place.
And likewise, the 009 Aston Martin remember, it got up to 7th place, got up to 6th fleetingly, but that has come into the pits as well. Marco Sorensen should be hopping out. Giovinazzi has definitely got out of the number 51 Ferrari. So starting to see the changes at the top, and definitely in the GT3 class, we're starting to see some new names. Sebastian Bowe taking the class lead from James's teammate James Costigan, came in from the lead of the class, and Sebastian's taken over. Likewise, Valentino Rossi has hopped on board number 46, Team WRT of BMW. The Iron Dames cars handed over from Celia Martin to Rahel Frey. So we're starting to rattle through the driver changes as predicted. As Johnny pointed out, the bronze class drivers who started all of the GT3 runners, they can do an hour and 45 minimum, and they've passed that point in the race. In fact, we're almost, give us another minute, and we'd have done 2 of the 6 hours of the Fuji 6 hours. Julian Andlauer into the pit, very nearly being pushed into the pits by one of the Peugeots, and that's the number 94 Peugeot that has been driven very nicely indeed by Loic Duval. So coming in, we're going to have some more driver changes at the top end of the field.
1 o'clock in the afternoon, as we can now catch up with the outgoing driver from car 51, Antonio Giovinazzi.
I am with Antonio Giovinazzi, driver of the 51 Ferrari. 2 things. I saw you checking the tire there. What happened? There's a bit of orange.
Yes, I think the GT3 traffic is quite difficult to manage, especially because it's a lot dirty on the track, so you cannot really go outside, so you need to be really close by side to the GT3. So some contact there, but really happy from P6 to P3. I think our pace in the race is a little bit better. We're missing speed on the straight, but I think we take it a long race ahead, but we are in a good position.
Your pace is more than okay. On the last few laps, you're actually the fastest car on track.
I think we are better in terms of degradation, and this is why in the end we were the fastest. So I think we have a good opportunity. Let's keep working and keep doing like this.
Well done. Thank you very much.
Massive crash for Raffaele Marciello, who is moving around in the cockpit, so the early signs for the driver are good. How on earth did he end up there? It's been a side-to-side clash. No, it was a lose in behind the 99 Proton Competition Porsche, and a big thump into the barrier on the outside of the circuit. Let's just listen to it from inside the 15 BMW. Into Armco barrier.
Double yellows at T8.
So T8 is, you've gone through the sweeper at turn 5, you turn left underneath the circuit restaurant.
Seconds.
It's a virtual safety car, by the way.
It's destroyed. Okay, sorry, mate. It's yellow, please be safe. Please be safe. We saw everything, so not your fault. Are you okay?
Okay, so
we are under virtual safety car. We are intervening in the area of T8. Drivers left, you will have a double waved yellow flag in that area.
Okay, Raffaele Marciello really being caught out by the speed of the Proton competition. Porsche just in front of him, the 99 car went up one side and they came together. But it was the point at which, in taking evasive action, suddenly Marciello had to spear off to the left and hit the barriers almost fully front on, just slightly on the front left corner, which was a bit of a blessing. But for Marciello, that was a big, big hit.
And I don't quite know if the Porsche number 99 was going slowly, why that was the case, because it wasn't an out lap for Nico Pino. In fact,
it's probably its in lap, actually.
It could well have been.
Has dived into the pits, and he's actually at the moment listed at the top of our charts. He hasn't come in.
Well, they've only come in the pits because of the virtual safety car. I'm not necessarily sure all of them were due for fuel. We weren't that far away from that kind of area where cars needed to come in. The damage to the car has all been around that front left corner, and actually all the other three corners are still pristine on the number 15 BMW, but it's concerning that Raffaele's not out of the car.
We have everything on tape. We have everything. Sorry for that, mate, but this is not racing. This is a shame.
This is not racing, the statement for Raffaele Marciello's engineer. So there is from a BMW point of view, they are not happy with the behaviour of the Nico Pino driven Porsche. It's tough to say from that particular angle, but the BMW wanting maybe to go down the inside. Yeah, there was definitely a lack of speed from the 99 Porsche, and the BMW number 15 expecting Nico to go through those corners far faster than it did. Now, what we don't know is whether Nico had a problem or whether he was trying to battle with the BMW, and that found him to an awkward part of the circuit. But in reacting to that, Raffaele Marciello tried to leap on the brakes. He tried to get certainly off the throttle initially, but then lost the car in behind the 99. It's a most peculiar incident, that, and it ended up going off the track at very high speed. There's no gravel trap there. It's just slightly higher friction asphalt, but did nothing in slowing down the car. And then you're going into bare metal, which does give a little bit, not like hitting a concrete wall, but still, it wasn't a glancing blow that maybe sometimes you see at the Nürburgring. That was virtually a head-on impact.
That is a really, really unusual place to go.
Okay, understood.
Okay, Marciello is now climbing out of the car, so that is good news under his own power. Obviously, he'll be knocked around by that, but the Swiss driver being escorted away, but unbelievable, extraordinary. If you have contact there, which is rare, the contact normally comes 2 corners later at turn 10. He was going for a gap, and the gap suddenly wasn't there, and evasive action was clearly too hard to manage. And so big blow for BMW, then big blow for Raffaele Marciello. Hopefully he's fully fine, but the car definitely not, and definitely out of the race. Hard to take, I think, that one.
It certainly is. And BMW, even before that, had been struggling for speed to get them into the top 6. So, again, this is as a result of the update on the aero as well for both BMWs, which they tested immediately after the FIA WEC round at COTA. There was some mid-week testing in the few days after that, and they've come here with this new package. But certainly from the speed of the 2 BMWs before the big crash for Raffaele Marciello, it looks like it's going to take a bit of time for those, the aero, for them to fully grasp those and get the best out of them, but not the way that you want to see a car retiring from a remote motor race with a big crash down at turn 8. And clearly Raffaele or Lello in some form of discomfort initially. I also wonder whether the warning light was being displayed on the outside of the car to say it was still charged with hybrid, and that was part of the reason why the marshals couldn't then head to his recovery, because they're not allowed to touch that car until it has been made safe. But in the end, he was able to jump out of the car under his own steam, and rather gingerly will be heading to a rescue unit to no doubt head to the on-site medical centre just for some checks. The claw marks in the Peugeot headlights, which are a part of its design, of course, now flashing amber.
Be very careful with front left tire at the beginning, T4. Try to not stress it in the first 15 to 20 laps.
Jean-Eric Vergne's engineer, letting him know precisely what needs to do during the full course, during the virtual safety car, but then when we get to the restart as well.
What this has done is the car that possibly caused that incident, certainly was part of the tussle with Raffaele Marciello, has come in, served its pit stop, and Nico Veroni has taken over from Nico Pino, and he is now leading the race. He's sitting in front of Jean-Eric Vergne. We just heard Jean being talked to in his Peugeot. They're first and second. Toyota's up to third. Nick De Vries. So the pack has definitely been given a little shake around. You certainly feel for the Cadillac team. Their cars, Jenson Button and Norman Nato, down into 4th and 5th positions overall, but most importantly, the car that was leading the race, the number 12, that's been in front from the very outset, started by Will Stevens, is down in 5th place. How things can change around, and still the pit's empty.
More and more cars flooding out of pit lane then, as this is a sensible time to be doing a fuel stop for the hybrid cars. It's also a good opportunity for those bronze racers who have taken over GT cars to maybe top up the fuel. Others that haven't done their driver change can now do so in a sense, a free pit stop, because everything's going to be reset again at the end of this. 2 laps of virtual safety car circulating this 4.5 kilometre circuit at 80 kilometres per hour, and then we'll be into the safety car phase, which may be a reasonably lengthy one. The BMW is still to be recovered, and potentially the barrier that needs to be repaired as well. Paul Di Resta's just got out of the number 93 Peugeot.
What an opening stint that was from Paul Di Resta, taking the car from 4th up to 2nd, battling for the lead the whole time. Paul, Peugeot got the first podium the last time out. Do you think maybe a win is on the cards today?
It'd be very difficult. We're obviously in the mix. Cadillac were very strong. Ferrari looked very strong over the distance. The way the pit sequence has worked, I think it's favoured us again. We've managed to jump the cars who were racing there. Of course, the Proton Porsche is slightly in front. I don't know how. But we're in the mix, and I think that's the main thing. We've been strong all weekend, and I think, you still have this long to go. The car's feeling good. It's reacted very well to everything we've done overnight. So I think we're in a reasonable position, but you never know what the competition's got available still at the end, but we'll keep fighting.
There's a lot of fans here cheering for Peugeot and around the world. I mean, it's such a cool thing. You've got your own Hot Wheels car now, even. The fan support, how has that egged everyone on within the program?
Yeah, it's obviously a market for Peugeot. Our CEO's here this weekend, so it obviously helps when you have the support like that. But I think coming to Japan is anyway very special. Reminds me a bit like going to the UK to race. The level of passion is quite unique. They follow obviously their own championships, but to come and do a World Endurance Championship always keeps growing. So it's key that we come to places like this for the markets. This is what keeps it interesting, keeps us all doing the job we love.
Good luck the rest of the way.
Thank you.
Paul Di Resta, slightly puzzled as to why the Porsche 963 number 99 is leading, and that still remains to be seen whether that is a legitimate place, although Nico Verone's now taken that car over from Nico Pino. They've done their second stop to even things up, and does appear to be a legitimate spot, as Raffaele Marciello still just trying to process precisely what happened in that whole incident. It's very easy to normalise going through turn 8 at the speed that you do, not really thinking it's anything until you fall off the racetrack and hit the barrier hard, and then it brings everything into sharp focus.
The situation we were in was the fact that the number 99 Proton competition car stayed out a lap or two longer than some of its rivals, and I think it was the in-lap for Nico Veroni, and for Nico Pino. Nico Veroni's in the car now. Raffaele Marciello had only just taken over the number 15 BMW, and he was... It's just very hard to work out what happened. Keep being given replays, but not with quite the full story to be seen. But he just, basically, the number 99 Porsche appeared to move across the nose of Raffaele Marciello, and the nose was then damaged big time with the clatter into the barrier on the outside. Just remember, at turn 8, you've got the corner arcing away to the right, and his car snapped and went all the way across to the left, and it's over and out for him and his teammates. So big disappointment. BMW haven't been looking notably strong here, but suddenly we've ended up with the car leading under this period. wasn't quite stone last in class. It was about 12th before the pit stops, but by staying out later, it then served the pit stop. When I say it, I'm talking about the 99 Proton competition car, the one that's largely white with the green flashes on its flanks, and that served the pit stop. The drivers popped out in front, but I think once we go back to green flag racing again, the straight line speed of the Peugeot should have Jean-Eric Verne blasting into the lead, and Toyota, they're looking for a bit of form at home, and it's really been difficult meeting for them, but they've got third place Nick de Vries. I think he too will pass Nico Varoni in fairly short order, but the main story there is the removal of the number 15 BMW. Police report that Raffaele Marciello looks okay, deflated most certainly, but out of the race, slightly confused. It'd be a very interesting interview for him to explain his side of what happened. Also, to hear from Nico Pino, if that's possible. But they're both out of the cars, but the difference is Nico Pino's in the pit garage, and Raffaele Marciello is probably still waiting for a motorbike or something to take him back from where he's shunted that number 15 BMW on the exit of turn 8. Safety car still leads the field around.
And I'm guessing that they're going to look at that incident to see whether anybody was at fault. We've not had a message yet to suggest that is under investigation. There wasn't any contact, so it's not as if they're looking at a very obvious spark to that incident. Just the fact that the BMW got into one heck of a moment, squirming from left to right, and then was off the road. But they can look at the telemetry, I suppose, of Nico Pino's car as it was at the time, now in the hands of Nico Varone, to see if it noticeably slowed and therefore forced another car to take avoiding action. Anyway, that driver change has taken place. The 99 Porsche leads under the second safety car phase of this race. We've had all sorts of different interventions, the three main ones actually. So the full course yellow had two of those from memory to start off with. Yeah, the first one lasted 5 minutes, the second one 6 minutes, but then there was the safety car, well, virtual safety car followed by a safety car. That initial safety car phase was just over 10 minutes. A virtual safety car for 7 and a bit minutes, leading into another safety car period. And this the second SC of the race so far, totaling, when you combine the two, 15 minutes and counting. Remember, though, that if you didn't make use of the pit window being open during the full course yellow, you're now locked out of the pits for 3 laps, the first 3 laps of the safety car. But I think pretty much everybody that needed energy and potentially a driver change did choose to come in. So therefore there have been stops for the 36 Alpine, the number 6 Porsche, that's now driven by Kevin Estre. Jules Gounon's in the 36 car. Gianmarco Riverato drives the 88 Ford Mustang for Proton. Ricardo Pera in the 92 Porsche, the championship leading car. Phil Hansen came into the pits, and there was a driver change in the 83, handing that over to Ye Yifei. Update on the position of Porsche number 92. The 10-second penalty certainly didn't help it, but it's now made its way back up to 5th. Is that a correct position for the championship leading Porsche?
Yeah, appears to be.
All right, okay, well, that's a lot better than something like 12th or 13th place, where it was after the first cycle of those initial pit stops and the 10 seconds penalty. I suppose, again, that's the beauty of a safety car after you've served the penalty. That had been ticked off, a line through the 10 seconds, and now everyone is put onto an even keel for a restart. We'll also have to think about the pass around. Prepare for pass around, start of pass around are the latest messages on the screen, and that is to make sure that the GT battle is not too badly interfered with in respect of where the overall hypercar leader is.
Motor racing, as we know, is full of highs and lows and the bits in between, and just a shot into the pit garage. Been shown some replays of Raffaele Marciello having gone off Vincent Voss a weekend ago. He was enjoying championship title-winning performance. Kelvin van der Linde, Charles Weerts winning the GT World Challenge Sprint Series at Valencia, having fought back from a disaster in the first race when their car was speared off the track by somebody who lost it way behind them on the opening lap of the first of the 2 races. He comes here in high form. BMW team not quite performing where they want to be in the World Endurance Championship, but they were making progress through this race. And then the more I look at it, I'm fairly sure it was the in-lap for Nico Pino in the Proton competition Porsche. And I think Raffaele Marciello thought he had space to go down the inside, and it looks maybe possibly a tiny bit of edging to the right from Nico Pino. Not a noticeable one, but possibly maybe a tiny one. But for Raffaele, I think it has already started to commit to go down the inside. As the track started turning to the right, you're looking on that run down towards turn 10. You can't yet see it, but then at that point he had to take evasive action, and evasive action involved the barrier. Anyhow, no mention as yet on our screens anything to do with potential problems as a result of that, but the clear main problem there is the number 15 BMW over and out from this race. Disappointing for them.
But the message from the BMW side of the camp was pretty clear. That's not racing, mate, they said to Raffaele Marciello, so they're not happy with Nico Pino. But precisely why remains a bit of a mystery as to what happened there. But as I say, there are all sorts of telemetry being beamed back from the cars to not only the teams but also to race control for them to monitor. We're not that far away from being able to restart this race. There are still yellow flags being shown at turn 6, which is the left-hander, but now we go to Bruce Giuani.
We're here to speak about Fuji. Fuji is well known for being a track with low grip, which is not always easy to manage for the tires, because low grip means high degradation.
Yeah, correct. Here we have a circuit that is the surface doesn't allow to the tires to work very, very hard. So that's why we have a lot of sliding on the surface, which creates wear on the tires. So when we create wear, there's less rubber left on the tire, so there's degradation, so the lap times will be slower at the end of the stint.
So what was the strategy this year? Because I know it's different from last year. Also, the weather is a lot cooler. So what was the philosophy this time?
Yeah, correct. Last year, for the last 2 years in Fuji, we always choose to provide the medium and the hard. So this year we make the choice to have the soft and the medium. So it was a deliberate choice, because for the last 2 years, even the hard compound was not playing in the strategy for the teams, even with hard conditions. So that's why this year we decided to bring the soft, the white one, because at this time of the year it's a little bit later than last year. So we expect to have a cooler temperature. We see it today. And hopefully, maybe we will see the soft play the strategy for the teams tomorrow for the race.
We saw teams using the soft already at the front right, not on the front left. Why is that?
Yeah, there's a lot more energy on the left side. The left side suffers a lot here with the corners. So the soft will be struggling. They will be overheating too much. So definitely the medium on the left. After on the right side, maybe we can see some teams using the soft on the right side.
Well, that will be interesting to see. Thank you very much, and see you later.
Thank you, boys.
Latest information from the Michelin tyre manufacturer, who look after all of the rubber for the hypercars, choosing the medium and the soft compound slick for this weekend. They do also have a wet weather tyre waiting in the wings should we get some precipitation later in the piece. That still seems quite unlikely, but the rain most likely, if it does arrive right at the end of the race, so could offer a bit of a sting in the tail. This 6 hours of Fuji, a race that is now led unusually by Proton Competition's Porsche 963, but they have just been keeping suitably beneath the radar and are a legitimate race leader over Jean-Eric Verne's Peugeot number 93.
And it's rather fitting, we just had a message that of the 100 races of the WEC Proton Competition, and AF Course are the only two teams to have competed in every one of the 100 races. And here is the Proton Competition Porsche. Best result so far this year, 10th place, normally outside the top 10, leading the race. I mean, an unusual position. They were down the order, about 12th I think it was, but then that accident resulting from a near moment. In fact, the car's just going past the telltale tyre marks of where Raffaele Marciello went off in trying to go past it. He'd just taken over the number 15 BMW, and Nico Pino was about to come in. I think he was the last of the front runners to come in. He hadn't quite come in. That incident occurred. He came in when everything was slowed down, and because of that, he's managed to come out at the very front of the queue. Long way to go, though. 2 hours remain. 4 hours remain, I beg your pardon. 2 hours and 20 minutes of that. Sorry, so 3 hours, 40 minutes remain.
Yeah. And where are the Cadillacs, I hear you ask? Well, they're down in 4th and 5th places now, and are in a different order as well. So this is partly, I suppose, the timing of the safety car as well, and when the cars could get in to the pit stops at the right times. and maybe just Proton Competition have been falling on the right side of when those virtual safety cars have been timed. Here's Clemens Schmidt from Acodis.
Team Garage. I'm with Clemens Schmidt, driver at the 87 Lexus. How is it going? We haven't spoken to you so much since the beginning of the weekend, but how is it to race in Japan?
I mean, it's always great to be here, especially with all Toyota fans around, and we also get quite a lot of support here with the Lexus. After quali it didn't look that great, but Jose and Pedro did a great job. We started P15, now we're P6, so it's going in the right direction.
Yeah, it looks like it's going the right direction. Can you read the race a little bit and the degradation, or not really at the moment?
We are suffering with quite a high degradation, but I think the biggest challenge is to stay without any mistake. We saw so many cars already with penalties, so our aim is to get the race without any mistakes, and then we see where we end up.
Okay, we wish you a clean race then. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Clemens Schmidt from Acodis ASP team, and the Lexus certainly looked strong earlier on in the weekend. He drives the 87 car, which Razvan Umberescu did the opening stint in, and by the fact that he's able to talk to Bruce Giuani, that 87 car is not in the hands of the silver. That's because Pachito Lopez took it over, so Schmidt being kept till the closing stages, which is an interesting tactic from Lexus's point of view. Remember that Lopez can't be involved in qualifying either. That's reserved to bronzes initially and silvers if you then get into Hyperpole. As I suspected, the delay that we're waiting for at the moment then, or the delay that we're suffering from, is the barrier repair after Marciello's significant connection with the outer barrier down at turn 8.
Yeah, I'm just thinking about Jose Maria Lopez, Pachito Lopez being brought in. You'd have thought he'd finished the race, but you know what? They're down in 6th position in GT3, and I think it's their scope to see if they can pass the cars ahead, get track position, get the Argentinian flyer on board. Yeah, barrier repairs at turn 8. Looks like they're getting through them pretty quickly. A couple of flatbeds on the circuit, one with replacement barrier sections, another with it looks like a generator to sort the situation out. But the good news is that...
It's hard to think that we're going to get a better GT3 drive than what we saw at the start of this race from James Cottingham. James, you and I were just chatting a little bit about racing at Fuji. Last year, it was a bit intimidating in practice and qualifying, but something switched on for you in the race. This year, it's been full out the entire time. Were you enjoying that stint?
Yeah, I loved it. These races get neutralized so much, so you just cross your fingers that there are no safety cars, and wanted to build as big a gap as possible because it was going so well, and it was... dare I say it felt relatively cool and calm and almost easy. So, just wanted to keep my head down. And I'm one of those people that if I back off and ease off, I make mistakes. I've got to go flat out the whole time in the race. So, yeah, really pleased with the way it went. And the car was great. And United have done a great job because we've had such a rotten season in the middle of it. Great start, but the middle of it's been rotten. And things have just come our way here. So everything's come together. So we've still got, 3.5 hours, 4.5. Whatever we've got, 3.5 hours to go yet. Still got quite a bit to go, but, we can do it, and we just got to cross our fingers.
No matter what series United Autosport is racing in, it's known as a very family team, family-oriented. You actually had a bit of help from your teammate out there, the 59, let you by at one point, and that allowed you to clear off into the distance. How important is it to have the two-car effort and that you're both working together so well?
Yeah, we have a very open book debrief policy, so we share our debriefs, we share our strategies, and that really helps. It's not that much running, especially for someone like me that comes from a day job. I'm working the whole time, and I don't have that much time to go on the sim, go testing, things like that. So we've really got to make the most of our weekends. And here at United, they really do that. We are pulling everything together into one pot. And so racing and working with Darren this year has been really good because he is absolutely one of the best bronzes in the world. And so to have him as a teammate, we've worked really well together this year, and we've both shown that when the car's got everything going to its advantage, that we are the quickest team. So it's been great working with United and McLaren, and just got all my fingers crossed for everything.
Still a long way to go, as you said, 3.5 hours, but fingers crossed the rest of the way.
Yeah, thank you very much. Fingers crossed.
Jay catching up with James Cottingham then from United Autosports, making the point that you were talking about earlier in the weekend about, might have even been earlier in this race actually, about when the pressure's off, not necessarily taking it back to, say, 70% performance, 80% performance, because that's where the mistakes can creep in. It might have actually been during our coverage of another race this weekend. Yeah, it feels like a different weekend.
But I could apply that to any racing formula, but I think particularly the longer races. You know, you might have moments where your concentration drops away, and the best way of keeping yourself focused is being right at the level you need to be at, which is 100%. I think you back off. You know, it may well have been what was happening for Nico Pino. I'm still trying to guess what exactly went wrong in the incident with Raffaele Marcello, but I'm fairly convinced he was on his in-lap, and he might have been just thinking about, I must maximise my run into the pits. There can be any moment when your attention gets drawn away, and I'm not saying that's what happened, but still, where that event happened, the barriers, the broken barrier panels are being removed, but I think you have to stay very, very close to 100%. And James Cossingham, his point, you know, he's not a full-time racing driver. He's got a very nice job selling some fantastic classic cars and preparing them and stuff, DK Engineering. But, you know, 100% is easier, I think. Still, more and more replays coming our way. And there was... Raffaele Marcello, just out of the pits, was definitely trying to get past the Proton Competition Porsche, which I'm fairly convinced was on its way into the pits, halfway around the lap, and... maybe it took two to tango, but I would be so interested to hear from either party as to what they thought went on there. But definitely, Raffaele Marcello had to suddenly change direction, and the car couldn't cope with that at that point. Probably just getting heat in the tyres, having just come out of the pits and off into the barriers on the outside. But yeah, 100% is, I think, easier than driving at 95%. Just that little element where you backed off takes some of the space out of your brain.
And yeah, as you say, if Nico Pino was on an in-lap, then all of a sudden the virtual safety car comes out. They've then bought themselves a free pit stop, haven't they, in comparison to everybody else, which is the point you've been making. And when you then come back out again and everyone's bunched up behind the safety car, you get cycled to the front. And, I mean, that's the same in the case of the number 7 Toyota, which has kind of been nowhere to this point. When Mike Conway started it, Nick de Vries took it over, and it was in the lower reaches of the top 10 and then just into the early teens. But it's third position now, Toyota number 7. Again, because it hadn't yet made its latest pit stop, and the virtual safety car comes out, and that is the massive benefit now, which, in fairness, they've tried to close the loophole in a full course yellow. When a full course yellow happens, so many cars in the past could get that leg up because they're making a stop when everyone else is restricted to 80 kilometres per hour. By the way, the safety car has now done its 3 laps in this version of the safety car number 2, when you count them up from the start of the race. And that means we had a flurry of GT cars last time through. Well, majority GT cars. 77 Mustang came in. Ben Tuck entering a now open pit lane. And what did they do there? Likely just fuel, actually.
A couple of cars just dived into that pit lane, including the yellow AF Corsa number 83 Ferrari. Yefei has just dived in. Brendan Hartley in the number 8 Toyota, that's the one that lost 2 laps with that 3-minute stop-and-go penalty, has also dived in as well. And that, for the number 8 Toyota, is its 5th visit to the pits. Most of the cars on the track have done 2, and by coming in, again, probably for further running repairs on that yellow Ferrari, the AF Corsa car number 83, that's probably why Yefei's in. He's done 4 pit stops now, or his car has.
2.5 hours done then, 3.5 still to go in this year's 6 hours of Fuji. It's RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels.
The FIA World Endurance Championship.
The hourly update.
.30 in the afternoon at Fuji Speedway. You're tuned to RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels, bringing you, as always, live coverage of the FIA WEC as it happens. And it is Bruce Jones and Johnny Palmer in the Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre. The slightly unusual leader, only because the Proton Competition Porsche has not been anywhere close to leading the race until this latest virtual safety car. But that is Nico Varone in the 99 car, and not alone in that it sort of brought lesser fancied cars to the sharp end of the field, including in third position the number 7 Toyota. But before we get there, must mention a great run from actually both Peugeots on the whole, and there is a Peugeot in second place in the hands of Jean-Eric Verne. So behind that Porsche, as we are in this second safety car phase of the race, that's all because of barrier repairs after a huge off for Raffaele Marciello's BMW. A bit of mixed opinions going through turn 8, perhaps some confusion as to the lines of Nico Pino at the time, and in avoidance, Marciello ran off the road and clattered into the barrier at a very high speed of a very, very high rate of speed, and did significant damage then to the corner, front left corner of that BMW. So whilst we're under the safety car, the order is, as I say, Verone, Verne, and then De Vries in his number 7 Toyota. Fourth position, the number 38 Jenson Button Cadillac, formerly second, then that car dropped down to fourth in the hands of Sebastian Bourdais, but has ended up ahead of the long-time race leader, number 12, also a Cadillac Hertz Team Jota V Series R, then in the hands of Will Stevens, now in the hands of Norman Nato, but is down in fifth position behind this safety car. Alessandro Pierguidi took the 51 championship leading Ferrari over after a couple of great stints from Antonio Giovinazzi, and that car is in sixth place ahead of the 94 Peugeot of Malte Jakobsen. Then it's Antonio Fuoco in the number 50 Ferrari, 8th place. Mathieu Jaminet in the 5 Porsche is in 9th, and in 10th position it's the 36 Alpine of Jules Gounon. Best placed Aston Martin is now 11th for the 009 car. 007 is 14th. And other runners, well, there's only one BMW left in the race now, sadly. Sheldon van der Linde is down in 15th place. LMGT3 is led by Sebastian Bose, United Autosports McLaren, the number 59 car that was driven so well by James Cottingham, who extended the lead, needed to extend his lead on 2 separate occasions, because the first safety car rather negated something like a 8 or 9 second lead that he had first time around. Got up to about the same sort of margin. Well, more than that, 17 seconds I seem to remember for Cottingham. That's all been wiped out again now as Sebastian Bose taken over his car, and the gap back to Rahel Fry will be not quite next to nothing. I think there are cars between them, even though the pass around has happened. But Iron Dames number 85, significant number of cars in between the top 2 within GT, but the 85 car is now in second. Valentino Rossi's number 46 Team WRT BMW is third. The Ford Mustang number 88 of Proton Competition is Gianmarco Liberato. He's fourth in front of the championship leading Porsche number 92 for Ricardo Pera. Then it is Jose Maria Lopez running in sixth place, number 87. Zach Robichon is 7th in the 27 Heart of Racing Team Aston Martin. Johnny Edgar's number 33 TF Sport Corvette is 8th. 9th position for Eduardo Barrichello's number 10 Racing Spirit of Le Mans Aston Martin. And Francesco Castellacci completes the top 10 in LM GT3 Car 54 with 3 hours and 25 minutes remaining. And at Fuji Speedway, the current Mobil 1 track temperature is 29 degrees Celsius. It's slightly behind that in the air at a cooler 22 with a wind speed of 4 miles per hour. That's the Mobil 1 track temperature.
Mobil 1, the world's leading synthetic motor oil.
Still the safety car remains out. Still the hard work down at turn 8 is continuing, but we're nearing the end now of that work, as the significant additional and brand new sparkling panels are still being spanned into position to make sure that the wall on the outside of turn 8 can take a substantial hit moving forward. We sincerely hope it does not have to, but obviously the structural integrity cannot be in question about the various barriers around here. At some points you are motoring around at very, very high speed, particularly at the end of the main straight, which is one of the best overtaking opportunities. We've seen good overtakes there. We've seen not so clean overtakes with quite a bit of contact already in this race, Bruce Jones.
Yeah, and while you were running down the order there, going through both of the classes, I was desperately looking to see if we got any notification of any further punishments. I'm not wishing them on, but we've had quite a lot of punishment with drive-throughs at various points for contact around the circuit, but still nothing to do with the incident between the number 99 Proton competition Porsche that's leading the race and the number 15 BMW M Team WRT entry that was driven by Raffaele Marcello for a very short period of time, because he only just come out of the pits, ended up in the barriers. That's why we've still got the safety car, but it can't be long. Still waiting for signal about when that is going to be coming in, but sort of all the procedure seems to have been done. It's just simply waiting for that barrier repair at turn number 8 to be complete, but no incidents noted as yet for that. You can be sure that's under investigation. Certainly BMW crew feeling a little aggrieved to what happened to Marcello. But the consequences, and it's probably making salt in the wound, is the fact that Marcello's back in the pits. He's looking fine. He's almost not finding it funny, but he's certainly... I don't think he felt he was anything to do with the incident, but I think the salt in the wound is the fact the car with which he didn't clash but became involved is leading around. Safety car in this lap. Finally we get that message.
It's already gone and checked out well and truly, with Nico Verone backing the field up. Jean-Eric Verne came pretty close to the tagging the back of Verone's car as he zigzagged his way up the hill in the final sector of the race, but we're back to green. And Verone did get a good getaway in the end as the weaving commences for Jean-Eric Verne. But the top three are still very close to one another. There's a gap emerged between the Toyota and the two Cadillacs, strangely. So I'm not quite sure why they weren't right with Nick de Vries at the restart.
Well, they were behind one of the McLarens, the GT3 class, and that delayed them coming through the final sequence of corners, which is very much an uphill, long right-hander by the time they got into the start-finish straight. The first three cars were gone. That's Nico Verone's Porsche, the Peugeot of Jean-Eric Verne, and Nick de Vries' number 7 Toyota. They may be able to catch up, but that is, I mean, talk about a race of gifts for Proton competition. They've got into the lead of the race, and then everybody else, bar the next two cars, has lost ground behind. About 3.5, 4 seconds lost by the Cadillacs. They're still 4th and 5th. Jenson Button ahead of Norman Nato. They'll have a clear line of attack up to the front three cars, but a setback nonetheless.
Not allowed to overtake until you cross the control line, and that's irrespective of category. So yes, if you are caught in behind a GT car that obviously can't accelerate as quickly out of turn 16, you've just got to wait. As now dive bombing from a long way back is Nick de Vries to try and hustle second place away from Jean-Eric Verne, but can't match the straight line speed of the Peugeot. Actually, Jean-Eric Verne straightened his car up much more readily, got the slingshot out of 16, and comfortably stays ahead of the Japanese car.
Well, just remember what the Peugeot drivers were told on a new set of tyres. Really look after your front left tyre for the first, what did they say? 12 laps of your stint, 15 laps of your stint. So certainly Jean-Eric Verne's got to have that message in his head. I'd like to attack, I'd like to go off after Nico Verone, but I've got to listen to the engineer. They understand the degradation better than I do. They've got all the telemetry. I've just got the sense of feel. So I think that was the situation there, not trying to push too hard. And I think in fairly short order we're going to have certainly Jenson Button the better place, the two Cadillacs Hurt Team Jota entries. That's number 38. He is starting to close in. He's gained half a second already on this lap. He's 4th, but he's going after 3rd.
And good fighting between Peugeot and Ferrari as well. At the latest safety car phase, the virtual safety car before that, hasn't gone as well between for the two Ferraris. They're still going to get 12 points across the two cars, mind you. Cadillac expected in the current positions to move up to 2nd position in the championship, and still Ferrari will have a significant amount of points in their back pocket heading to the final round of the season. The difference is going to be 53 points, Ferrari from Cadillac then, with still 66 on offer. So if in Bahrain neither of the Ferraris finished and the Cadillacs swept up all the points on offer, then the championship isn't done and dusted in this current configuration, this current order of cars. But obviously we've got still over half the race distance to go, so we're talking way too early in that respect. Ferrari versus Porsche side by side at the first corner, and that's the 51 championship leading car, maybe about to be overtaken then by Mathieu Jaminet, who was marginally ahead at the start-finish line and will seal it into turn 3, as long as he doesn't run too far wide on the exit of that corner. He didn't. So Porsche now ahead of Ferrari for 7th.
Yeah, Jaminet putting in a really, really good run. I mean, he's such a super sub for Porsche, isn't he? He's not only the third driver in this car, but the regular second driver showing with Julian Andlauer is Michael Christensen, but he's not here. He's testing elsewhere this weekend, so Jaminet's coming on board. And when you're the driver who's the third driver in the team, it doesn't always get used. You want to shine, don't you? And he's doing a very, very good job, as you'd expect. You've watched Matteo race over the years, and so have I. You know, he's a super, super strong pair of hands.
Also good to have Nick Tandy back in the paddock, at least, for the World Endurance Championship. That's the first time in quite some time. First time since 2022, when he was then a Corvette driver in GTE. But serving as the Porsche Penske Motorsport reserve driver for the weekend is the Bedfordshire man. But that's the great thing about the driver rostrum at Porsche and Penske, arguably, is that they're just plug and play, aren't they? It doesn't really matter what combination you use them in. They're always going to be fast, and they're always going to be at the top of their game as well, having driven a 963 either in this championship or in the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship as well. And it's important, clearly, to be up to speed with the modern day, the contemporary machinery as much as possible, particularly because updates are coming quite readily as well, including for BMW this weekend. I mentioned that aero update, which they were refining at COTA. Sadly, even more of an update now to the number 15 BMW, and not in a good way after that hit into the barrier. And the number 20 car still down in 15th place within category and overall. For whatever reason, they're just still struggling despite this revision to the aero, but it might take them a few races to get to grips with it.
Yeah, entirely so. And just to clarify any doubt, the rest of the time Nick Tandy spends he's at home building new trophy cabinets. He does seem to be gathering the great and the good in the world of sports car racing trophies. I slightly jest, but I mean, his record has been phenomenal, been recognised very much in the United Kingdom as well as all around the world, and sort of laying down markers that are going to be very hard to beat. You know, it's great to win one of the big ones. If you start gathering all of them, well, you know, you put your place up in the pantheon. Will he be back in the WEC? Well, let's wait and find out.
It almost feels like in that family the priority is young Felix right now, son of, karting galore up and down the country, whether his dad is racing or not. But it did seem strangely. I saw Nick most recently when he was getting his hands dirty, sort of deconstructing and then rebuilding a kart gearbox. And I think, you're a world sports car driver and you're getting stuck in, but, you know, he's a farmer by trade as well, isn't he? So no stranger to a bit of manual labour.
No. Watching the lead of the race, quite interesting. I didn't think Nico Veroni would hang on. I thought he'd be jumped at the start by Jean-Eric Vergne, but I think the fact that Nick de Vries in the third place Toyota...
We can reduce cuts. Alpha 9.3 available. Alpha 9.3 available.
Alpha 9.3, remember that? And that's the message to Nick de Vries, just talking about how the fact that he got onto the tail of Jean-Eric Vergne that rather limited the French ace's attack on race leader Nico Veroni. Nico is now starting to be caught. The margin is 0.6 of a second thereabouts, just over half a second, but similar margin back to the number 7 Toyota. And the more that attacks the Peugeot driver, Jean-Eric Vergne, the tougher it's going to be, and buying more laps in the lead for Nico Veroni. I thought Jenson Button might have caught them by now. He's easing closer. He's 2 seconds down in 4th place overall. The better place, those two Cadillacs, and he's got a margin of 1.5 seconds back to Norman Nato in the number 12 Cadillac that led so much the early stages of the race, ever since the kick-off at the start of the 6 hours. But we're getting actually remarkably close to almost being at half distance. Another quarter of an hour, we'll be there.
Yeah, it's been frustrating at times because of the amount of not stoppages but caution intervention in this race so far, with the 2 full course yellows, the 2 virtual safety cars that then are immediately followed by safety cars of their own. I suppose that has served to keep the field relatively contained. The difference with the latest restart was that from 4th place back, cars could not overtake the McLaren until they got to the line, and that has rather driven a wedge between the 3rd place Nick de Vries driven Toyota and everybody else in today's race. Jenson Button 4th, Norman Nato in 5th spot. 6 cars absolutely together in the GT category now, by the way. and they're all heading out of turn 16, led by the number 92 Porsche, which is in 4th position now, so gains a spot after its restart.
Yeah, certainly just been noticing its progress. It started fairly well in the class but fell backwards with Ryan Hardwick, but this time it's going forwards, and it's being chased. Valentino Rossi right under the rear wing. We know the BMWs are very good in the straight line. Pera getting a little bit loose as he tried to turn into the first corner, but he grabbed the inside line and said, if you're coming past, you're going on the outside. But the driver who's probably going to make the biggest change is Jose Maria Lopez. He's 4th in that battle. It's Pera, it's Rossi, tucked in behind is Zachary Robicon, the Heart of Racing Team Aston Martin, but they've been caught now by Jose Maria Lopez, and we'll see what happens over the next 2 laps, but certainly the Lexus is looking very, very handy indeed.
So did the BMW run slightly wide in the hands of Rossi? Yes, that's what gave the Porsche the 4th position nearing the end of the previous lap, so that was a very recent positional change. Now the number 99 Porsche is having to go off the racing line, the clean part of the road surface, and kicked up the dust. Here's some team radio.
Lopez defending on the Peugeot, but obviously we are more focused on energy.
So that information to Verone to say, if you can stay in front of the Peugeot of Jean-Eric Verne, but it's all about trying to conserve as much energy, as much fuel as you possibly can across the stint. Remember, that car effectively got a free pit stop because of where it was on the racetrack when the virtual safety car came out. And now the joy of getting ahead of the 31 BMW briefly before the Peugeot could manage it. So that's giving it maybe a car or 2 car lengths lead. Feels like the Peugeot can swallow that up, though, in one big gulp. That Peugeot is definitely the quicker car of the 2, but it's about Jean-Eric Verne fashioning the opportunity to get by.
Yeah, it's also as they work their way through traffic, really, Jean-Eric Verne was hoping to shake off the challenges of the Toyota tucked in behind him, Nick de Vries. He's got about a second's advantage. Now, the traffic's worked very nicely for the 4th place Cadillac because Jenson Button is definitely closing in. But I think for Nico Verone, he's got to focus. He's leading a race, a round of the World Endurance Championship. But his team are going, actually, maybe there's a slightly bigger picture because it's a 6-hour race, and just don't consume your tyres trying to stay ahead. Do what you need to do. But Jean-Eric Verne clearly is faster, but at the moment keeps getting cars stuck in front of him. The Iron Lynx Mercedes, bright yellow it is, easy to spot, but also considerably slower, of course, than the hypercar class. And it's just delayed the 2nd and 3rd place cars. That's the Peugeot of Jean-Eric Verne and Nick de Vries tucked in behind.
Jenson should let you by. He's been asked.
Okay, that's a message from Cadillac Hertz Team Jota. They want their 2nd Cadillac in the order. That's the one that led the early stages, number 12 car to go past. Jenson Button on 38. He's had the message. Just a craze. He doesn't want to move out of the way just at any point on the circuit. He wants to do it at a point when it doesn't affect him, doesn't limit his performance around the course of the lap. So he's not doing it yet.
Well, yeah, because there are other hypercars in the mix, including Malte Jakobsen, and if there's a positional change within Cadillac, which is a logistical move within Cadillac, there's nothing to stop Jakobsen getting involved with that, should he be able to read the situation to his advantage. He's not quite close enough, though, right now, and I'm sure Cadillac won't try anything until they've got a bit of breathing space over the 6th placed Peugeot. Peugeot running 2nd and 6th. They will actually get maximum championship points with one of their cars, though, if they were to finish there, because remember the 99 car doesn't get manufacturer points, so is effectively invisible when they are allocated, as the Peugeot just has to wait a few seconds. So many cars now, all occupying the first sector of the racetrack, and cautious not to run too far wide, as one of the Peugeots looks to get underneath a couple of GT cars, have to go to the outside line instead, and taking the Toyota with it. So this is Verne and de Vries, nose to tail, and within traffic. They can't put a foot wrong because the Cadillacs are waiting to pounce.
Yeah, and in trying to get past the GT3 runners as they went through turn 6, they got on the dirty part of the track, and even at this point, nearly the halfway stage of the 6-hour race, they were kicking up the dust. Goes to show if you're on the racing line, you're going to have rubber down, it's going to be nice and good to give you some grip, but there it definitely was a little bit sketchy for the pair of them. But this traffic is working just so nicely for the race leader. He's not got a huge margin, but for Proton competition, every time Jean-Eric Vergne gets close to him in second place. The traffic seems to help that Proton competition Porsche artificially in the lead simply by the fact they hadn't made their second pit stop, and they got to do it almost for free. Full course yellow, then leading to a safety car period after the incident in which it was involved with Raffaele Marcello. Still waiting to see if we get a microphone under Raffaele's nose. Good to see he's okay, but his number 15 BMW far from okay. Only retirement from the race so far.
The championship leading Ferrari in hypercar is in the clear regarding the incident involving the number 6 Iron Links
you can push, you can
AMG.
Push. You don't need to save energy. Don't need to save energy. You can push.
And that is music to the ears of Norman Nato to say no energy save required, just push like crazy and try and get by Jenson Button, who's apparently been given the instruction, and indeed, yes, he's now ahead. So those two Cadillacs switch positions, and Norman Nato given the opportunity to try and close in on the Toyota number 7. But yeah, the incident involving the 60 AMG and the 51 Ferrari has been waved away as no further action. There are going to be penalties, though, for the 35 and the 5 cars. 35 is an Alpine, 5 seconds added to the next pit stop for an infringement very early on in the race. Here is Lello.
Okay, this was a big crash. What's your take on what happened?
I think the video speaks for itself. In a place where you are flat out, it's difficult to see a different speed in between cars. But I mean, now we are out, so we'll see after the race what happened to the Proton car.
Okay, actually, in that turn, do you need to brake or not?
No, it's a straight, it's not a corner, so... Yeah.
Okay, well, thank you very much, and happy to see you in good shape.
Thank you.
Right, so, again, that matches what the radio traffic was saying at the time. This is not racing. They are suggesting that Nico Pino either got off the throttle, or worse still, slowed. He braked at turn 8, which is a mystery to me. I wonder whether there was a blend of the throttle because maybe he was in a fuel save mode. Did he necessarily know the BMW was right behind him at the time is the next question. But when those incidents are reviewed time and time again through the years, it's about the car in behind not reacting. Now, a brake test is entirely different from a blend of the throttle, and again, you know, BMW might say we need to look at this after the race.
Good, all looking good. Keep pushing, head down, all good.
So they could submit, that was, by the way, Alex Ribeiro's team radio on the 009 Aston Martin. Keep pushing is the message. They could enforce an investigation by effectively protesting that manoeuvre. It doesn't help them, but I suppose psychologically, if the 99 car can be penalised retrospectively, it's a little bit of a better situation, but it's still a damaged car, a bit of a shaken-up driver as well, and just a peculiar incident all round.
Yeah, I don't think there was any malice aforethought, but I mean, certainly Marcello is convinced that Nico Pino wasn't accelerating at the point he should have been. At that point, I mean, Lello calls it a straight. It's not. It's a corner, but it's flat out. So to him, it's a curving straight. I'm not being pedantic here. If you're flat out, you're flat out. He was trying to go close to the apex on the right-hand side of the track. To his left was the 99 Proton competition Porsche, and I'm convinced that was on its in-lap. But why it might have changed its pace, I don't know. But clearly, Marcello had to react very quickly and ended up with his car being fired off across the circuit into the barriers. But yeah, there are a million ways of checking things, but I can't really imagine it was a planned move from Nico Pino to try and tackle a car that was probably actually pretty much fighting with it in class just outside the top 10, because certainly the BMW crew hadn't been going very well, but you know, they were settling into the race and they were running through the entire process. But it was Marcello quickly out of the pits, and unfortunately for him, quickly out of the race. And the car with which he was involved is still in the lead of the race. Got to the top by dint of not having made its pit stop until it was able to do so when everything was slow out on the track, and that's the Proton competition Porsche still in front. But now the pressure's really coming because Jean-Eric Vergne on his tail as he has been ever since the restart. But the important thing for him is Nick de Vries in that number 7 Toyota has dropped 2 seconds back. Traffic has not been kind to that. That's off his tail. Now he can focus his Peugeot attack onto the start-finish straight where we know it's very, very strong indeed, over the rise past the pit. And then maybe, yes, as they go over the rise and start to drop down towards turn 1, he's starting to get a tow, and the Toyota De Vries is now under pressure from Norman Nato.
I will say that Nico Pino has never shown any form in the past of being that type of driver where, you know, if there's a bit of a some needle between drivers, that he would necessarily cause another driver to take avoiding action and compromise his line. So I think it's more of a genuine misunderstanding, perhaps, more than anything else. One car on an in-lap, the other one looking to try and push early on in its stint. But legitimately a race leader now, and a different driver, remember, because Pino got out and Nico Verone, the driver with dual nationality, Argentinian and Italian, and is showing enough speed. Here's his team radio.
You have the oversteer completely off the brakes, question?
On the brake.
So they're obviously trying to interrogate some oversteer that Verone is currently experiencing. And is that off the brakes or on the brakes? It's when he's slowing down and on the brakes is the reply.
Ooh, what fun.
Yeah. So the brake bias sounds like it's not quite right. And therefore, if he's having to deal with the car almost backing itself into turn 1 and down the hill into turn 10, that's very tricky as well, particularly because Jean-Eric Vergne is glued to his tailpipes. And again, that is the case as the Frenchman looks down the inside line into the first corner. These two slowing one another up, and that is bringing Nick de Vries and Norman Nato and Jenson Button back into the equation for the lead fight. We might have 5 for the lead very shortly.
Yeah, well, it might be 6, as Malte Jacobsen in the second of the Peugeots is right in the mix as well. He's just off the tail of Jenson Button, so that's good. And who's next down the line? Who's going to get the next tow into the pack? Let's have a look. Behind Jack, it's number 5. It's Mathieu Jaminet, but hold on, he's got a drive-through penalty for abusing track limits. And, oh God, it doesn't rain, but it pours. The very next message from race control was number 6. That's the sister Porsche from the works crew, under investigation for its pit stop. Oh, my word. The stair carpet up to race control, threadbare by this point.
Yeah, well, I did wonder whether that might end up being under investigation, even when we didn't get the message initially. I bet BMW have almost enforced that, rattling on the door of Eduardo Freitas and others to say, you have to look at this, because we would never have had that incident where something not awry. Different lines entirely being utilised through the final corner of the Porsche number 99 and the Peugeot, but the speed down the start-finish straight is about even, with the Toyota getting closer. Here's Verne's team radio.
Point. We keep focused, you will make it.
Keep focused, you will make it. Down the outside this time. Well, this worked for Paul Di Resta a few laps ago at turn 10, when he was able to get a position on one of the Cadillacs. Doesn't quite happen for Jean-Eric Vergne, but again, it's thinking outside the box a little bit. That Peugeot, way more manoeuvrable in this phase of the stint compared to the car it's fighting with for the race lead. We're virtually on half distance, Bruce.
But just to say, coming onto the start-finish straight, different lines between the cars, but the Proton Competition Porsche is tighter onto the start-finish straight, gains about 2 car lengths. They then get eaten up during the tow as the Peugeot gets closer again. But good entry speed from Verone.
Yeah, and then down the hill, ironically enough, considering where the incident happened with Marciello's BMW, down the hill the Porsche looks very strong indeed. Car number 99 through 8, 9 and 10. That's where it's able to open up an advantage over the second place Peugeot. Toyota about the same distance back from the Peugeot as the gap first to second now. And there's a bit more of a gap between Norman Nato, who's been given the license to push like crazy. You're not on fuel save, was the message to Norman Nato. And that Cadillac is now properly monstering the Toyota in second position, so much so that they look like both are going to pit, but that's only because that was defensive driving from Nick de Vries. It might be all a little bit too late though, because Nato's had the slingshot out at the final corner and will be ahead by the point that they hit the brakes. De Vries, though, just eases off the brakes a little bit and into the corner, and as a result, Natto's way off the road, changed further back, and that was Jakobsen getting 5th place away from Jenson Button. You mentioned the Dane looking lively, and actually the place change happened for 5th rather than for 3rd.
Yeah, well, I was actually thinking with the better place those two Cadillacs go off the track, it might come back in behind the two cars behind it, but it just failed in its manoeuvre to get past the Toyota. Certainly Nick De Vries, I thought he wouldn't be alongside, but he had the inside line going into turn number 1, and when you're on the outside, it's diminishing returns, and that was certainly found by Norman Nato. Let's hope he didn't pick up too much rubbish on his tyres when he went out beyond the edge of the circuit. Of course, race control, they'll be looking at exceeding track limits, and they will be totting those up, but it's settling down all over again. Still, this field is being led, but maybe slightly delayed by our race leader, Nicolas Varone, in the Proton Competition Porsche. What's happening in GT3? Well, it's still fittingly the number 59 McLaren leading the way. Sebastian Boe, who took over from James Cossingham. His margin ain't a lot, though, because Rahel Fry, Iron Dame's Porsche, is just under 0.6 of a second down in second place. We heard from teammate Michel Gatting talking about Celia Martin, who kicked off. They started 17th out of the 18 cars in GT3, but here they are again, helped a little bit like the Proton Competition Porsche. Certainly the timing of that safety car period helped them very nicely indeed. So Iron Dames to 2nd in class, but still GT3 being led by McLaren and United Autosports. And now, maybe just this lap will be the place change for the lead of the race. Jean-Eric Verne all over the tail, goes to the outside of the Proton Competition Porsche into turn 3. Car turns to the right, and right some more, turns 4 and 5, and it's still that Proton Competition 99 Porsche leading, but just great drive from Verone. There's a lot of pressure here from Jean-Eric Verne.
Just seen a drive through for Mathieu Jaminet. That was expected for abusing track limits, so that has dropped Jaminet from being ahead of the two Ferraris in 7th position, as now it's side by side for the race lead, long way back, but finally Jean-Eric Verne muscles his way down the inside at turn number 10 and has made it stick on Nico Varone. Feels like Jean-Eric Verne has been assessing that for the last few laps, precisely where his best opportunity might be, and now strike while the iron's hot for everybody else. Can Nick De Vries pick off not necessarily a wounded Varone, but Varone just trying to feed his way back in again? This is where the GT traffic is generating opportunity for the hypercars to overtake one another as well.
Yeah, Jean-Eric Verne waited that moment. He tried for lap after lap, but as I pointed out, the better entry onto the start for this straight has been the Proton Competition Porsche. The Peugeot gets into its slipstream, is better in a straight line, catches up, but he's been so staunch in his defence, Verone, into the first corner, it wasn't going to happen there. So Jean-Eric Verne waited and waited and waited. They caught some GT3 cars. Now was the moment, and seized it into turn 10. Pounced from a long way back, well, 2 car lengths back, but got through into the lead of the race. And guess what? Now he's in front, pulling clear.
He certainly is. Well, we did suggest that the Peugeot was the quicker of the 2 cars, just needed the chance to get out into some clear air, which it's very much there now with. The cork in the bottle has sort of been unleashed for one car, but now everybody else behind is finding the same problem. Verone's not the quickest car out there, but Nick De Vries has to find a fair way to pass him, and that's well, a challenge for certainly the Dutchman, because there are 4 cars snapping at his heels if he doesn't manage to achieve that. And Malte Jakobsen was very close to getting ahead of Norman Nato. He still didn't quite make that, but Malte made the move on Jenson Button to get up to 5th place. And it was the last time into the first corner where Jakobsen was level pegging with Norman Nato. Very nearly won the drag race coming off turn 1 for 4th. As once more, there are slower cars, in inverted commas, slower cars on the main straight. These are the GTs being totally swamped by the long line of hypercars.
Ferrari came here thinking they could put the title in the hypercar class into their pocket, and they've sort of suddenly, they fell down the order, but suddenly they're on the tail of this train that runs from 2nd place back to where they are, 7th and 8th position. Alessandro Pierguidi right on the tail now of Jenson Button's Cadillac, and tucked under his tail his teammate Antonio Fuoco. But Pierguidi, of course, is in the car, the driver lineup that's leading the hypercar championship. He with James Collado, Antonio Giovinazzi, came here with a 15-point lead. At the moment, they're not extending it, but they're getting back into position to do so.
So Peugeot's on the up. Jean-Eric Verne a few moments ago sliced down the inside of the number 99 car of Nico Verone to take the race lead. It wasn't without contact, maybe 2 or 3 different bits of contact side by side. Jean-Eric Verne's team radio.
Well done, Jeb. With the situation now, if it's green until the end of your stint, we will put Mikel and 4 new tires. If we have an interruption, we will stay the time. But you're doing well and you keep pushing.
But that's only one Peugeot that's making progress, because now Malte Jakobsen has cleared Norman Nato to go 4th. He did that on the main straight, and Jakobsen is the mover and shaker in this now for me. He is trying to rattle Nick de Vries into a mistake. At the same time, though, de Vries down the inside of Verone for 2nd position. Verone, where's he going to rejoin? They absolutely pincer move. Is that Barrichello now in the Aston Martin?
Yeah, the racing spirit on the Aston Martin. Well, he had to just keep his line because they were attacking on the left, on the right, and the other GT3 cars, one of the BMWs, on both sides down the start and finish straight. He must just like a bird of colour. And Prototype's 3 wide going down to the first corner, but Nick de Vries trying to hang on, but he's about to lose a place, and who's on the move? It's Jakobsen.
He's up to 3rd now, because the Toyota's 2nd, Jakobsen 3rd, and Jakobsen very nearly 2nd. What an amazing last few laps this has been from the young Danish racer. This is some of the best World Endurance Championship action I think I've ever seen.
I was reading a feature, I think in Autosport, it was the best 10 WC rounds out of the first 100, and you look back and you go, wow, but this is definitely right up there for really start through to now. Every time look anywhere on the track there is a class battle. Oh, there's been contact between one of the Ferraris and the tail of one of the Cadillacs, and who was going off? Was that Button's car?
It was the 50 Ferrari.
Yeah, for Watco.
Yeah, and has to be Button's car, which is now behind the 50 and is now behind the 009 Aston Martin. So,
and I think behind Kevin Estre as well, because he's getting so close behind.
Properly roughed up is the outgoing WEC driver. That was a huge save, but he had to take to the rough stuff, the very dirty asphalt.
And that was turn 7. Of course, that's just before the point. In the background of the shot, as Jenson Button recovered the track, you can see the wheel marks, the tyre marks of where Raffaello's BMW had speared left across the track into the barriers. But Button had a massive wobble, but got it back onto the grey stuff again.
It was as a result of some contact, so the 2009 Formula 1 champ had to deal with that very quickly indeed. Any more updates from race control? I told you about the drive-through for Mathieu Jaminet, as now Rahel Frey is right up alongside the McLaren. That's for the race lead.
That's class lead, and Rahel, fantastic Swiss driver, has just pulled through. Sebastian Boe had no answer at all to that. He kept it nice and clean and tidy. We got the Proton competition Porsche. That's from the top class, the hypercar class, the car that led the race for a while. That's going round. Maybe that slightly affected Sebastian Boe, but Rahel Frey, one invitation offered, and it was taken.
Yeah, so Sebastian Boe, who was a star during the qualifying session, but the McLaren is not necessarily at the peak of performance in this part of the race. Round of applause again for Ferrari, because it gains ground on the Cadillac. The Aston Martin in behind, not really sure which way to go. That's the 009 of Alex Ribera. Should it go left, should it go right into the braking area at turn 10? In the end, it didn't. It wasn't able to overtake Norman Nato. What's happening with the Cadillacs here? They're just starting to fade a little bit. We knew that Nato's car was marginally faster than Jenson Button, but whether that's to do with a track temperature thing or just getting shuffled down the pack, but they're not upwardly mobile in comparison to certainly the 2 Peugeots. And you could lump in Nick de Vries' Toyota at their home race, let us not forget. Toyota in the shake-up, they're only 1.3 seconds away from the race lead.
Yeah, the restart, the Cadillacs were 4th and 5th. He fancied their chances of going forward. Certainly we saw the attack coming. We saw the swap of places to allow the number 12 to move ahead. But that's only in 6th place now. And after being given a rub up the tail and a big twitch, for Jenson Button, his number 38 entry is down into 10th place overall. Let's have a little look at air temperature. Track temperature, well, it's fallen a little bit. It's only fallen by a couple of degrees. I thought maybe it had fallen by more as we go into the later afternoon at Fuji Speedway. I thought maybe a temperature drop had been, their tyres were better suited, or their car was better suited to its tyres when it was warm.
And head down. There will be no more traffic. No more traffic now.
How can you say that? That's the message to Alex Riberas. We had 36 cars at the start. We've still got 35 circulating, and the hypercars come across the GT3s so frequently.
The LM GT3 lead change happened as they were both being overtaken by a Toyota, which was the second place car of Nick de Vries. So de Vries ended up being 3 abreast with Rahel Fry and Sebastian Boe, and the 2 GT cars to his left were doing the arm wrestle for the race lead. That was beautifully timed from Rahel Fry. Ricardo Perez really not that far away though either now. He is the secret weapon within this trio, and that's why they've been doing so well in the championship. I mean, you know, all testament to the other 2 drivers in that combination without doubt, but Ricardo Perez, it's about trying to select a sneaky silver. Heard from Ricard Leitz at the start of the race on the grid talking to Bruce Giuani, and clearly Ryan Hardwick has no shortage of speed in his bronze role, but Perez is the star, and he is now within 0.8 of a second of Rahel Fry, the category leader.
We're past the halfway point in this race. We've done 3 hours and 11 minutes, 35 cars running, 1 knot. That was Raffaele Marcello's BMW, the M Hybrid V8, shoveled off the circuit in avoidance of a situation. He's still not entirely happy about what happened, but the car with which he was involved, the 99 Proton competition Porsche, benefited actually ironically from the fallout for that situation. Hadn't yet made its second pit stop. When it did, he got shuffled to the front of the pack, and now it's being moved back down the order to 4th place for Nico Varrone. Next car to attack him will be Alessandro Pierguidi. Norman Nato, we've just been talking about the falling pace of the Cadillac, and tucked in behind him is Alex Riberas, taking over the 009 Aston Martin, and that was the car that was one of the stars in the early stage of the race, and ran as high as 3rd.
Let's go for the Proton now. Good job. Amazing.
Let's go for the Proton. That's the message to Alessandro Pierguidi. He's 5th, and he fancies 4th, but then he's going to look up the track, and there's now an increasing gap to the first few cars that are getting away. The Peugeots of Jean-Eric Verne and Malte Jacobsen, with Nick de Vries' Toyota sandwiched between them. They're 5 and a bit seconds clear. They've made the break. Now it's up to the others to get past and get moving.
Finally, let's just deal with the Aston Martin versus Cadillac scrap into the first corner. Aston Martin with the inside line, Cadillac number 12 being overtaken by Riberas. So again, Norman Nato cannot hold back the progress of the Aston Martin Valkyrie, and that Cadillac Hertz Team Jota car is not that far away from being approached by Antonio Fuoco's Ferrari. Now the fight for 7th and 8th places, with the number 6 Porsche of Kevin Estre in 9th as well. Finally, the bulletin regarding the number 8 Toyota's lengthy pit stop has been issued, and this is, the fact is defined as car 8 did not enter the pit lane as soon as the pit entry opened after performing an emergency pit stop. So they did the tyre change within the full course yellow, and I said they would need to come back in again as soon as we went green, and they clearly didn't. So that's why it was a 3-minute stop and go penalty. Buemi said, what precisely did I do wrong? And his engineer owned that entirely and said, no, it's nothing to do with you. It's a mistake from our side. We didn't call you back in the pits to complete the pit stop. So, again, coming back from Toyota's difficult COTA, these are simple errors that they're making. However, they do have a different car now in the mixture in the form of the number 7 Toyota. Cadillac on the back foot, whereas those cars getting better are Ferrari. And, in fact, we've got a double overtake. One Ferrari trying to get ahead of the Cadillac, and the Porsche might luck in as well at the same time, as Nato does lose a place into the first corner, with Kevin Estre wanting to get by as well. Couldn't quite do that at turn number 1, but the Cadillacs just not happy in this halfway point of their stint.
No, really not. But the thing that strikes me is they're fighting over 7th place. They haven't really talked that much about the identity of the car in 6th place. It's the Aston Martin, one of the Aston Martins. Is it the new normal? Actually, it just got very, very tail-happy there, the 009 car, in its chase after the number 51 Ferrari, which at the moment is being driven by Alessandro Pierguidi. But suddenly it looks it's just in its natural environment. Alex Riberas, 6th overall, And the sister car is down in 11th, but bear in mind that the Aston Martin Valkyries this season have their highest finishes at 12th. So both their cars ahead of that. We've passed the halfway stage here at Fuji Speedway. Whatever happens from here on in, they are making progress, which is fantastic news. And also encouragement for the other manufacturers who are lining up to join in the future that maybe you can, with the right sort of tailwind, get things to work for you. Oh dear, going from bad to worse for Cadillac. And Norman Nato's now lost out to the number 6 Porsche of Kevin Estre. Quite perplexing, because the temperature swing has not been enormous in terms of track temperature.
No question about their speed when they're on low tanks, on relatively new tyres, and just get one lap to do a time, because, I mean, Alex Lynn was streets ahead of everybody else, and the time offered by Earl Bamber yesterday was good as well. As we can go into GT land towards Corvette, here's Ben Keating.
Ben Keating's job on the track is done, but not yet off the track. You're sitting back there, you're looking at all the data. The 33 TF Sport Corvette still in a position to do well in this one. What are you able to tell them about battling through all this traffic?
Yeah, it's a fun race. It's interesting. All the cars are pretty close on speed, and there are lots of different strategies going on out there. We were all about saving fuel in that first couple stints, so the second safety car kind of ruined that strategy for us, but we just came in to try to undercut, try something a little bit different, so we'll see how that works out after everybody else comes in for a stop. Yeah, I'm happy. We've had no mistakes so far. We've got a car that's capable of driving up there, and we'll kind of have to see how it works out with the strategy.
Fingers crossed for you guys.
Yeah, thank you.
Just want to correct myself. I talked about Alex Freebrass being in 6th. How remiss of me. He's just passed Nico Veroni, having passed Alessandro Pierguidi. The 09 Aston Martin Valkyrie up into 4th place overall. Bit of a chunk of time he's going to need to find to catch up with the 3rd place Peugeot. He's 8, nearly 9 seconds down on that. But he's done the overtaking. One of the Cadillacs just dives into the pits. Number 12, Norman Nato. So is he the first to blink, or is actually the problem in the car? Maybe they've got a set of tyres that just simply do not want to play, and they need to change them.
Yeah, it's very strange indeed, but what it's actually doing now, with Ferrari improving their positions to 6th and 7th on the road, 5th and 6th as far as manufacturer points scores are concerned, it is edging the championship from a manufacturer basis towards the Italians and the prancing horses, because Cadillac had become their nearest rivals. And from a Cadillac point of view, from a Porsche point of view, they need to be within that 66-point margin heading to Bahrain to keep the championship vaguely alive. But in the current positions, it is Ferrari's championship, I reckon, with a round to spare. It's nip and tuck, but Cadillac need to improve their fortunes, and quickly, as they start to fade, and Porsche just steadily growing now. But although remember, of course, that the 99 car's not going to score manufacturer points. That's the better placed of all 3 963s. But it's the Porsche Penske Motorsport cars that we need to focus on from a championship point of view. And what about Peugeot? They've really struggled to score any points this year. 55 as a total. But they could be on course for a first and maybe even a second place finish. But they're 1st and 3rd right now, with Jean-Eric Verne leading the race. 3rd position for Malte Jakobsen after a brilliant couple of laps where he gained 3 places, was it, in the space of about 3 laps. And now he's hustling for 2nd place on the tail of Nick de Vries. Nick's just settled that storm a tad and created a 1-second gap between those 2 cars, Toyota to Peugeot.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's definitely swinging back very much towards Ferrari. But, you know, they landed in the World Endurance Championship after 60 years away from the top of the sport in 2023. What did they do? They only went to win Le Mans, only won the Centenary race there. Then they won that again last year. But if they can win the title...
6 laps to go. Try to take all the opportunities. Some traffic coming. Let's be close.
Okay, that's a message to Alessandro Pierguidi. But just to finish my thought, if they can land the championship title this year, that is phenomenal, because, you know, you look who they've come up against. But, you know, in this race, it's been swinging forwards and backwards. But the good thing about Ferrari this year, they've just kept on collecting points. Whereas other manufacturers have been up and down a little bit like yo-yos. Gosh, there's still some tight movements out on the track. The number 6 Porsche being a little rub up the tail there as it went past one of the GT3 runners. But you've just got to be so super careful of this. But right now, what I want to know is which way the pendulum's going to swing next. I mean, Peugeot have been quick all race. We have to remember that number 12 Cadillac was way clear, was hauled back in by a safety car, and then went out front again. But now has just fallen down the order and is now down into 15th place in class after that third pit stop. Most of its rivals have only pitted twice, so they will come in. But I think pitting as early as they did, that was a sign they just weren't happy with that car. You can see a mechanic moving around, checking everything at the back of the car while others are doing tyre changes. Just get the body language, something not quite right. Can't work out what it is, but temperature continues to fall, but only very marginally. Another half degree lost off track temperature. It's down below 28 degrees now. Humidity is quite high. But you mentioned about the tyre compounds. Came here with a medium, didn't they?
Yes.
And that's, a lot of people have been using that, and maybe that's a little more temperature critical. Who knows?
Yeah, true. There's not really been the opportunity to use any of the softs. They didn't in qualifying yesterday. I don't remember seeing any of the white panels on the sidewalls to this point either. And even though there's contact for 4th position, and that is a Ferrari on the back of the Porsche. Now that actually might start to compromise the manufacturers being sealed today, because I cannot believe that that's going to be labelled as Nico Verone's mistake. So is Antonio Fuoco now potentially going to be into some hot water? Thankfully, from a championship perspective, it wasn't the 51 car who lead the Drivers' Championship, but that was the dice between number 99 Porsche, the Ferrari number 50, and the number 6 Porsche, which actually gets the spot now. So Estre read that perfectly. He gets ahead of Antonio Fuoco, and unfortunately, after a very good run for the 99 Proton competition Porsche, that's, I think, the end of us seeing it towards the front of the field.
You certainly feel that. While all that was happening, also Paul-Louis Chatin had caught the tail of that group in the number 35 Alpine, but contact is not anything we want to see, but we've seen a fair bit of it in this race. Not big contact, but enough to spin people around, and intake of breath there was Johnny Palmer standing up to just get extra focus, and one of the Porsches going one side of a GT3 car on the start-finish straight, but only just. I mean, we're talking about this, proverbial width of a cigarette paper.
Well, it was Estre again, an amazing run on Fuoco, who was clearly not going as fast as he would have been had he not made contact with the 99 Porsche a few corners before. So Estre pulls out of the line of Fuoco and then is presented with the back of a GT car, one of the Ferraris from Vistare of Corsa. And I just thought, where's he going to go now? Fuoco's on to his right. Somehow he found just about the width of asphalt, which is perfect for his car, to the left of the Ferrari. But Estre just kept his foot in, and I thought, there's just a wall of Ferrari, and then he just jinked to the left-hand side, as we've seen him do many times in it when he's driving a GT car on the Nordschleife. It wasn't quite a Kevin pass on the grass Estre manoeuvre, but it wasn't a million miles away from that, as now the Aston and the Ferrari number 51 are side by side over the line. That is that's Tom Gamble and Pierre Guidi, and Pierre Guidi in his Ferrari hypercar fighting with the British racer, but Gamble's going to be later on the brakes, and around the outside at turn 3 Gamble picks the Ferrari off. So having said that Ferrari might be able to win the manufacturer's title today, now that's starting to fade a little bit.
Well, I just don't feel we can have any confidence making any predictions at all, because a few moments ago they were running 6th and 7th, and they've been scattered down the order somewhat. Aston Martin, though, on the way up, 4th and 9th now. Bear in mind, they've never finished in the top 10, have both cars within that. We've got what's left on the clock. Just over 2.5 hours remaining, but this race is really yo-yoing up and down. Fantastic racing. I mean, scraps absolutely everywhere. Just want to talk about the front of the race, because Jean-Eric Verne for Peugeot sitting nearly 3 seconds clear. That is comfortable. But really what happened in the contact with the Proton competition Porsche and the Ferrari of Alessandro Pierguidi, just remember the message came through to Pierguidi, okay, just keep it cool, keep it calm. And then 2-3 laps later, contact with the tail end of the number 99 Proton competition. Porsche spun it around, and that's now running down in 11th place overall. So Nico Veroni, who basically inherited the car in the lead of the race, has been shuffled down the order as expected.
That radio message for Pierre Guidi was not crystal clear, I have to admit, but I'd actually got the two Ferraris the wrong way round, so it is the 51 that could potentially be on the wrong end of a penalty, and that is going to be more damaging to the drivers sealing the title of the day, because not only did Pierre Guidi lose ground, he's down in 10th position now, but that's surely going to be reviewed. We haven't had official confirmation that the incident involving car 99 and 51 is under investigation, but it's going to be, because there was a spin for Verone rejoining down in 11th. Pierre Guidi lost ground, well, namely to Estra and to Fuoco, who then after that switched places. And once more, remember, Porsche are trying to win the manufacturer's title this year as well, so that's a huge gain for them as Porsche overtook Ferrari in the aftermath. Ferrari are only scoring 3 manufacturer points now, but still it might be enough.
Yeah, it might be enough. A short blink of an eye ago, they were about to score 12, but it's chopping. I can't think of a race where the order has been shuffled as much as this, and just as teams seem to be getting onto the sweet spot on their cars on these tyres, it seems to go the other way. But also it's so super close to racing action. As we saw there with Pierre Guidi, slightly misjudged manoeuvre, spun around Nico Veroni. He ended up sliding off the track as well. He rejoined. By the time he did it, he'd lost 2 places, including 1 to his teammate, and yet we're still waiting for investigation of that moment, which will surely be coming. But some of the penalties are coming through at the moment for events that happened over an hour ago, so they've got a bit of a backlog. They might come in a flurry, but right, Aston Martin in the pits, the 007 car brought in by Tom Gamble. And that's for it. It was just, remember, it got up to 9th place overall. Both Aston Martins in the top 10. That, in so many ways, is quite a story, along with the great form of Peugeot, first and second in this race. The fabulous form in the early stages of the race, so the number 12 Cadillac in particular, but that's taken a tumble way down the order, outside the top 10 now as well, but that has also served an extra pit stop relative to most of its rivals.
So it's about to get very busy again at Fuji Speedway in the pit lane as the 007 Valkyrie has power once more. Remember, when you're refueling a car in the pit lane, the engine has to be turned off, then the mechanics keep their fingers crossed that it fires back into life, and engines and starter motors don't necessarily like all this hard charging action, but then being asked to restart as the cooling down phase has started to begin. If you think about it, the starter motor is actually only being used once every hour or so is that going to trigger into life correctly? And so many times at Le Mans, after 24 hours of action, those closing pit stops, there have been many heart-in-mouth moments. Remember the Ferrari that wouldn't actually restart for the final few stops. That was in 2023, wasn't it? When they eventually did win the centenary event. Second and third right together. Yellow flags, though, now at turn 3, and that's because the 27 Aston Martin was involved, and then 007 Aston Martin.
Well,
that's
just come out of the
outlap.
pits. That's his outlap. Tom Gamble into the pits, out of the pits, and now one looks like it's out of the race.
So 2 Aston Martins potentially have hit one another, 1 hypercar and 1 GT car, because that was definitely the 27 trying to recover. We'll get the hourly update in just a tick, but work out precisely what's gone on. And on cold tyres, first of all, Gamble couldn't get the car stopped down at the first corner, and as he rejoins, there are GT cars battling with one another over to his right. He goes on the brakes again on cold tyres as he sliced down the inside by a Porsche, and then gets a big tank slapper and wallops into the side of the 27 Heart of Racing team, Aston Martin.
Heart of Racing on Heart of Racing. It was over the curbings, and it twitched. It twitched into Zachary Robichaud, who did absolutely nothing wrong, over the apex curb at turn 3 for 007. So Tom Gamble, I'm afraid, that has not been a great outlap for him. Off at turn 1, trying to recover.
You've got your front corner's hanging off, mate.
Horrible moment for Tom Gamble. He'd already had one down at the first corner. He's trying to get the car back, but I think that is a lost cause. Your front corner's hanging off is the report from the engineer. As Tom attempts to do that, we haven't gone full course yellow just yet. It's just local yellows at turn 3. But at 2:31, let's get the hourly update.
The FIA World Endurance Championship.
The hourly update.
Peugeot lead the 6 hours of Fuji, round 7 of the 2025 FIA World Endurance Championship. That is the Jean-Eric Verne driven 93 9X8 that has a 2.6 second lead over a yellow flag affected Fuji Speedway. Not quite a full caution yet, but a nasty incident involving 2 Aston Martins, one a hypercar, one a GT car, and Tom Gamble on an outlap on very cold tyres, running into the side after a half spin of Zachary Robichon's number 27 Heart of Racing team, Aston Martin. Tom Gamble still trying to get the car, well, I was going to say restarted. The engine's running, but the steering is nowhere close front left to front right because of the contact, which has entirely bent and indeed broken the steering on the 007 Aston. And forlornly, Tom Gamble shaking his head in that car. Pit stop starting to happen, actually, so that's going to take Peugeot briefly away from the race lead, and Nick de Vries up to the lead there for it, but only by virtue of the fact that the 7 Toyota's not yet stopped. Toyota lead briefly. Kevin Estre up to second place in the not yet stopping number 6 Porsche. Then Nico Verone in the 99 Proton Competition Porsche, who was a leader for a good spell. Sheldon van der Linde sneaking up there for BMW in the sole surviving M Hybrid V8. He's now 4th, ahead of Yeyi Fei's number 83 privately entered Ferrari. Then the 2 Peugeots who've pitted on the same lap. One's already back into the race. That's the 94 Malte Jakobsen car. But in 6th place is number 93 for Jean-Eric Verne. Paul-Luc Chatin's 35 Alpine is in 7th, ahead of Mathieu Jaminet's number 5 Porsche Penske Motorsport number 5 car now on an outlap. Norman Nato in his Cadillac Hertz team Jota V Series R is in 9th, and in 10th place rejoining Alex Riberas. And unfortunately, for those of an Aston Martin persuasion, the sole surviving Valkyrie is that of the Spaniard 009 in 10th place. LMGT3, this is slightly less confusing because we're not in a pit stopping phase for these cars. Ricardo Pera, as the championship leaders, number 92 Manthey First Form Porsche, are in front now of Rahel Fry, but it is a Porsche 1-2. Rahel Fry with a do-or-dive manoeuvre down the inside of Sebastian Boe about half an hour ago. That was a great one to bag the race lead at the time, but since then Pera's got in front of the Swiss, and she is second in car number 85. Then it's Johnny Edgar in the TF Sport Corvette, number 33. Sean Gallale in his McLaren is 4th, number 95, ahead of Gianmarco Liverato's Ford Mustang for Proton Competition 88. 6th place to 27, Heart of Racing team, Zachary Robichon, Aston Martin. Is he still 6th after that spin? I think that's correct, yeah. Eduardo Barrichello in the number 10 car. Rui Andrade for TF Sport Corvette, number 81. Lynn Hodanius in his Mercedes for Iron Lynx number 61, and then some stoppers in behind. Finn Gersitz looks to be the best of those in 10th spot, the number 78 Lexus. We are now under full course yellow, by the way. This will be the 3rd full course yellow of the race so far. In the air, temperature about the same at 22 degrees Celsius, and the current Mobil 1 track temperature is 27 degrees C.
One engine oil helps prevent deposit build-up and keeps your engine clean.
My word, it's RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels. Bruce Jones, Johnny Palmer, live in the Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre. And this race has just been throwing the action right in our faces from the off, pretty much. It has been contact-ridden. That's not how we like to see motor racing happening, but it certainly does serve to shuffle up the order a great deal. just a horrible moment for Tom Gamble, someone who I've watched through his early career, coming through the Ginetta Junior programme and then on into some single-seater action as well. And he's still relatively new to hypercars, but has driven that car all year now. Knew that he was in a moment at turn 1. I'm not quite sure why he was then so desperate to get the car back on the racetrack and eagerly into turn 3 when he was surrounded by traffic. He will be running through those moments in his mind now as well. Unfortunately, that car is out of the race. He's out of the car, despite desperate attempts to get it towards the end of the lap. But just a horrible moment that he won't want to revisit.
No, he definitely won't. I mean, the thing, okay, what happened at the first corner, running a bit wide, not enough heat in the tyres. But I think it was desperation. There was a gaggle of GT3 cars. He just wanted to get past them. And clipping the curb on the inside, turn 3, the track was turning left, and unfortunately his car suddenly turned right. It hit the curbs and just fired off in the opposite direction. Zach Robichon went off in avoidance. Luckily he was able to rejoin, but I can't think of a World Endurance Championship race that's been as up and down as this one. Even with cars that haven't had moments, their tyre performance goes away or something happens with them in their setting. But for Aston Martin it's doubly galling that it's bad enough to have a car lose in the race. That one had a contact early on with Harry Tinknell having a rotation, clipping a couple of other cars, including, well, basically Phil Hanson's AF Corsa Ferrari was at the point of contact at turn 10 in the opening hour, but they were coming back, and Tom Gamble had just moved up to 9th place overall. The sister car is running in 4th place, but now with a sudden flurry of pit stops, the order is being shuffled, but, like never before,
Alex,
they're at the front.
I'll just give you overview. First of all, here we got a focus yellow. Tom is all fine, no worries. He had a contact with the other cars, with the other Martin, unfortunately. So that's it for them. The secondary, reminder about full course yellow release. So do not make mistake as we do that. Just wait until the comes green on the dash here. I will do countdown, but look on the dash as well. We just missed by 1.7 meter for the speed to be illegal, so not much. We need to be just safe. Stay on the safe side, please.
Well, the good news is he's not going to have to worry about that now because we're under a safety car, so we don't have to do the countdown out of a full course yellow. The full course yellow has been upgraded or downgraded to a safety car, whichever way you want to look at it. That's not always the pattern. Full course yellows don't have to be followed by a safety car. That's a virtual safety car, which always ends with a safety car. But there's always the option, from a race directing point of view, to introduce a safety car partway through an FCY. And that is what has happened, which will force a pass around again. It'll prevent anybody from making a pit stop. Well, you couldn't make a pit stop anyway in a full course yellow, so that hasn't changed. But it's 3 laps of a safety car until the pit lane does open officially. And once more, with 2 hours and 21 minutes to go, a reset button is hit for the 3rd time in this race.
I think one of the most extraordinary elements within this is each time we've had these sort of resets, the field has been really, really shuffled around. I'm just looking down to Manthey First Form. I know it's been a fantastic run from Ricardo Ferrer, but that car came up, the Manthey First Form Porsche, from about 12th in class. It's been given a helping hand, but certainly Ricardo has done the rest. But likewise, at the top of the race, we've got Nick de Vries, early stages of the race. In fact, right at the start of the race, we saw his car, the number 7 car in the hands of Mike Conway, sliding off the circuit and rejoining, losing places early on. But there's been these little moments of contact, and the biggest consequence so far has not been Tom Gamble's Aston Martin going out of the race. It's been Raffaele Marcello's BMW. So we're 2 cars down, because when Tom Gamble started to get going and getting that car, front corner was, how should we say, out of true. Well, yes, by about 45 degrees. So do not think, in fact, well, the car has pulled over. He tried to get it back, but there was no way he was getting that back to the pits. So that's 2 down, 34 still to play. So the pit stop's coming thick and fast. The number 8 Toyota is in the pits at the moment. That is running still stone last. Remember, it lost 2 laps. It had a 3-minute stop-and-go penalty. And that is all it can do is keep on trying to fight back. And a couple of its rivals now out of the race. But the sister car, Nick de Vries, number 7, leading the race. However, still a point at which teams waited to get back up to full speed and see where it hangs out. But we're in a situation with Toyota leading from Porsche, from BMW, Sheldon van der Linde. We've hardly mentioned the number 20 BMW all race. That has been moved up the order. Yeah, you fade. Yeah, of course, the Ferrari. Bear in mind, that was the car that was the slowest car after a very early hit. Harry Tincknell hit it. Phil Hansen had to live with the damage and the low performance. And when the car came into the pits, we could see a huge hole. I joked about a cannonball having been fired through the car, the side of the car, but that was the scale of the damage. But suddenly that car is now up into 4th place overall.
So Estra's just made a stop. Verone in and back out again. This will be for fuel. Well, that was a little while ago, wasn't it? But was after the full course yellow was announced. Am I right? Yeah, so they entered a closed pit lane, did Estra, and therefore he's going to have to pit again once the pit lane opens. And the big question for the 6 crew is that will we be back to green by that point, or will it just be lap 4 of the safety car? Because one is way more damaging than the other. As the weather, thankfully, has not taken full effect here. It means that the sun has been peeping through the relatively low cloud at certain periods through the course of the afternoon. And once more, then, this race takes a very different complexion. Now Nick de Vries has had to come into pit lane, and that's too early as well, isn't it, for the safety car? Now, the pass-arounds happened. Safety car came out at 2:36. What sort of lap times are we doing? 3 minutes. 36, 39. Yeah, it's not done 3 laps yet, the safety car. So Nick de Vries has just entered a closed pit lane as well. But they must have been properly marginal on fuel. And therefore, well, Toyota surely aren't going to make the same mistake again as they did with the 8 Toyota. Remember that 3-minute stop-and-go penalty that they had to do when they didn't finish their pit stop just as soon as we went green again.
I can't think which driver, so much has happened in this race, I think which driver said, we just need not to make any mistakes. There's been contact, there have been mistakes, there have been trip-ups in the pit, and yet you've also had the timing of safety car periods and certain crews who are outside the top 10 suddenly leading the race, most notably that number 99 Proton Competition Porsche. That is listed as 4th at the moment, but Nico Veroni will be coming in for the pit stop, well, hopefully at a legal point in the sequence here. But I honestly think it's a good thing it's all digital, the communication between teams, because otherwise they'd have had to clear a forest to make the paper to supply all the warnings given to all the teams, all the penalties, all the issues. Certainly the race officials, you feel, will be kept in a darkened room for some while after this race, because, I mean, the race action has been phenomenal, been endless, but been just little errors here and there, little penalties, little things that needed investigating. Now, here we are. Hold on a second, what have we got on the circuit? We've got a bit of sunshine. It's sort of threatened before the start of the race, but the car's coming around behind the safety car onto the start-finish straight. They're in full sunshine. If you look up behind them, if one does, always look up when you come to Fuji Speedway. Can you see the top of the volcano in the backdrop? They can't at the moment. They're facing the opposite direction, but the mountains they see as they go along the start-finish straight towards Turn 1, the clouds above those are very dark indeed. But hey, a day that's been very tricky for a lot of teams, just keeping tabs on where their cars are relative to the others, what's happened with their fuel, when's the next safety car period, what's happening in this one, what's happening in the full course yellow period. There have been, let's say, administrative muck-ups on the teams, not the drivers, and it's led to quite a lot of penalties. But anyhow, it's certainly keeping us on the edge of our seats. And Nick de Vries has been into the pits and out of the pits. So remember, he came in very early on, because Mike Conway did just that opening stint. He was the only driver change after the first hour of the race. Nick de Vries, everybody else stayed on board. Then, of course, we had driver changes in GT3 when the bronze drivers got to the end of an hour and 45, their minimum pit stop time. But Nick de Vries is doing the monster work. I wonder if that means that Mike Conway won't do any more of the race, and the load will be shared in number 7 Toyota by Nick de Vries, and the driver hasn't driven it yet, Kamui Kobayashi. Could be that way. Maybe Mike Conway's still not comfortable in the car after he's recovering from his cycling accident.
There could be an element of that for certain. 2:45 in the afternoon. We're racing through till 5. So from a hypercar perspective, I don't think anybody under green flag conditions, well, have we had a full stint under green is the first question, but those hypercars that might be able to have managed that won't have got to the full hour. Probably nothing like that, 45, 50 minutes or so. So still not looking at, even when we get to the top of the race hour, and therefore 3 p.m., probably not looking at just one more stop to get you to the finish, even if you had a full tank from 3 p.m. So 2 more from that point on. Staying out for the time being is the race-leading Porsche number 6. Interestingly, that's not the first car behind the safety car. So because of where certain cars have pitted, the race leader is not immediately the first car behind the caution vehicle. And the lights of which the Porsche safety car will stay on. So it's not going to be coming in at the end of this lap, which is currently lap 121.
Well, just remember after the last safety car period, there was a McLaren that rather interrupted the flow of the chasing hypercars. You had the first 3 hypercars getting clear, and then there's the best part of 4 seconds before they could get the start-finish line and pass the McLaren, which is going about its business fully, fairly and honestly. But, that gift has not led to 3 cars really getting a breakaway pack, because certainly the rest kept on coming. But it's been the pace of the Peugeots that has been so impressive in this race. They had a breakthrough race last time out at COTA, just outside Austin in Texas, and they finished 3rd and 4th in a season that's been up and down. But right now, it's looking very up.
The lights, but on our screen it's off, so it should be fine. That'll be good service, fuel and food service.
So in comes Kevin Estre, and I didn't see a red light at the start of the pit lane this time around, so that rather suggests to me that the pit lane is now open. And also, 1 or 2 others concur with that, because there's a whole load of cars pouring down pit road now. So Estre's in the number 6 Porsche. The 20 BMW of Sheldon van der Linde comes in. Likewise, lots of GT cars. Let's just try and do them in order. So the 83 Ye Fei Ferrari hypercar is in. Gianmarco Liberato in his 88 Ford Mustang from Proton Competition pits, as does Nico Verone, Proton Competition Porsche 963, Mathieu Jaminet in the 5 Porsche 963, Simon Mann in his GT Ferrari 21, Valentino Rossi's BMW 46, along with the sister car at WRT, Timur Boguslavsky. These will be for driver changes potentially as well. Yeah, because they should have done their hour and 45 minutes, these silver drivers. Brendan Hartley in the 8 Toyota pits. Sebastian Boe, Francesco Castellacci there in McLaren and Ferraris, respectively. Almost at the end of the list. Norman Nato in the 12 Cadillac is in. Ben Tuck in the repaired 77 Ford Mustang. And Nick De Vries has to come in again, which is what I suspected after... Was it him who'd entered the pit lane? Yes. He entered the pit lane after the safety car was deployed, but we hadn't quite got to the pit lane opening. So 7 in, and Kevin Estre is completing his pit stop after he entered a closed pit lane under the full course yellow. So this is across the board damaging for Porsche number 6 and Toyota number 7, and a chance for those at the front to recycle again.
You know, if you have a 6-hour round of the World Endurance Championship, that's the standard distance. Of course, we have the longer ones on top, most notably the 24 hours at Le Mans. I can't think of one in which the lap chart would have had so many changes within it. Well, very, very dodgy pull-out for the pits from the number 5 Porsche, almost clattering. The target car in this race, it's bright yellow, you can't miss it. Oh, you haven't missed it. It's the AF course number 83 Ferrari, but that was... I'd say a real fumble. So just go to my point. Quite often you have stages where you can settle down through 1 or 2 stints, maybe even 3 stints, with pretty much form staying honest and constant and not many changes to position. But we've had place changes according to really good racing battles. We've had place changes according to mistakes. We've had place changes in this race according to people getting the right side of a safety car period. It's been an extraordinary event. We've still got more than 2 hours remaining. 2 hours and 10 still on the clock.
So just trying to work out how many of those cars that re-pitted had to do as per the regulations, and Simon Mann in his Ferrari needed to come in again, as did Mathieu Jaminet, Timur Boguslavsky. But we potentially also need to see Mikkel Jensen in the 93 car into pit lane. When did he start his pit stop? Oh no, he might be okay actually. So that's again a massive advantage from 93, because 93 came in before the full course yellow was officially announced. So they got into the pits, then the full course yellow was announced, it was issued, it came out, and it was only then that the new driver emerged. But that's a legal pit stop. As long as you begin it before the caution starts, no problem at all. We're not necessarily seeing it. I suppose the safety car has rather taken the firm advantage away from that. Had we gone full course yellow and then restarted, that would have been a huge win in the respective Peugeot. But they are still first. Where's the sister car now, though? Number 94, that was third not so long ago. It is in 6th position for Malte Jakobsen. And whereas they did a driver change in the 93, Jakobsen stays on board in 94. Both cars have now made 3 stops. So they might have put Stoffel van Dorn in its most recent stop, but have decided to keep Jakobsen in, probably because of that amazing string of laps where he was picking off cars for fun.
He was. Great fun to watch. Was as well. Where is this race going to go?
I have no idea.
It's going to stay at Fuji Speedway, that's for sure. But who's going to be there through to the finish? I honestly can't say at this point. Yes, you have to say the Peugeots look strong. Yes, you have to actually say the 09 Aston Martin is looking pretty strong indeed. That's the car that had a drive-through penalty, fought its way right away back up the order from 18th up to 6th. It's running in 3rd place at the moment, but still time of plenty. But in terms of pace down the start-finish straight, those have been very quick, the Peugeots and the Aston Martin. Ferrari suddenly bobbed up to 4th and 5th place. That's where they were about half an hour ago. Things went tumbling down the order. But I'm still... Now the pass-around procedure is under review, but I'm still waiting for any further messages about penalties, because I think there's a massive backlog up in race control. They'll be doing them as fast as they can in chronological order, but there's been a fair degree of contact in this race. And one does feel that some of the assailants may yet be having their shirt collar felt.
If you have found some pictures somewhere to enjoy with our commentary, I hope, alongside, you might be a bit puzzled as to why there's a Cadillac immediately behind the safety car. Well, that's just a quirk of the safety car initially picking up the race leader, the Peugeot, and then the Peugeot pitting, or had just stopped, and the safety car then doesn't have to re-pick up the race leader. We will do the restart now with whoever is behind the safety car, because to a certain extent the safety car driver has done exactly their job, and now we're going to have a peculiar restart where, I mean, Mikkel Jensen's nowhere near what appear to be the front few cars. He's way much further down the safety car train, so we're going to have to try and work out precisely where he is. What it's doing is bringing in the LMGT3 fight into sharp focus, though, because they're just 2 cars back.
Yeah, he's about 12th in the line of cars, behind almost all GT3 runners, and so the first 2 laps for him.
The Akotis
Ben
ASP
Barnicoat
team
with
for
Jay.
Lexus is doing things a little bit differently. The silver driver's now in the car. Ben Barnicoat, what's the logic to that? Trying to mix it up and just, play different cards to see if it comes out on top?
Well, right now in our car, we're still waiting for Finn to finish his drive time. I wasn't able to jump in just yet and do that. So, it's always how it is in these endurance races, right? You kind of have to tick off the first few things like drive time and stuff, but then you need to start working the race from the back, from the finish backwards. So I think we're looking like we're on pretty good strategy right now. So let's see how it shakes out. We had a bit of a tough start, dropped backwards, but we're kind of back in the top 10 now, and hopefully we can do something at the end.
When it's this chaotic out on track with everything going on, how do you even read the rhythm of the race as a driver getting ready to get in?
Yeah, that bit's tough, especially someone like myself. I'm a bit bad for needing a nervous bathroom break, so I mean that's my tricky spot. But that's definitely harder for the engineers than it is for us. Like as a driver myself, I was actually not sure if I was going to get in the car in the second stint of the race, so I've kind of been ready to go the whole way. So yeah, definitely eager to get out there, but. Yeah, it's just sometimes the way it shakes out, but looking forward to getting out there. I think the race being chaotic has definitely worked in our favour. We've been struggling a little bit on long run speed this week, so all these yellows have kind of always bunched things back up and put us back in the mix. So quite grateful for it, and hopefully we'll have a shot at the end here.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Ben Barnicoat, who's been away for quite a big period of the race, also through injury. We were speaking about Mike Conway, who has been out for a second time after a cycling incident quite recently. But Ben Barnicoat only been back for a couple of races now within Akodis ASP team. Finn Gersitz, he referred to there, not having quite done his 1 hour and 45 minutes as the silver racer. The new order, if we stick with this at the restart, is now massively benefiting Ferrari, who should be gaining 22 points, 12 with one car, 10 with the other, and therefore would be 2025 manufacturer champions, 89 clear of Cadillac and 81 clear of Porsche, with only 66 left on the table. It didn't look like that about half an hour ago.
No,
by the way, we're about to restart.
Yeah, they were down, just potentially scoring 3 points and keeping the title battle open.
Oh,
now the lead in the Manthey in the GT3 class nearly changed there.
But it couldn't change.
It couldn't change, but he nearly went off the circuit. That's Ricardo Pera. Rahel Frey actually lost out. She was right underneath. Came close to clipping the back as they turned onto the start-finish straight. She's dropped back. Now got a massive challenge from Johnny Edgar, tucked behind in TF Sport Corvette down the start straight. Feel that's a little unfortunate for Rahel Frey there. Not her fault at all.
Couldn't overtake effectively the team car. Not allowed to overtake before the line. And now to the high side goes Johnny Edgar in the 33 Corvette. Still pretty tight in the tightish in the championship. What's that? A gap of 36 points. So that's easily within touching distance going into the final round. As way out wide again goes the 27 Heart of Racing team Aston Martin. Not quite to the extent of to the contact lap for Zachary Robuchon when he was spinning after being run into the side of from Tom Gamble's 007 car.
Jeopardy is my favourite word of the weekend, and it's absolutely being provided by the bucket load, because here you have the runners in GT3 trying their best to fight for the class honours, and they're being dive-bombed at every point around the circuit by the hypercars, who were caught up towards the tail of that train behind the safety car. And this is the moment of consequence for a lot of the drivers. A bent fin here, tail damage there. Hasn't happened yet on this restart, but it's very much in the reckoning. And Ferrari have just been talking about how the pendulum has swung back their way. They were down the order, but suddenly they are back towards the sharp end, back to gather the points that will land them the title with 1 round to go. But yet, to this next lap, they've just got to keep their wings clean, not get any contact, because we've still got more than 2 hours remaining in this race, only a whisker more than 2 hours. And it's on the restarts after safety car periods. It's the time where you're most likely to have contact. So far on this restart, fingers crossed, all is okay. It's certainly okay if you're a fan of Peugeot, because their car is at the front of the race. They're number 93. The sister car has fallen down to 5th overall, so it's Mikkel Jensen leading the way. Malte Jakobsen is back in 5th place, but it's all very close at the front.
The pincer movement at the first corner between Proton Competition Porsche number 99 and the Toyota around the outside, and will stay in front, so that is a fight for 11th position. You're tuned to RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels. On the other hand, you might be tuned to RS3 as part of the same network, where we're going to have a programme change within RS3. But it's a very, very busy weekend this time around, with live coverage of the 24 Hours of Barcelona, the latest round of the Creventic 24H series. But if you want to stick with the penultimate race of the World Endurance Championship, tune to RS1 now to stay with the final 2 hours of this phenomenal race, the 100th edition of the WEC race card, and you can stick with Johnny Palmer and Bruce Jones on RS1. Mikkel Jensen continues to lead on lap 127 then, 1.6 seconds clear of Charmy Lacey in his Alpine, and Antonio Fuoco in the non-championship leading Ferrari, but they will also bolster their championship points if they can stay there. 009 Aston Martin, after sadly the demise of the 007, now the side-to-side contact is 4th, I should say, but side-to-side contact between two front-engine GT cars. That's a Iron Lynx Mercedes and the Lexus. Couldn't quite tell whether that was the 87 or the 78, but they were trying to take chunks out of one another on the main straight. Now the Lexus jinks from one side of the road to the other to try and fend off the Ferrari number 21 in the hands of Alessio Rivera, and Rivera is able to clear both cars. So that's the 78 car of Finn Gersitz, still not in a position to give up the car to Ben Barnicoat, as we were hearing. And in the number 61 car, Lynn Hedanius. More cars almost off the road. That's a big squeeze from the 31 BMW of Augusto Farfus as Dennis Olsen got the overlap, and Olsen, the Norwegian racer, down the inside, I think will just about hold on to that position.
Well, you hope, but we didn't get to see them turn into turn one. Certainly he was approaching that tight downhill right-hander on the inside line. Harder one to brake on, harder to get a smooth run through the corner, but you're still on the inside. But again, some fab racing. But I tell you what, I don't think I've ever seen a race here where so many drivers have been squeezed up so close to the pit wall. And certainly if I was a race steward, I'd be paying a little bit of attention to that. I mean, most notably, very early in the race, Sebastian Buemi gave Ferdy Habsburg's Alpine very little space. They went under where they traditionally hang out the old pit boards. Luckily, they weren't doing that, but certainly that is a point of watching. But how form changes. Outside the top 10, just outside Ye-Yifei, that's the yellow car, the 83 AF Corsa Ferrari that won Le Mans, of course. Phil Hansen got given a thump very early on. I still sense all is not quite right with the car, despite their sort of natty work with tape to effect repairs to the hold right side of that car. But I mean, how many cars in this race are not carrying some form of damage?
Well, yeah.
You'd have to say there've been so many little bit of rubs. It's lots of little incidents, but there's hardly a car that's going to have a. We've seen a lot of, particularly on the hypercars, you know, whole new rear end going on. We saw one of the Aston Martins, I think it was 009, getting a whole new front end on that. So the teams can do that in their pits, but it is very difficult indeed. Kelvin van der Linde on a bit of a high. He won a championship last weekend at Valencia with the most sensational drive for Team WRT, but he's swapped from one continent to another and just keeps his racing going. And a rich patch this year.
Debris on the main straight being reported right now, so if we have to go into another caution, that will be potentially the reason for it. A little bit wide there for one of the Vista AF Corsa Ferraris after nearly running into the side of the 31 BMW, so that is the 54 Ferrari now in the hands of Davide Rigon, having a almighty scrap with Augusto Farfus, but also involved with that is Kelvin van der Linde in the 46 BMW. Still haven't had an answer about the incident that involved the 99 Porsche and the 51 Ferrari of Alessandro Pierguidi. The 50 car, though, that I actually thought initially was the innocent party, should be okay and is up to third place. Doesn't really matter in what order they are in terms of earning their championship points. I just wonder whether third place at this stage is enough. Let's imagine that the second of the Ferraris, the 51, doesn't finish in the points. Still okay, because Porsche are not having particularly a sparkling race, and Cadillac, it's totally nosedived for those two cars, the 12 and the 38, now outside of the points, and they needed to score just some to keep the championship bubbling in the manufacturers.
The action on the track, fast and furious. Porsche against Ferrari, side by side. Number 6 Porsche pushing on, but that's Kevin Estre, Alessandro Pierguidi defending like mad. But while that's happening, we saw a really good move a short while ago for Rahel Frey. Unfortunately, drive-through penalty, full course yellow procedure. She'd fallen to 4th place in class, and Sean Galea was coming past Johnny Edgar, who's absolutely flying in the number 33 Corvette, up to 2nd in class. Ricardo Pera at the top. But for Rahel Frey and the crew, they started 17th, penultimate position in class. They rose to be in 2nd position. She made that bid to lead, and then a drive-through penalty. It's all on small margins, but another case where a lap chart would show something has changed. Something also just changed there. The remaining Valkyrie from Aston Martin, Alex Riberas, way off the circuit at turn 1, just about hauled it back from about 5 or 6 car widths beyond the white lines, down over the tarmac and rejoined at turn 2. That he's running around in 5th, but I think the pressure was coming on intensely from Kevin Estre's Porsche, and I'm afraid that's a fumble. Aston Martin, it's looked so promising. It may yet fall away, but they're still on course for by far their best result, as long as that car can keep going. The 007 is out of the race. Tom Gamble had his big moment in that, but 009 going nicely, but maybe that sign of the run wide at turn 1 is the sign that tyres maybe not quite as sweet as they were earlier in the stint.
Still checking back through the various messages to find out which ones we're still waiting for the incidents that are under investigation. I get the feeling that the backlog of paperwork is substantial in the steward offices as various things are looked upon, and it's not just a question of people in the steward's room making the decisions. They also then have to create summons documents to get various team members up there to discuss the situation as well. Now Aston Martin up against Porsche, and the 009 Aston Martin's made very quick work of Kevin Estre, who wants to outdo Riberas on the brakes and will go down the inside, but then unfortunately Estre can't quite make the corner at turn 1. The Porsche was dancing from foot to foot in order to slow down sufficiently, but Ribera says, well, that's all right, I'll just take you on the exit, and back up to 5th position goes the Aston.
Refer to previous comments about the lap charts. Far, far busier than any WEC race I've seen in a very, very long time. To get this level, a number of changes, people moving up and down the order, you need normally oblique weather, don't you? Just coming in and changing all of a sudden, but we have it all race.
Car 50. We'll get to that. Here's Bruce, first of all.
Is he actually running second at the moment? What was the strategy like? Did you plan to stop before the safety car?
You need always to have a bit of luck in that situation. What is sure is the pace was good, but I was stuck in the 10th position, so I maximum the fuel saving on the tire management. Thanks to that, we have been capable to do an extra lap, and thanks to this extra lap, we have been capable to have this luck to stop right before that and to have more or less a free pit stop. That's why we are P2 now, but I will not say it was planned, but it's what we were targeting.
Do you think you have the pace to stay there until the end of the race?
Yeah, honestly, I think so. The pace of the car was really strong. Not on one lap. We saw yesterday in quali we missed a bit of pace on one lap. But for a complete stint, I think our tire there is quite decent, and I'm confident Charlie is super fast. So fingers crossed, and I hope we will be capable to jump on the podium if it's not better.
Thank you very much. Good luck.
Paul-Luc Chattard talking to Bruce Giuani. Alongside me is Bruce Jones in the Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre. It's Johnny Palmer just trying to monitor what on earth is going to happen next, because, well, first of all, the battle, we're going to go full course yellow. That's no doubt down to the debris on the main straight, but Toyota up against Cadillac. This is the fight for 10th and 11th, but maybe much more significant as the full course yellow kicks in now and everybody adheres, hopefully, to the 80 km/h speed limit. Yet another full course caution. A message appeared at 5 minutes past 3, so 3 minutes ago, to say that the following cars or their representatives must report to the race director immediately. And talk about key names in the championship. Both the Scarlet Red Ferraris are in the list. Car 50, Car 51, and the other one is the 94 Peugeot, which has been having a very good race and is currently in 4th position. But that never is a good message to hear. To the race director immediately. Then separate from that, Pierre Greedy is under investigation for a potential 5th track limits offence, which may well be a penalty to take it in the next pit stop, or is that? No, I think that's a drive-through actually for a 5th warning. We'll wait to see on that, and more track limits flags being waved.
Miguel Molina, you've raced
as we hear from
Fuji
Miguel Molina
many times before. Have you ever seen a race this nerve-wracking?
No. It's going quite crazy, let's say. You can see that a lot of things are happening, and from our side, we don't really have the pace as the front runners, but so far we're doing a good job taking the opportunities. So we will try to keep that and try to finish the race in a good position to score points for the championships.
It's all about the championship at this point and getting the points for Ferrari?
Yeah, for sure. That's the main goal, to go for the Constructor Championship. So we are trying our best to help on that. So far, as I said, we are taking the opportunities. Let's see how it goes, but it's really difficult to fight like this.
You've got a GT win in the past. Good luck getting a hypercar win today.
Well, the past was with some GTs. We also scored some wins here, so we are in a good position. But the most important thing is to take the car home and to score points.
Thanks to Miguel for talking to me. He actually took his headset off, listening to the pit wall, telling him when to get in the car. So hopefully he didn't miss his opportunity.
Well, not allowed to do that right now, Shay, with the full course yellow closing the pit lane. So driver changes are very much off limits. If you need fuel, then you're allowed 8 seconds of the fuel nozzle to be attached, but no more. And then you would need to complete the pit stop just as soon as the pit lane reopens. But a full course yellow, it is closed throughout. Side-to-side contact between the 50 Ferrari of Fuoco and Malte Jakobsen, and that was a gun for the third position, rather forcing Jakobsen well off the track and into the gravel trap. There's a gravel lining there of maybe 3 metres, 4 metres wide of gravel trap immediately on the exit of turn 1. I remember in previous years here at Fuji there's been quite substantial curb break up there as well that needed to be assessed and repaired. But somewhat rudely assaulted. You could argue that Fuoco, it was his corner to defend, and Jakobsen is well used to getting roughed up to that extent, but the next few corners he will needed to have cleaned up his tyres. Alex Riberas wasn't quite close enough to pounce in the 5th placed Aston Martin.
Right, even more potential problems. Car number 99, the Proton competition, Porsche. Remember, it got shuffled to the front of the race. It got shuffled back down. We weren't racing all over again. But Nico Varoni, who was at the wheel after the restart, under investigation for overtaking beyond track limits at turn 16, final corner of the lap. Thick and fast. I mean, the race officials are really probably feel tempted to have a meltdown in the office, but they've got so much to watch. I mean, this race has just been truly extraordinary. Let's just run you down who is where at this point in the race. It's Peugeot leading the way by dint, frankly, of having fewer moments than everybody else. I think it is probably they've had really good pace and really good at attacking on cold tyres at the start of the stint. Down the start-finish straight, they're mighty, but there they are, Mikkel Jensen leading the way. However, the sister car, that's in 93, 94, along with those two Works Ferraris, in trouble at the moment.
We are removing full course yellow in 27 seconds.
Still double yellows down at turn 10, interestingly, but the full course yellow is about to be removed. Here's the countdown for it.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Full course yellow removed.
We're back to green. We're back to green.
So overtaking permitted again then as they head across the line, the Cadillac and the Toyota, which are fighting for 10th and 11th places. Mikkel Jensen, meanwhile, 2 seconds up the road from Charles Milesi. Maybe even tighter than that. Will allow them through the next split at full speed to find out precisely the gap. But there's not going to be a lot of real estate between the two French cars. This is a dream for any fans of ACO Rules Racing who are based in France, maybe even at Le Mans as well. Peugeot in front of Alpine, and then Ferrari in 3rd place, but big question marks about whether the 50 and the 51 cars might be on the cusp of receiving more penalties for both of their cars, because representatives from each have been asked to head to the race director.
Yeah, well, I tell you what, if you presume they're going to have some form of penalty, that will suddenly accelerate Aston Martin back into 3rd position, where it was in the early stages of the race where Marco Sorensen was at the wheel. It's now Alex Riberas. He's running 5th. He's about 3 seconds down off the tail of Jakobsen's Peugeot, but there could be a gift coming his way. Refer to previous earlier comment. Do not make any errors in this race. We're starting to see them rack up. We're starting to see those track limit excesses. Let's just talk about GT3 for a moment. Manthey first form. They fell away. They qualified 5th in class. They fell down to outside the top 10 in class. Ricardo Pera, brilliant stint for him, but we've got pretty much the 2/3 point in this race, and it's probably time for him to bail out. No, he's got to about another 10-15 minutes actually before he hands over potentially, but he's got a lead in class and 3 and a bit seconds over the Vista AF Corsa number 21 Ferrari. It's had a pretty quiet race, actually. That's largely kept out of trouble. And Dennis Olsen, we saw him making progress to Proton competition in the better place, the 2 Ford Mustangs. He's running third. So that's an entirely different grouping than we had half an hour ago at the head of GT3.
Yeah, I know. But it's not the first time that happens either. You start to establish a race order in your mind, and then you just have to eject all that information, pretend it didn't even happen, or sort of keep it in the archives for future reference, and then go, right, here's the new order, rinse and repeat. We've had to do that perhaps more than any previous occasion in the World Endurance Championship. The revision to the order in both categories has been phenomenal.
Well, just think about GT3, early stages in the race. The 2 United Autosports McLaren, they moved up from second and third on the grid. They were leading, and I mean, James Cossingham streaked off into the distance. Where are they now? They're not in the top. They're not in the top 10. At the moment, United Autosports, one of the cars in the pit, Sean Galale, he's down 15th in class, and that's 2 places ahead of Gregor Saucy, who's in the sister car. And that was the one that was streaking clear at the start of the race. So it really, really has been a race of extraordinary chopping and changing. Maybe just now we'll settle down and we'll get the race running as we expected. But you know what, on the current form, we've got, hour and 45 minutes remaining. There's got to be at least another 30 messages from race control. What do you reckon? I'd say so.
And that's just to tell us that certain things are under investigation. It doesn't actually give us a resolution to most of them, as is the case for turn 13. Well, we sort of knew about that, didn't we? 99 Verone versus 51 Pierre Guidi, but
that's first notification we've
had
on
no way.
That one.
Right.
So the Porsche has no target, just so you know. We can go by, they have no target.
Porsche has no target, so that is in terms of fuel mileage, fuel saving. So they have been tuned in. It's a message from Ferrari, but the information is about the 6 car, which has now gone right underneath the 50 for third position.
But effectively they were saying, to an extent, let him through. And as that move happened, he pulled aside. There was very, very nearly contact. The Peugeot of Malte Jakobsen sort of misread the situation, nearly clattered into the back of the Ferrari. Oh, my word. What's going to happen next?
Yeah, OK, so that goes to explain why I couldn't find an answer to the incident that involved 99 and 51. It hadn't even been officially put under investigation, but has now. And that happened 3 minutes ago. So the investigation has begun. Just shows you how far behind they are. It's about an hour ago, that collision, which ended up spinning Nico Verone and delaying Alessandro Pierre Guidi. After the full course yellow, a big flurry into the pit lane because, of course, the pit lane was reopened, and that meant that the silver drivers that had done their 1 hour and 45 minutes could get out of the cars. Driver changes, therefore, for the 33 Corvette. Johnny Edgar over to Danny Juncadella. Sean Galale's exited the 95 McLaren, and Marino Sato's taken that over. Zachary Robuchon, he's got a lot of stories to tell after contact from a fellow Aston Martin. But Robuchon out, and Mattia Drudi, the big talent from Italy, is the replacement driver. Augusto Farfus is pedalling as fast as he has done all race in the 31 BMW. 141.6 is a car best. Finn Gersit's in to hand over to Ben Barnicoat and Eduardo Barrichello. So that was in the 78 Lexus. Eduardo Barrichello in the number 10 Aston Martin hands over to his co-driver Valentin Haas-Clos.
Just trying to tick off what sort of incidents we haven't yet had in this race. An invasion by a flock of swans, perhaps, but we have had pretty much everything else. And I can't think of a race that's had just so many bits of minor contact, and it's left a lot of debris at various points on the circuit. Fortunately, I suppose, with the full course yellow periods we've had and then the safety car periods, it has enabled to be a gap for the marshals to run out. And the sight, knowing that in about a minute's time, you're going to have a gaggle of cars coming through. You've got a marshal out there with a sort of dustpan and brush just sweeping up bits of debris. It is quite extraordinary, but they work it very well. They protect them. They know there's a gap in the traffic, they go out. But along the start-finish straight, there's enough tyre debris on the start-finish straight scattered to the sides anyhow. But the debris we've seen in this race, just little bits off cars, but things that can certainly lead to a puncture. It's been quite concerning in many ways, but the racing has been truly fantastic. But there have been some moments where there's just been a little bit too much contact.
I'm now picturing an equivalent person with dustpan and brush at the end of the day in the steward's room clearing up as
Someone
well.
with a wheelbarrow to collect all the printouts. Yeah,
well, yeah, but also, some heated discussions surely within that smallish room. They might be using several rooms there this weekend. There will have had to have been because of the amount of personnel cycled through. I'm still just trying to get up to date with the summons. So just people being told to go upstairs, regardless of then the decisions made. Kevin Estre has just set the number 6 Porsche's best lap of the race. So clearly track conditions are very good now. The Mobil 1 track temperature up to 28 degrees Celsius. Air temp we're at nearly 24. And Kelvin van der Linde enjoying himself in the number 46 BMW. He's up to 4th place now, actually, and things looked a little more bleak than that at about half distance when that car was struggling to be in the top 10.
Yeah, I mean, they certainly do. And in fact, in GT3 with Team WRC with their cars in 3rd and 4th, you feel there might be some reward. And let's face it, the team must be feeling pretty down at the moment with one of its 2 hypercars out of the race with Raffaele Marciello thumping to the barriers on the exit of turn 8. They're 2 cars in third and 4th, yes they are in GT3, and the remaining car in the top category is in the hands of Kelvin's brother, Sheldon, in his 8th overall. You might think that's some distance off. It's only 12 seconds down on the ultimate lead of this race, and I feel there are a few more twists in the tail of this one. May yet rise higher.
51 under investigation again for track limits, and that's going to be a 6th warning for the championship leaders. They've dropped outside of the top 10 now. 11th position. And remember, that car is effectively under double investigation now for the one that's the track limits. That's relatively simple to work out. Has it breached track limits, and therefore it's a 6th warning penalty. So Kevin Estre's team radio.
Waiting with them for P2 is Charles Minesi on board. Same strategy as us. 4 new tires.
So keeping him up to date with the situation with the Alpine ahead on the road. Charles Minesi, same new tyres. So they were given new tyres at the previous pit stop. And remember, tyres are heavily restricted in the World Endurance Championship. You're only given a finite number of them. It's generally 3 sets across a 6-hour race. Down the inside goes the number 50 Fuoco car. That's the fight for 4th and 5th position. So Fuoco defending from overtaking Malte Jakobsen. In fact, Jakobsen had been 4th for a little while, but it's Jakobsen on the attack. So maybe I've misread that. To the outside line goes the Dane. The place changes do not happen. Although Jakobsen is riding the crest of the wave just as he was doing earlier on in his stint. It feels like a triple stint now for the young Danish racer, not giving that car up at this stage to Stoffel van Dorn.
Yeah, what's happened in the last handful of laps is the 09 Aston Martin has lost 1 position. That's Alex Ribras going backwards as Fuoco came forward in his Ferrari. But I just wonder, Aston Martin is right with them. Red, white, green, not just the colours of Italy, but Ferrari, 4th place, Antonio Fuoco, white, Peugeot, Malte Jakobsen, green, Aston Martin, Alex Ribras. Actually, he's not too far clear of Mathieu Jaminet, who's in the 2nd of those Works Porsches. The number 6 car, Kevin Estre's car, is in 3rd overall, but it's all closing up, and actually Jaminet immediately starting to not just get on the tail of the 009 Aston Martin, but to try and pass it. For now, he stays behind, but down the start-finish straight, a 4-car train, and Jaminet will be getting a 3-car tow just about down the straight. So he should close in on the Aston Martin, which in turn should close in on the Peugeot. But actually the one that's really doing the closing, as it has all race, the Peugeot in a straight line is just phenomenal. Pulled almost level with the Ferrari and goes into the first corner. The Ferrari runs a little bit wide, Fuoco runs wide, but no chance for Jakobsen to tuck down the inside. But that straight line speed, what a weapon.
High side again on the approach to turn 3 for Jakobsen, now jinking to the inside line. That will give him the loop around the outside, and almost thought about going 2 abreast into turn 4 and turn 5. So Jakobsen seemingly being able to put his 9X8 just anywhere on the road and it sticks, whereas the 50 Ferrari is slightly more reliant on the single racing line. I've just totted up the points again for the current positions of the two Ferraris versus Porsche, and they can't win the championship now today in the current situation because one is fourth, the other one's out of the points, whereas the Porsches are scoring with both of their cars, third and seventh currently. That's a gap. I make it 56 points with 66 on the table in Bahrain.
Right, victory last time out. Can you remember who won at COTA? The number 6 Porsche, Kevin Estre, Lawrence Vanthoor sharing with Matt Campbell. Matt's not here this weekend. They've opted for that two-driver lineup. But, just to reiterate, cars 50 and 51, both with a team representative asked to go and see the race director. That's both of the Ferraris. So wherever they are now, it could be a whole lot worse coming up. Equally, the number 94 Peugeot that's running in 5th place, Martin Jacobsen. Someone from that team has been asked to go up to race control, so there is an awful lot going on. The drivers can only play their parts. They've got to wait and see what happens in the race. You almost forget we've got a Peugeot leading overall and pulling clear, 3 and a bit seconds clear now of Charles Milesi. That's Mikkel Jensen, the number 93 Peugeot. But just commenting on the Peugeot's behaviour on the track, it looks like the wheelbase seems shorter. It reminds me of the shape of the car. It's very twitchy, but it does seem to have a good level of grip. You're quite right that you can see it be put pretty much anywhere. However, look at it at the end of the lap when they come up to turn 16, that long right-hander climbing up from entry to apex to exit of corner, and through there the Peugeot doesn't have the form, but it does down the start straight.
Here's the first penalty for car 51.
51 has a drive-through penalty for continuous abuse of track limits. Car 51, drive-through penalty for abuse of track limits.
But that is the abuse of track limits on the 5th occasion. We now know it's under investigation for a 6th offence and the contact with Nico Verone's 99 Porsche. So the first of potentially 3 penalties now for car 51. I think you almost can say, right, that car's just not going to score championship points today, because I can't see it getting away without a penalty after the collision with 99, and the 6th track limits offence, especially as he's already done 5, is a hook, line and sinker job as well.
Frankly, if the driver's concerned, they're asked to go and stay behind to see the head teacher, metaphorically, I feel a lot of them are going to be missing their flights home.
Yes.
You booked yourself out on a Sunday night? You're kidding. Anyhow, right, leading the race, it is still Peugeot out front. Mikkel Jensen, 3.2 seconds to good over Charles Milesi's Alpine. So, yeah, French teams to the fore. And Alpine have had some good results this year. If they finish where they are, that will be their best result so far. But for Peugeot, if they could take a first win at this level, well, that would be absolutely phenomenal. Porsche still very much in the mix. Let's go down to GT3. It's not still. I tell you what, during the course, that pit stop, Vista AF Corsa with the number 21 Ferrari that just kept on edging closer to the front. Now leading the class. What's the gap? Not a lot, 3.5 seconds, same as it is between first and second in the hypercar class. The car in second place, Proton Competition Mustang. That's been going further forward. Dennis Olsen at the wheel. That's into second place and complete the top 3. The Ben Team WRT, Augusto Farfus, the veteran BMW racer. He's in 4th overall. He's very close to the tail of the Mustang, though.
So what has happened to the 92 Porsche, I hear you ask? Well, that came in for a relatively early pit stop compared to its rivals. Ricardo Pera is out and Richard Lietz gets in. But remember that all the cars ahead of it on the road now will have to do their equivalent penultimate pit stops. You'll never make the race finish from this stage. And it does mean that the 92 Porsche is amongst those that will have to come in with about half an hour to go. Let's just work out when Pera came in. It was actually at 17 minutes past the hour, so 3:17 for that car's penultimate pit stop. Let's assume it can make it through to 4:17 then, with a bit of fuel save for Richard Lietz. He'll need some fuel, but in comparison to others, I mean, if there are some GT cars that car is fighting that can pit at, let's say, 4 o'clock as their equivalent stop, they'll be fine to the finish. So maybe it's not all about the 92 Porsche. I do think they're in a very strong position because of the amount of full course yellow and, more importantly, safety car we've had bunching up the field, and generally it's been the 92 car leading out of those safety cars. So they're the benchmark, they're the measure, they're the yardstick to be going by. It's 3:30. RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels. Time, therefore, for an hourly update.
The FIA World Endurance Championship.
The hourly update.
Live from the Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre, this is RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels. 90 minutes to go in the penultimate race of the season, the FIA WEC, and the 6 hours of Fuji with Bruce Jones and Johnny Palmer. It's Mikkel Jensen who leads the way after 4.5 hours for Peugeot in their number 93 car, the car he shares with Jean-Eric Verne and Paul Di Resta. They have a lead of 1.7 seconds over Charles Milaty's number 35 Alpine, the A424, but a hard-charging Kevin Estre is right on the tail of the Frenchman in the number 6 Porsche. And Porsche at the moment are scoring manufacturer points with both of their cars, whereas it's gone a little bit out of control for Ferrari and the 51 side of the camp. Just had to take a drive-through penalty, has Alessandro Pierguidi. That and a combination of other things have dropped the 51 car down to 13th place, with that car also under investigation for 2 further infringements. One is another track limits potential oversight or overrunning, and then the other one is more substantially contact with the 99 Porsche. So the 51 car is going to struggle to score any manufacturer or indeed driver championship points this weekend. Third position is Kevin Estre, as I mentioned. Fourth place, the 50 car of Antonio Fuoco. It's a lot brighter this side of the AF Corsa garage, and they could still make the podium, although there's 7 seconds gap between Estre and the 50 car of Fuoco. Malte Jakobsen in the 94 Peugeot Total Energies 9X8 makes it an even better running from Peugeot, because they could yet still get both cars on the podium, first and fifth as things stand. Alex Riberas in the 009 Aston Martin is running in 6th. Sadly, that's the only Aston that still survives after a nasty incident for Tom Gamble on an outlap where he lost control of the car and clattered into the side of a fellow Aston Martin, this time a GT car of Zachary Robichon. 7th place is the 5 Porsche of Mathieu Jaminet. Then it is Alex Lynn in the number 12 Cadillac. Cadillac have struggled, having locked out the front row yesterday in qualifying. They are at the moment 8th and 14th. 9th position for Sheldon van der Linde's BMW, car number 20, and he has 4 seconds of an advantage over Kamui Kobayashi's number 7 Toyota in 10th. LMGT3, headed at the moment by the number 21 Ferrari, but that's now under investigation for a pit stop at 2:45, so maybe not its most recent pit stop, but the one before that, 45 minutes ago. So maybe Alessio Rivera's time at the front of LMGT3 will be short-lived, as that is being investigated. 2nd place is Dennis Olsen's number 88 Proton Competition Ford Mustang. 3rd in LMGT3 is Augusto Farfus in the 31 BMW, very much enjoying his stint, as is behind by a second the 2nd BMW of Kelvin van der Linde in number 46. So getting brighter for the WRT M4s the closer we get to the checkered flag. Davide Rigon in the 54 Ferrari is in 5th, ahead of Charlie Eastwood's TF Sport Corvette, 6th, number 81. Then it's 77 and 87. Ben Barker in the Ford Mustang for Proton, ahead of Clemens Schmidt's Lexus for a Codis ASP team. United Autosports Gregoire Sauce for McLaren in number 59 is 9th. And in 10th position, the championship leaders scoring a point then as things stand. Manthey first form and Richard Leitz.
Keeping you up to date. The hourly update.
The FIA World Endurance Championship. The track temperature on Radio Le Mans with Mobil 1.
Decent temperature in the air right now at nearly 25 degrees Celsius at Fuji, and the Mobil 1 track temperature is 28 degrees C.
Mobil 1. Cutting-edge lubrication technology for high-performance vehicles.
This race has had
3.
As we go out of a full course yellow.
Full course yellow removed.
This race has now had 4 full course yellows because entirely eclipsed by the hourly update was the latest full course yellow. We went into it and then quickly out of it, as then very nearly losing the number 6 car and indeed losing the space back again was Kevin Estre. Nearly piled into the back of the race leader there, having got the jump on Charles Milesi. There's been nearly an hour's worth of safety cars across 3 different safety car periods in the 6 hours of Fuji this year, and we've just had our 4th full course yellow, which, because I was dealing with other things at the time, not entirely sure what that was for, but debris seems the most likely because it was very quickly on and then off in 2 minutes. And we're back to green again, Bruce.
And green is like a red flag to a bull to Kevin Estre. We've watched him race, for sort of 15, 20 years now. If there's half a chance, he's going for it. So immediately on that restart, he thought, I don't like that order, Peugeot, Alpine, Porsche. Let's get Porsche up into second place. He did, but oh so fleetingly. So Milesi tucked back in when the Porsche then duly ran wide. But that's just Kevin Estre. If there's a chance, he's going to go for it. It's actually not quite close enough to get their toe down the start-finish straight. They've got the yellow Iron Lynx Mercedes right across the nose of his Porsche, down through turn 1 to turn 2. The Iron Lynx Mercedes moves away, but those first 3 going past now. What's next in line? It's the Racing Spirit of Le Mans, Aston Martin. He's got to pick that one off around the outside he goes. So the first 3 cars now back in the order of Peugeot, Alpine, Porsche. A little bit of a gap, about 4 or 5 seconds back to Antonio Fuoco's number 50 Ferrari in 4th place overall. Still looking, now there was a drive-through penalty issued for car number 85, do you remember? That's been rescinded. So a little bit of cause for glory there for Iron Dames. Remember, it was Rahel Fry who was done for full course yellow procedure problems. That has been cancelled. So suddenly that's much better news for Iron Dames, but they have tumbled down the order. And at the moment, actually, Iron Dames, Iron Lynx, at the bottom end of the GT3 class there. But certainly in the hands of Michel Gatting, that should accelerate up the order, the Iron Dames number 85 Porsche.
I'm just hoping that they hadn't already served that drive-through penalty, but hopefully the cancellation has come in time. Normally you get 3 laps to respond to that.
I don't think they have. They've done 5 pit stops. Most of their rivals have done 5 pit stops.
All right, so there's no extra stop incorporated into that. Still question marks about our fairly new leader, though, in GT, the 21 Ferrari, which is under investigation for a breach of the regulations during its pit stop at 2:45. We haven't had an answer on that yet. We now have had an answer, though, on the incident involving the 38 Cadillac of Cadillac Hertz Team Jota and the 7 Toyota. That we don't have to worry about moving forward. It happened at 2 o'clock this afternoon down at the first corner. Meanwhile, Mick Schumacher has taken over the 36 Alpine from Jules Gounon.
Yeah, we do expect a flurry of pit stops, but it's just a thought. We were talking earlier about how some of the adjudication was coming over an hour after a track incident. So say you've been served with a drive-through penalty, and you do go and serve it, and then they go, actually, we didn't mean for you to do that. How does that get balanced out? There have to be some very clever mathematical equation they can fall onto. But it is a point of consequence in a race of such business. Talking business, well, business personified is Kevin Estre. He's just picked his way past Charles Milesi's Alpine to go into second place. So 6 Porsche in, but Milesi was fighting back, and they were both slightly obstructed by one of the 2 GT3 Lexuses, and that's allowed a little bit of breathing space for Mikkel Jensen. He'll be appreciating that. The first 3 cars, 3.5 seconds up the road from the best of the rest, which is Antonio Fuoco's number 50 Ferrari, and that in turn in the background of the shot getting blocked a little bit.
Do you think right tires can do a double stint?
I think so.
So that's Charles Milesi being asked about the right side tyres, whether they should be freshened up at the next pit stop. There was that change that has put Kevin Estre up to second and ahead of the Frenchman. I think when that radio messaging was happening, the place hadn't been made. But we now learn that Kevin Estre, during his next pit stop, when he hands back to Laurens Vanthoor, he's going to have to take a 5-second additional penalty within that pit stop because of, strangely enough, another pit stop infringement at just after 1 o'clock, so that's well over...
It's 2.5 hours ago.
2.5 hours ago, yeah. I don't think it's been high on the priority list, though, somehow. There have been other issues to get to the bottom of. Just checking whether we've seen the 85 car visit the pit lane. Right, so hang on a minute. The 85 was under investigation when Rahel Fry was at the wheel. That was for virtual safety car procedures, and we didn't really have an answer to that one. Oh, it was a correction. So it was a full course yellow procedure, then issued a drive-through. And how long ago was that? It was 40 minutes ago. And then I assume that they've been contesting that ever since, maybe producing evidence to say we didn't overspeed coming out of it, have a look at this, and now that's been cancelled. But the good news is they didn't take the drive-through while it was all being chewed through.
Yeah, really what happened for them in the course of the race, almost if you disregard that, is the fact that they suddenly found themselves challenging for the lead, a bit like Proton Competition, suddenly ending up leading the race outright in the hypercar class. It sort of worked very well for them. But what have we had now? 4 safety cars or 3 safety cars?
3 safety cars, 4 full-course
yellows. Within the safety car period, you always have winners and losers. But, you know, we heard from Michelle Gatting much earlier in the race saying she's the driver at the wheel now of that number 85 Porsche, that they reckon they make progress. Qualifying hadn't gone their way at all. You can say that again. They were the slowest of the GT3 runners, and only one car started behind them, and that was one of the 2 Mustangs from Proton Competition that didn't have any time set at all. But in the race, they were looking quite handy, Iron Dames. But, you know, again, how many drivers, how many cars in this race have gone up and down at least 10 positions at any point in this race? It's been literally every single one. I cannot think of a WEC round like this.
Mathieu, just a
Mathieu Jaminet.
The high-speed if you can.
Advice to him in the number 5 Porsche about what Malte Jakobsen is up to for the remainder of his stint. Well, can't be that far away from giving the car over to Stoffel Van Dorn. I know Van Dorn is about to be through the exit door at Peugeot, which sounds like his own decision with an opportunity elsewhere, but they'll want to get him in for the closing laps, and it remains to be seen whether Stoffel will actually be in that Peugeot in a number of weeks' time in Bahrain. That car, number 94, running in 5th place, and then behind Mathieu Jaminet. Speaking of a long time ago, a minute to 1 o'clock this afternoon was quite a long time ago, as in an hour and 40 minutes, 2 hours and 40 minutes ago. And this was a pit stop for the number 51 Ferrari, where something was being checked. That is just a reprimand, though, for the championship leading car. However, it's not in the clear yet, because there are still 2 more outstanding decisions to be made regarding the 51, which is currently being driven by Alessandro Pierguidi in a lowly 13th spot.
I honestly think they put just 51 on the top of all the bulletins and then cross it out if it's not right, because, I mean, it really has been extraordinary. It's been involved in so many things, let alone all the track limit excess, and that is not the mark you'd normally expect. It shows how hard they're fighting. You don't normally find Alessandro Pierguidi making mistakes again and again, but that is how hard they're having to fight to keep in their position. We wouldn't want it otherwise. You know, this is just the most competitive year we've ever had in the World Endurance Championship in terms of each of the races. Some of the results have definitely gone the way of Ferrari, that's why they're leading the championship, but the racing in the course of the season during those races has been ultra competitive, but nowhere more than this. We've had more place changes in what is yet the full 6 hours of Fuji than we normally have in the entirety of the 24 hours of Le Mans, and by some margin.
Neck and neck over the line again. This is for the race lead, mind you. So Mikkel Jensen no, it's not for the race lead. I was getting far too excited there, but they are pretty close to one another, 93 and number 6, but this is effectively the same battling manufacturers, but a bit further down for 5th and 6th places. So Jaminet on the tail of Jakobsen. I've mentioned that before, and the gap here is 0.6 of a second. Well, it's just as close at the sharp end, 0.7 of a second separating Mikkel Jensen from Kevin Estre. And Charles Lacey, who's still finding plenty of time, he's just mentioned to the team that the tyres won't be good enough on the right side for another stint, but just done his best first sector in that car, number 35, at a 22 flat.
Did he not say he reckoned they were good for
Oh,
another
did he?
stint? Yeah. That was the thing that impressed me. Then I thought, oh, maybe he's nursing them. That's why whoever he was fighting with at the time, which was Kevin Estra, I thought, okay, he's sort of letting him by because he reckons if he can nurse these tyres, he could have changed his mind, of course. But
Yeah. I heard his reply, but I didn't necessarily hear how the question was phrased. And that's the all-important thing, I suppose. And often the radio traffic is a statement followed by the word question. Just to clear it up and say that I want a response, please.
one thing we never know with the radio message is when that message was received, how quickly it goes up. Are we talking about something in the last lap? Are we having some older stuff dropped in? And I tell you what, if ever you want a job to make your heart either go very fast or almost stop at all, take the job of calling in team radio during the course of the race. I did it once and I never want to do it again. Just imagine the scene. I think we had 24 cars in the race. It was a Formula E race, 24 lights on my screen possibly at any one time, normally only 12. Then you have to guess which one you might go for. Is that a driver who normally swears? Steer clear of that one. Of course, if someone's had an incident, you want to go to that one, but they might not say anything. Or some drivers keep their button on, all you hear is heavy breathing. Talk about prime for failure rather than success. Okay, I've covered that. This is a 36 car field with something happening at pretty much every corner. Must be absolutely hideous. And on top of course, in the World Endurance Championship, you've got a lot of consequence and a lot of different ways you can use your tyres and so on and so forth. Talking of which, track temperature is actually coming up now, so we're getting towards 5 in the afternoon. It's gone up by about a degree since I last checked, so air temperature's falling, that's slightly, 24 degrees, but tyres, well, they all use them differently. Car just diving into the pits in the background, and that's Kelvin van der Linde had a really good run up the order, got up to, what was it, 4th position in GT3, and that certainly was a gain. And, contact down into turn 1. That's not and again. All three cars in a 4-car train, ignore the one at the back in that case, had contact. What happened? The Mustang in second place in class, Dennis Olsen, he's been pressured for ages by Augusto Farfus into turn 1. He clattered into the back of the him. And then the chasing Corvette tucked in behind Charlie Eastwood, I think hit the back of the BMW, which then backed it off. In fact, Eastwood came from quite a long way back, but more debris and little bits of bodywork flying in the air on the approach to turn 1. What more has this race got in store?
You're right, though. Eastwood might have been the best placed of the lot of them in the yellow Corvette, but there was side-to-side contact, which Olsen had to deal with once and then twice.
Well, Farfus had got his nose in front, but he came across. I mean, there was nowhere else Olsen could go. He had to continue down into turn 1, and that's why they sort of hammered on the brakes, and that's how Charlie Eastwood's Corvette came in. I'm fairly sure gave a little push to the car in the middle, the meat in the sandwich there.
I think Kelvin van der Linde's approach to all of that is like, do you know what, I'm not going to get involved with this, I'm just going to take a pit stop instead and hopefully have a bit of clear air in front and not have to jostle for position, which is ultimately going to delay you. So it's not a bad call from WRT, whether the car was marginal on fuel or not. Just get it away from the traffic and hope that it can rejoin in a better spot. The order for 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th is still the same in LMGT3, therefore, with Olsen in the Mustang ahead of Farfus's BMW, Eastwood in the Corvette and Regon in the Ferrari. 4 different manufacturers dicing for 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th. The scrap for 5th and 6th is just as close as it was 2 laps ago. There's a second that separate 1st and 2nd as well. But now, this time, the 94 car is trying to be thrown out of its rhythm. Malte Jakobsen with a wily old fox behind him. Not that old, really. Mathieu Jaminet in 6th place. There's a slower car.
Augusto Farfus's BMW.
That looked like Olsen. Was that not Olsen's Mustang?
It was blue and white. Actually, you could be right. It could be. They're both blue and white, but yes, it could have been running very slowly in the early part of the lap. Okay, we'll keep an eye out for that, because, of course, there was that contact into turn 1, and it could have led to consequence, could have led to a puncture. You're quite right. It is Olsen kicking up a lot of dirt, so looking to see which tyre is punctured. Well, that contact into the first corner was something I'm absolutely sure the race officials will look at. I tell you what, I think this was almost...
Oh, got a whack this time from Charlie Eastwood. And Eastwood then, as they leave the first corner, might have even snatched 2nd place, but I can't believe he'll get away with that either. No, Farfus is still ahead of Eastwood, but now the big absentee is Dennis Olsen. It's not a puncture on the left-hand side of the car. I can't say that it's down on the right either, but has it just I don't know, knocked it into limp mode because it got a huge hit from the Charlie Eastwood-driven TF Sport Corvette.
Yeah, that was a thump up the back. He'd already had a thump on the side when he was competing, fighting over second position in class. But so suddenly Viscere, of course, their 21 Ferrari, are just sitting very comfortably in the lead of that class. They're only up the road by about 3.5 seconds, but they haven't been in the battle. Therefore, certainly for Alessio Rivera, he'll have had more of a chance to keep his tyres sweet. The others have been absolutely thrashing theirs in an attempt to gain track position. Right, leading the race. 0.8 of a second is the size of the margin. Mikkel Jensen ahead of the charging Kevin Estre. And having been pushed down to third place, Charles Milesi is not falling away. They're 4 and a bit seconds clear of the fourth place Ferrari of Antonio Fuoco. What a fantastic battle. You know, to have so many different manufacturers competing in the World Endurance Championship. Oh, well, for Ford, it was strike one for them in qualifying yesterday with engine change required, but for Dennis Olsen's car, unfortunately, that has been pulled off at the side of the circuit and tucked behind the barriers. Cannot get back to the pit lane, so blink of an eye ago, it was fighting over second place in GT3. Now it's looking at 0 points, so disappointment for the team there.
And that, I'm afraid, is the brutal writing of the regulations within ACO rules racing. I like it, don't get me wrong, but whereas other championships can be a bit more forgiving about returning a car to the paddock and then being able to rejoin the race, that is a big no-no in this style of racing. It's a world championship at the end of the day, so if you can't complete your stint, let alone the race, that is you out. And the problem is, it was after some contact, which Charlie Eastwood may yet be penalised for, but that will not help the Proton competition guys at all. Strangely enough, it was the Ben Barker Mustang that was the concern when that was in the hands of Ben Tuck earlier on in the race. That's already had one engine change this weekend, and Shea caught up with Ben Barker when he was sitting in the garage. They were just trying to monitor the damage done to the front of the 77 at the time. Well, it's now up to 5th place in the hands of the Brit, and only 3-4 seconds away from Davide Rigon now in his Ferrari number 54, who is 4th.
Yeah, and Ben was saying, actually, you know, the penalty we got wasn't our main concern, it's our lack of pace. But judging, looking at its best lap, it's absolutely on the class average. They're all their best laps, almost uniformly, a 1 minute 41 point something. I think it's about 0.3 down on the ultimate lap in the GT3 class. But the last 2 laps, there has been traffic, let's put it that way. And almost in the heart of all of it is the Bend WRT BMW that is now second in class, car number 31. And, you know, you've got your own intense battle. Of course, we don't have 3 classes in the World Endurance Championship now with the loss of LMP2. We have just the 2. They provide us with phenomenal action. But when you're having your class battle and you're in GT3 and the hypercars come through, talk about scattering the field. And it's often been an adjustment to that, or when you think they're coming through and I've got half an advantage there, I might just nip down. Oh, there is no inside that I'm trying to nip into. But, right, Dennis Olsen, the Norwegian racer, out of his Mustang. It's parked up, and I'm sure he's got a story to tell, because there were several moments in, I think, either consecutive laps or even twice out of 3 laps. Down into turn 1 they went, and contact was made. Got very, very busy indeed.
Now a good dice between the 33 Corvette, which is in the hands of Danny Juncadella, and Marino Sato. Just shows how fraught every position is fought for in LM GT3, because that's not even for the points. It's for 11th and 12th places, but they are nose to tail. The rejoining 46 BMW after its pit stop for Calvin van der Linde has come back out in 13th position. We're going to have to monitor the GT fight very closely, because there are some wayward strategies going on. I thought that actually the safety car periods, 3 of them, would have synced everybody up, but the fact that you've got one BMW pitting when the 4 other cars around it in the same battle haven't come in, and showing no indication that they need to, and there's a big question mark for me as to where, from a net perspective, Richard Leitz sits in it all, because he made a stop, remember, with, did I say, about an hour and 35 minutes to go. It was an hour and 40 to go, 17 minutes past 3. So he's going to have to pit again at about 4:15, and that will mean he's fine to the finish. But when does everybody else need to pit? If they can make it through to the next 6 or 7 minutes, that means those pitting with an hour to go could be very well placed.
Exactly so. I simply am struggling to understand the tactics. Maybe sometimes they've done it because someone's picked up a slight puncture, you've got to come in, or maybe they've just got caught up behind a huge gaggle of cars. But I'll tell you what, though, the manufacturer variety in GT is fantastic. Let's just go down the order. Ferrari, as it dives into the pit, that will lose the lead. That's Alessio Rivera, but only for now, the number 21 Ferrari. Then BMW, then Corvette, then another Ferrari, then Ford, then McLaren, Lexus, and Porsche, and Aston Martin. That takes us down to 9th in class, and that is a lot of different manufacturers in there, so it's absolutely fantastic. But, yeah, this pattern is very, very hard to read because of those very different tactics. Normally when you're this close to the end of a race, you've got an hour and 5 minutes, the tactics are quite clear. People have started counting back from the end of the race, or counting forward from the end of the race with the timing of their stops. But we've had a lot of periods today of full course yellow. We've had a lot of periods of safety car. What did we say? Almost an hour of running at a bated pace in this race. It's been a hard race to read in both classes, but also a fantastic race to watch. There's been action pretty much every lap and almost every corner. Just extraordinary.
58, nearly 59 minutes of safety car. When you total up the full course yellow, we've had 15 minutes of that. We've had 15 minutes pretty much of virtual safety car. So it's almost an hour and a half, actually, of total yellow, spanning 3 different versions of it, as the messages from race control continue to filter through. By the way, the 51 Ferrari has just visited the pit lane, and that was just for a standard stop. Amazingly, didn't need to serve a penalty on this occasion, and Alessandro Pierguidi got out. James Collado took it over, but I have a funny feeling that James is going to have to, during his closing stints, going to have to serve at least one penalty that is nothing to do with him. But that's part and parcel of sports car racing, is that it's a penalty assessed to a car rather than an individual driver. And sometimes, very often, part of your ingoing job is to actually make a pit stop within 5 minutes of the opening of your stint to make sure all the scores are settled.
Yeah, think about it. You wait 4.5, nearly 5 hours to get your go, and you have to go out and immediately come back in. But by being the third driver, there's always the scope that you'll be reporting in for someone else's track limits, excesses, and other penalties they may have accrued. Nature of their beast. So James not really getting much of a race at all. He's only got just over an hour to go in this race. And, that was a long old stint. But of course, those the middle driver in a three-driver formation with those long safety car periods, they're running for a lot longer than would have been planned. I mean, ideally, your stints in a 6-hour race would have been double stint, that's 2 hours, double stint, 2 hours, and the final 2 hours to the third driver. Today, it's not been like that.
Not many other driver changes to tell you about, but a whole load of GT cars coming in on that lap, including the category leader in LMGT3, Alessio Rivera. Remember, he's still under investigation for a pit stop infringement. We don't know which way that's going to go just yet. We could therefore have a new GT leader when it all shakes out. Malte Jakobsen entered the pits. Now, surely he's going to hand over to Stoffel van Dorn, and we'll get confirmation of that in the 94 Peugeot very shortly. Antonio Fuoco came in as well, as now Porsche and Ferraris fight amongst themselves on the track. The 50 car in the thick of the action, having rejoined in and around, well, a Cadillac, which may well be Earl Bamber in 38. Also the number 6 Porsche, which now leads the race. So it had got it didn't get ahead of the Peugeot. The Peugeot pitted, but became very close to Mikkel Jensen in the closing stages of Jensen's stint.
It seems extraordinary. The start of the race, we had 2 Cadillacs at the front of the race. We've hardly mentioned Cadillac for the past 2 and a bit hours. And here we are into the final hour, and Alex Lynn has moved the number 12 car, the one that was streaking clear with Will Stevens in that opening stint of the race, hauled back by a safety car period, had to do it all over again. But he's got the number 12 car up into 4th position in the race. He's only a second down on Matteo Jaminet, who's still fighting his own race. But up front, of course, in the battle, it's the number 6 Porsche leading the way from the 35, with Kevin Estre from the 35 Alpine of Charles Milesi. I thought once Charles had been dropped and passed and then dropped, he'd fall away from Kevin Estre, but he stayed there. And just remember, his race, I'm fairly sure his race engineer said, do you reckon your tyres can do another stint? And if they can, that will give them a much, much quicker pit stop. So he's hanging in there, not falling away. Interesting.
Estra in from the race lead, a temporary race lead. Charmy Lacey also pitting. These could be final pit stops. Might need a bit of full course yellow to fully seal it. I'd be surprised if anybody can actually do an hour in a hypercar, but we shall wait and see. There's a lot of smoke coming off the front brakes of Porsche number 6, which will be back in the hands of Laurens Vanthoor as it rejoins. Also in from 7th position is the number 12 Cadillac of Alex Lynn. So Mathieu Jaminet is now the current race leader in this pit stop phase from Sheldon van der Linde. That BMW has often been cycled towards the front. I think second is the highest I've seen it to date, mind you. And Ye Yifei in the 83 Ferrari up to as far as third, but he'll have to come in as well, my reading of it. Let's hope that the amount of dust and smoke off the front of this Porsche is not a concern. It doesn't appear so, and that Porsche is unleashed just in time to rejoin the fast lane ahead of the other pit-stopping Cadillac, which is 12.
Yeah, but that's a big gain for Alex Lynn and the gang, because they were some distance behind when they came into the pit stops, and coming out about 2 seconds between them. But I tell you what, the number 6 Porsche going back into the race, well, Kevin Estra brought it in. We're just waiting for clarification. It was Laurens Vanthoor who got back into the final stint. I've seldom seen a car with so much steam being issued from the brake. So if there is a driver change, if it is Laurens Vanthoor taking it over, he'll be saying afterwards, Kevin, did you think you might leave me some brakes? Because clearly that's been pushed super hard to work its way to the front of the field.
Well, the 5 car as well. You can barely read the number on the side of this Porsche 963 because of the amount of brake dust which has been issued from the fronts. And again, heat mainly being expelled from the discs on the front of these Porsches. It just shows you how much they have been working into the hard stops at the end of the start-finish straight. Just about the same amount of steam and smoke, whichever it is, maybe a combination of both, and an indication as to the brake bias all being wound to the front, perhaps. And as if to start a 100-metre race, the pit crew pounce into action now from their starting blocks to get a full tyre change done. Yes, it looks like it is. All new tyres, or at least lightly scrubbed Michelin mediums for Porsche number 5 to rejoin the race. New race leader is a BMW now for number 20 and WRT Sheldon van der Linde.
Well, it wasn't a car that at any point in this race has been at the sharp end. And in the last hour or so, it's just eked its way forward quietly, and now it dives into the pits. So, of course, we tumble down the order. But just remember, its sister car, number 15, Raffaele Marcello, we think it was his outlap, or it might have been his second lap, was caught up with the Proton Competition Porsche and fired off the circuit, and was the first retirement for this race. So if WRT could get some reward from this race as a way of recompense, you can imagine it put just a bit, half a smile on the face of Vincent Voss. That was, nobody likes losing one of their cars. And number 20 was the one that's just gone about its business very quietly indeed. Could yet come away with something. But, what we're looking at, I think only when we get out of this final round of pit stops will we really understand. We're into the final hour, but can anybody who's pitting now get all the way to the end of the race? Or are they simply saying, well, we've had enough safety cars, there might be another one, that will help us?
Latest driver changes. 94 Peugeot now in the hands of Stoffel van Dorn after Malte Jacobsen was finally pulled out of that car after a long spell in it. Also 009 Aston Martin in the hands of Marco Sorensen, taking back over from Alex Riberas. Kevin Estra did indeed hand over to Laurens Vanthoor, and Ye Yifei gives up his seat to Robert Kubica in the 83 Ferrari. There's also going to be no further action regarding a potential overtake outside of the track limits for Porsche number 99, which I can't remember who was being driven by at the time. Might have still been in the Verone stint.
I would suggest so. What was the time on that one? That was...
just after 2 o'clock.
It was. I think he'd only just taken it over. Or really only just, because, of course, that was 2 hours into the race. That was just about the point that his car with Nico Pino came in for that very late pit stop after the moment that triggered the safety car period, and that was what pitched them up to the top of the race order.
We still haven't had the decision on the contact between the 99 and the 51 Ferrari. Here's Bruce Giovanni with Kevin Estra.
A lot of pressure, I can see it on your face. The championship's at stake today.
Yeah, well, the race was really difficult, really chaotic. We had a mega start of the race, then we came back to the front, and the safety car came at the really bad spot for us because we had no fuel, so we had to pit under full course yellow, emergency, and then safety car. We had to pit again and be at the back of the pack. So this threw us really far, but then we were able, with good pace and good strategy and good moves, to come back, have good strong position. Now I don't know, we are around top 3 after the last pit stop. I'm not sure exactly where we are, but now we are doing a great race. I'm really glad from what we've shown today. Yesterday was a difficult day, but today we showed again that car number 6 is a great crew, and I'm really glad and proud to be part of this.
Yeah, you can be proud, again, showing how to master the race. Thank you so much. I know you want to go to work. And on the other side, I think, Shay, you're with Alex Riveras, right?
Yes, I am. And Alex, last year was the fastest of all the LM GT3 drivers in the field. This year, not the fastest hypercar, but up at the front, battling genuine pace. How satisfying is it for the entire Heart of Racing organization, all the men and women behind the scenes, Team Seattle, that you guys are actually up there fighting for a podium?
Yeah, as you said, it's just so fun, to be honest, just to be able to be out there and, racing against these guys that I kind of really much look up to. They are kind of like my heroes, and now we are fighting against them. So I cannot look at them as my heroes anymore. I have to beat them and try to fight against them, which finally we are able to do. We still have a long way to go. We're still learning about the car, but I'm just so proud of all the boys and girls of the Heart of Racing, Aston Martin, for the outstanding job they've done with the car. And I have the feeling that this is only the beginning. We're just getting started.
Great job today by the whole team.
Thank you so much. I agree. Good job by the guys.
It's always a collective effort, this sports car racing lark, and great to plot the progress then of Aston Martin through the race. A real shame for Tom Gamble, as we made the point at the time of his crash. We're about to prepare for another full course yellow.
1. Full course yellow, full course yellow.
And without any yellow flags out on the track, this has got to be debris again, surely, unless something with the earlier difficulty with the barriers has been spotted once more, but most likely that a chunk of car has deposited itself, maybe after some contact, to clear the situation up. And therefore, I would expect this to be a short one, just as the previous one was, just lasting 2 or 3 minutes.
You'd think so, and I suppose when was the most recent contact, or the most recent contact that we saw? It was Dennis Olsen with a couple of points of contact going into turn 1, then he limped around, and maybe whatever was loose on the car fell out, so probably on the decline, on the downward slope to turn 2, turn 3, and possibly even turn 4, but certainly got very busy for the Mustang driver. One of only 3 drivers, or one of only 3 cars out of the race. We've still got 33 of the 36 starters out on the track and running. What's left on the clock? We've got just under 53 minutes remaining. It's been an extraordinary race, and when you look back to the opening hour of the race, you had the McLarens first and second in the GT3 class, you had the Cadillacs first and second in the hypercar class. Go to GT3, the best of the McLarens is down in 7th position, Marino Sato's car. Best of the Cadillacs in the top class, 5th position now, Alex Lynn. So he's actually really propelled that car up since he took it over. He was the driver that claimed pole, and everyone was incredibly close in qualifying except for him. He was 4.45 of a second clear of the best of the rest on the grid, but certainly making his progress felt at the moment. But he's 10, nearly 11 seconds down on the second of the 2 Porsches after those pit stops, which is number 5, Mathieu Jaminet. But certainly good to see the Cadillac working its way back up the order, because it got to that sort of middle stage in the race, and we were just watching it. It just didn't seem to have the pace, did it?
No. It wasn't going to come back again that quickly either. They even changed tyres. It felt like an early pit stop for both of those cars, and when they came out, well, they improved things slightly, but generally the pattern has continued for the 2 Cadillac Hertz Team Jota cars, which is, will have left the team scratching their heads after they had such a strong Saturday afternoon, with both cars performing so well in qualifying, and the lack of pace wasn't really evident in the first few stints of today's race. So maybe they'll be able to pinpoint a temperature change or some sort of track condition that is not conducive to these big cars. Alex Lynn yesterday said, you know, our car is one of the more larger of the entry, but that generally means that a car can be kinder on its tyres, and that has often been the case, but maybe just tyre wear has not been so good. It's one of the few normally aspirated cars as well, but, you know, there are examples of non-turbocharged cars still going quite well. For example, the Aston Martin with its screaming V12. There was one other thing I was going to mention. Oh, the fact that we were back to green, 90 seconds that full course yellow took, so it was certainly a very, very quick one. Debris maybe at turn 15, where the double waved yellows were being shown, and also at 10, 11, 12, so just bits of detritus here, there and everywhere probably that needed to be cleared in readiness for an action-packed final 50 minutes. There is a chance that the 38 Cadillac Hertz Team Jota car is going to be the result of another decision from the race director as well, because its team manager has been summoned. And what else did we have in the closing few moments? I think that's pretty much up to date. I told you about the latest driver changes. We even heard from a couple of the outgoing drivers, including Alex Riberas. And after that green flag, which was exactly 90 seconds, away we go again.
And as if to celebrate, the clouds clear from the volcano, the peak behind Mount Fuji, a sacred site within Japan, and it just adds to the magic of this circuit. But this has been one of the most extraordinary races I've ever seen in the WEC. Just simply, this is race 100, but in the previous 99, the amount of chopping and changing, and also to have so many penalties still to be declared, or matters under investigation from which a penalty can come. But it's also, Johnny, it's the yo-yoing up and down the order. Cadillac, as I said, McLaren leading the way in the first hour of the race in the hypercar and GT3 classes, seem to have things under control. We know 6 hours is certainly a long time, but at the moment, best Cadillac, 5th overall, best McLaren in GT3. Unfortunately for them, not even in the points. In 11th place, Grégoire Saucy. He's very close behind Valentin Haskell's Aston Martin, but it just has changed so much, this race.
Back to the top, by the way, has appeared the 92 Richard Leitz-driven Porsche, but remember, that car pitted at 17 minutes past 3, and I don't think was in the, well, it can't have been in the latest batch of pit stoppers, because it would have been cycled further down the order again. So it's going to stop with 40 or so minutes left on the clock. There's been a couple of full course yellows to help its fuel mileage. It might be able to make the half an hour distance, but there are definitely other cars in a stronger position now who have recently made stops, some of which should be able to make it all the way to the finish without making another stop. So although the picture is very, very bright for fans of the 92 Porsche right now, I think it could tumble down to as far as 9th or 10th by the finish of this, which will really keep the championship bubbling nicely with one round to go and 1.5 times the normal points on offer as well.
Yeah, could well be. Also, I think Matthias Drudy's owing us another pit stop not too far into the future, which will drop him out of second place in GT3. And Team WRC, they've done one pit stop more. I don't know if that was a splash at some point in the race, but maybe, just maybe, that will put Kelvin van der Linde in his BMW. That's kind of a 46 into the lead in GT3 class, but certainly many more twists in the tail of this particular one.
I have a memory of that car needing to serve a drive-through at one point, or no, that's erroneous, because all of its stops have been for fuel and driver changes only.
Oh, Ferrari watch, car number 50, Fuoco, Antonio Fuoco. He's running 8th overall. He's under investigation, along with the 94 Peugeot that's running 6th with now Stoffel van Dorn, but it was when Jacobsen was at the wheel. Under investigation for an incident just over 3 hours in the race at the first corner. Well, so much has happened at the first corner of this race. It's so hard to remember which was which, but we certainly had Jakobsen running off the circuit the whole way down between turns 1 and 2.
I think it was that one, actually. And now an incident slightly more recently, about an hour ago, between Alex Lynn's Cadillac and the 51 Ferrari as well. Don't remember that one. Turn 15, where they potentially made contact, the 12 Cadillac and the 51 Ferrari.
Sector 3, make sure we don't push the entries. Turn 15, turn 16, we focus minimum and exit.
So the 50 Ferrari down to 8th position now, and unlikely the picture's going to improve for the 51. 13th for James Collado. Okay, he's only 3 seconds off the back of Neil Jarney's Proton competition Porsche, but with more penalties potentially to come the way of Ferrari. So they have a car in 8th place for which you get 4 points, and they have a car in 13th which doesn't score anything. So all of a sudden, where do they put Cadillac? 5th. Do you know what? Cadillac and Porsche are going to be close enough to Ferrari in this state, heading to Bahrain, to still take the title. So we're still going to have 3 different manufacturers in the shake-up heading to Bahrain. Laurens Vanthoor.
31 laps to go, still 31 laps to go. They are going to struggle more than us at the end of this stint. So more the laps, the better it will be for us.
That's advice to Laurens Vanthoor rather than him personally. He's the listening ear to the engineer, trying to again work out and project forward where these cars are going to be in 45 minutes time or so, with Charles Milesi leading for Alpine in number 35. He's 11.9 seconds clear of Mikkel Jensen, but that car we reckon will have to pit again. I can't remember how far into the pit stop, into this stint I should say, that the number 35 car is, but I'll check on the latest information regarding that. We're predicting just shy of 200 laps in today's race, by the way. So Milesi's 9 laps into his current stint, and Jensen only is 10 laps in, so they are matching one another stride for stride. Laurens Vanthoor about the same as well. So just take the top 3 in hypercar as being pitting at roughly the same points, and therefore it's a straight fight to the finish.
Yeah, one thing I need to throw into that particular mix is on that last lap, there may have been traffic helping him, or more to the point, hindering the chasing Mikkel Jensen, but the advantage for the race leader went out by over a second. 11.7 seconds the good for Alpine car 35. Charles Milesi, he's been an absolute superstar since he approached prototypes, and he's doing a cracking job. But, of course, in a 2-class format in the World Endurance Championship, get blocked on a couple of corners and no scope to overtake, and you are definitely going to lose ground. I just want to keep an eye on, the very next lap, suddenly Jensen right back on the pace of the race-leading Alpine, so it was traffic in second place, but it did allow Laurens Vanthoor to get closer. Laurens in third place, the number 6 Porsche, looking to make it 2 wins on the bounce, not 2 wins at Fuji, but 2 wins in this year's WEC. Victory last time out when the series went to Texas, Dakota.
Marco Sorensen applying the pressure to Miguel Molina's Ferrari, fighting over 9th and 10th places. Miguel Molina, before getting into the number 50 car, did as they go now side by side into turn 10, and Sorensen wasn't going to be asked twice there. Molina tried to close the door, but it was a bit too late. Molina admitting to Shea Adam earlier on that they didn't necessarily feel they got the quickest car this weekend, but the 2 cars, when he was speaking to Shea, were in a much better position than they are now. 1 point they're going to score across 2 cars as the 50 car drops to 10th.
What you have to understand, Johnny, sitting alongside me in the Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre, he has a matrix that he's been looking at throughout the race with basically the points that will be allocated for each of the finishing positions. I've never seen you look at it as much. And when we get the graphic on our screen saying how many points Ferrari's getting in the race, I think the highest we've seen at one point was it 27 points or was it 22? Can't remember. Falling back to 3, up to 5, up to 9, back down again. It has been a yo-yo event. And as it stands, a while ago we had a graphic coming up on screen, will be champions here at Fuji, but that's been taken down, and since then the point scores have continued to go up and down. The better place of their challenging cars, some way down the order now. Miguel Molina, kind of a 50 in 10th place, and 51, James Collado, down in 13th. So just the 1 point potentially to be scored.
Now, Lawrence Vantor's getting an indication on the dash of a slower car up ahead of him. The white flag was being not exactly flown, but this clever system that works out where each car is around the racetrack and therefore what flags are being or are in the vicinity. So sometimes they flash up full course yellow, sometimes they flash up safety car. That one was a white flag. Not exactly sure which was the slower car, unless they're thinking Mikkel Jensen is a slow car. He's certainly not. It might well have been the Aston Martin number 10, which peels across to the right-hand side. And in for its final stop with 40 minutes to go. That will begin a flurry of pit stops, I am sure, because, yes, Richard Lietz did his pit stop pretty much on the bubble as we expected, an hour on from his previous stop, and that's taken the 92 car out of the race lead. You mentioned Mattia Drudi's name as well. 27's just made a stop too, and the shuffle is done again at the head of LMGT3.
Refer back to previous comments about the lap chart and how incredibly different it would be. You know, many times you could be at the Le Mans 24 Hours and precious little will change. Maybe some minor placings, but the leading positions, the cars seem to be locked into their performance band for longer. Of course, when you go from day to night, the temperatures change and tyres perform differently for you at certain points. But today, here, it's just been staggering. And you sort of can imagine that if we were somewhere where it was super hot.
Depending on the traffic, we keep pushing until the end, everything is open.
Okay, that's the message for second place Mikkel Jensen in his number 93 Peugeot, giving chase. Yeah, but he is the best part of 12 seconds down on Charles Milesi. But, you know, it's difficult when the person you're chasing is out of your sight. Maybe, just maybe, he'd be able to see him if he came out of the final corner, if the start-finish straight was flat. But as Jensen comes out of the final corner, he's only now just going past pit in. There's a pit road off to the right-hand side. He still can't see the first corner because the track gets to a sort of brow, drops down the hill. There's a GT3 car to obscure his view. But, of course, as he brakes there, with a 12-second advantage, Charles Milesi would already be down through turn 3, heading off to turns 4 and 5, and then doubling where the track doubles back on itself. So you're aiming, not blind, but it's like aiming at a ghost, I'd suggest, when you can't see the driver you're chasing.
I'm trying to work out who's in the best position within GT as we speak, and it's so tough. Kelvin van der Linde's not going to be able to make the finish on the current tank of fuel. If we get some caution, it might be a very different story, but the 46 BMW last pitted at 12 minutes to 4 o'clock, so he's going to have to come in at 12 minutes to 5 o'clock as well for a splash and dash. Behind him, it's far more marginal because the next car, second position on the road, is the 21 Ferrari of Alessio Rivera. He pitted at 4 minutes to 4. Now, has it been green all the way through? Now, we did have that one burst of full course yellow, but it was only about 90 seconds. That is really touch and go now, whether he can make it to the finish. And the other big problem for the 21 is that it's under investigation for one of its pit stops. That was at 2:45 this afternoon, but we haven't had a response yet about 21. So if it's not going to be Rivera that wins, then you're looking at Augusto Farfus in the 31 BMW, and he was another stopper that pitted just before the start of this hour at 5:02.
I'm chuckling away. There are so many variables, and you know what you try and remove from motor racing are the variables if you possibly can. This is Lawrence Vantor.
We think there is more grip if in between turn 4 and 5 you stay tight.
Well, turns 4 and 5, it's the long right-hander where you've come down the slope from turn 1 to 2, then a more gentle slope down to 3. 4 and 5, you're doubling back on yourself, and if you can get a really good exit from that corner, you get a bit of a slingshot up towards turn 6 where the track goes rather tightly to the left, but every little tenth of a second, even a fraction of a tenth of a second in this chase for the lead of the race is going to be chased by Lawrence Vantor in that number 6 Porsche. He's going to have to hope. He's just under a second down from the Peugeot of Mikkel Jensen, but that is 10.5 seconds down on the race-leading Charles Milesi driven Alpine. But all you can do when you're chasing is hope you don't end up with GT3 cars, not one at a time, 2 or 3 at a time, fighting for position, because that is when you tend to run wide, trying to get past them. will pick up the track limit this morning, and quite a few of the crews are probably getting towards their last warning before a penalty at this point.
There's also a big question mark now about the 54 Ferrari, which could be considered one of the winning cars this weekend as well, down in 5th place. But if the 4 cars ahead of it need to stop, then Regon's not in a bad situation, apart from the fact that one of his previous stops is now under investigation at 2:30 this afternoon. Now, that's 2 hours ago. The 33 Corvette's having one of its pit stops investigated as well. I hope you're keeping up with this, folks.
Oh, can I add one more?
Yes, please do.
Stoffel Van Dorn, Peugeot 6th place overall, under investigation for pit stop at 15:56. So just before the 4-hour point in this race, we passed the 5-hour point in the race. So one of our points is the fact they literally in race control cannot keep up with the flow. You don't expect instant answers, but I think when we cross the finish line, there may yet be some penalties to be added. That's just the nature of the beast, I'm afraid, particularly on a day like this.
Yeah, just too much to get through, and they're no doubt trying to prioritise the various investigations that they have got underway, but many plates being spun in the race director's office. That's always the case, and particularly the stewards' room now. Remember, the race director, their job's to police the race, but not necessarily make the decisions. They say something is awry, needs to be investigated, and then that is sent through to the stewards' room, of which there are several stewards here dealing with it, and more than one looks at one individual incident for a collection of viewpoints and opinions. Ricard Leitz going faster than the 92 Porsche has managed all race with a 142.4. The problem for the championship leaders is that they are now down in, trying to work out 8th place, thank you. 8th position for Leitz, ahead of Clement Schmidt in 9th, Mattia Drudi in 10th position, but it's currently Kelvin van der Linde who leads LMGT3, but for my money can't make the finish on the amount of fuel and energy that is on board the 46 BMW. So then you're looking at Alessio Rivera, who potentially could with a bit of fuel save here and there, but what about that pit stop that's under investigation? Loads of things that can still need to be decided in this, and some of those may hang over beyond the time of the checkered flag. Always got to hope that the podium is accurate and the presentation therefore is not wasted, but on a day like this you can forgive it if it's not, and we will call it as we see it. One thing we do know is that Ferrari as a collective in hypercar are scoring 1 point from their 2 cars. That's for a 10th place running car 50, and whereas Porsche are on course for 27 points total, 3rd and 4th, so 15 and 12, and that will condense things very nicely at the sharp end of the table. It'll mean that Ferrari and Porsche are separated by 39 points. That seems like a large margin, but remember, it's 66 that are on offer in Bahrain when you factor in a 1-2 finish and the point for pole position.
This really does make Formula One seem very, very simple, doesn't it? If you're running a one pit stop race, here we've got them from all angles. You have to count back from the end of the race, but I had to just pick up my grid sheet to remind myself who started where in GT3, because at the moment we had Racing Spirit of Le Mans started on pole position in class in GT3. Where are they now at this stage in the race? 10th. United Autosports with the McLarens, they started 2nd and 3rd. They've got one car in 7th and the other one down in 13th in class. Heart of Racing team started 4th. Where's their Aston Martin? 10th in class. Just extraordinary. Sorry, I said Racing Spirit of Le Mans were 10th. Correction, that's the other Aston Martin. They're down in 16th position in class. Just so up and down. Yes, of course, qualifying, particularly for the GT3 cars.
Coming for the car in front, we need to keep on pushing.
There's a message to Stoffel Van Dorn. He's got to keep on pushing to try and catch up with the Cadillac in front. That's Alex Lynn's car. Gap between them just half a second. And Alex Lynn has just got past Van Dorn there. He's made the move, but no, Van Dorn back in front again, so it's chopping and changing, and that was a good move there, actually. It was Van Dorn making the move. He may be on the way out, but great move down the slope he comes, and this late point in the race, into turn 10, Alex Lynn saw the move coming, thought, oh, didn't want to see that, but I don't want contact. So he slightly adapted his line, pulled to the outside, and once in front. I mean, the straight line speed, and it's a really long straight here at Fuji. The Peugeot is just like a rocket.
Yeah.
He's not just past Alex Lynn half a lap ago. He's what, 6-7 car lengths clear as they go down towards turn 1.
Remember, being an LMH car, once the Peugeot hits a certain velocity, then the front drive kicks in from the hybrid. The Cadillac in behind also has hybrid power, but that's delivered through the rear wheels, just like the power from the ICE. But yeah, the Peugeot, if anything, becomes more stable once it's four-wheel drive and motors its way down the start-finish line and into the first corner. Good on the brakes, though, as well. Very nimble car, it appears. And Peugeot, who have led many laps today in Fuji, chasing down Charles Milesi with 10 seconds the gap. That's first and second, but at 4:30, we'll give you the final hourly update with all the other places.
The FIA World Endurance Championship.
The hourly update.
Alpine lead the 6 hours of Fuji with just 30 minutes to go. And although Alpine have been race winners in the past, that was with a grandfathered LMP1 car. This would be the first victory for their brand new hypercar machine, the A424, with a comfortable margin being built by Charles Milesi on lap 182. So car 35 leads over the 93 Peugeot of Mikkel Jensen, who has had a spell in front. And the margin is 10.5 seconds between the two little French cars. Then Laurens Vanthoor in the number 6 Porsche is in third position in the Porsche 963, which has had success last time out at COTA. Just 0.8 of a second behind Mikkel Jensen. So fight very much still on for second and third places. Then Mathieu Jaminet in the second of the Porsches, which is fourth overall. So Porsche Penske Motorsport had taken a while to get their cars into strong places, but from a manufacturer championships scoring position, this is excellent for the German squad run by the American team. Third and fourth places then for both of their cars. Then in fifth, the 94 Stoffel Van Dorn 9X8. Ahead of, in sixth place, an up and down race for Cadillac Hertz Team Jota. Alex Lynn has at least got that V-Series R back up to sixth position. Ahead of Kamui Kobayashi's Toyota, which is number 7 in seventh. Eighth place, the 009 Aston Martin of Marco Sorensen, the Valkyrie, and the sole surviving British Racing Green car there. Robin Freins in the number 20 BMW is in ninth position in the sole surviving BMW, in the hypercar class at least, and Miguel Molina scoring a solitary point collectively for the factory Ferrari team with a 10th place for car 50. That's because the 51 car, although still in the race, is outside the points in 13th. LMGT3 is still led by, or now led by, Alessio Rivera. That's after the expected pit stop for Calvin van der Linde with 30 minutes to go. So Rivera might be okay to the finish now. It's marginal, but a little bit of yellow flag here and there will mean that the fuel mileage is possible. However, Alessio Rivera is having a pit stop investigated, and I'm sure that the team are offering some evidence to bolster their story to try and say everything we did was legit, but we remain glued to the timing screen and, more importantly, the race control messages to see whether 21's got to serve a penalty. It's only got a 6-second advantage over Augusto Farfus's BMW number 31 for the Bend Team WRT. Then it's Charlie Eastwood's TS Sport Corvette number 81 in third. Davide Rigon's 54 Vista AF Corsa Ferrari is fourth. Then Proton Competition's Ford Mustang for Ben Barker in fifth. Only one Mustang left in the race, car 77, after Dennis Olsen received pretty significant contact from Charlie Eastwood, and that put the 88 Mustang out of the race. Gregoire Sauce in his McLaren number 59 is in sixth, ahead of Calvin van der Linde, who has rejoined to seventh in BMW 46, but has enough energy to make the finish now. Ricard Leitz, who jointly leads the championship with his co-drivers Ricardo Pera and Ryan Hardwick, down to eighth place now. but again, enough energy to reach the checkered flag. Clemens Schmidt in the Akodis Lexus is 9th in number 87, and completing the 10, Mattia Drudi's Aston Martin Vantage Heart of Racing team, number 27.
Keeping you up to date. The Hourly Update.
The FIA World Endurance Championship. The track temperature on Radio Le Mans with Mobil 1.
Hovering still around about the same figure at 28.1 degrees Celsius.
Mobil engine oil. Exceptional protection for hybrid engines.
19 laps to go, 19. You are catching in.
That's a good resume. 19 to go, 26 minutes to go, and everybody virtually, in the terms of the leaders in hypercar, on about the same amount of energy to burn, which is in the low 40%, and with 35 minutes to go, that's still a little bit marginal for many. I'm not sure whether you are going to be able to make the finish. If we had a bout of like a 90-second full course yellow, then that would put definitely the doubt out of it for me. We have just had yellow flags, and that is because more action for an Aston Martin. This time the 009 car running into the back of the 7 Toyota. They were fighting over 7th and 8th places, and having just been overtaken by Kamui Kobayashi, Sorensen hit the brakes. Well, had to hit the brakes because the Toyota was slowing far more readily than the Aston Martin wanted to.
That was going into turn 6. It's an unusual place to actually, particularly against a car in your own class, to have any great speed margin at all, but certainly suddenly having to flip off to driver's right when the Aston Martin. So it's been a day that's had so much promise for the Aston Martin Valkyries. I mean, it's like we've almost shared out talking about each of the teams simply because everybody's pretty much had a go at the front of the field. But for Aston Martin to be in that mix, and not so long ago, before Tom Gamble had a moment that took the 007 out, they had 2 cars in the top 10 at one point. Of course, one of them was running 3rd in the opening hour of the race, but with about 4 hours on the clock, we had one in 4th and one in 9th position, I think. And anyhow, let's hope the Valkyrie can continue, but they've certainly shown great speed and would have won a lot of fans in Fuji, particularly those sitting in the main grandstand on the start-finish straight. They'd have seen, and not just seen, but heard the Valkyries roaring, screaming their way down the straight, and their straight-line speed has been fantastic. The last radio message we had was to Lawrence Van Toor saying you're catching him. Well, Lawrence is in 3rd place, and him is Mikkel Jensen in the number 93 Peugeot. Hasn't caught him yet, just half a second between them, but the laps are counting down. What were we told, or what was Lawrence told? 19 laps to go, so it's coming down all the time. Remember, in previous stints, he was told that his tyres would be in better shape than the Peugeots. I've commented about how the Peugeot seems to slightly pivot around a point. It's got loads of straight line punch, but I'm not so surprised it eats its tyres a little bit. Certainly, that seems to be the message being given to Lawrence. Lawrence is too long in the tooth to be kidded with. Your tyres are better than his, just keep going, Tiger, that sort of thing. But, you know, he's closing in all over again, and actually the good news for both of those drivers is, in fact, or maybe good news for Lawrence, is up ahead, not too much traffic, but they will come. Yeah, I was going to say, when you're racing against GT3 class cars, you're 8 seconds a lap faster than them, you will catch them, it's where you catch them. This is the moment, as we've seen over the years, Lawrence will pounce at the first instance he possibly can, just like his teammate Kevin Estre. So right over the tail of the Peugeot. What's up in front? It looks like it's one of the Corvettes. And they're going up the slope towards the final sequence of corners, turns 14, 15, and then just leaves the final corner, turn 16. Will there be space up the inside? Hasn't been left there yet. In fact, I'll tell you what, it's not a Corvette, I beg your pardon, it's a Ferrari. Looking into the sun there.
Another place change between Ferrari hypercars this time actually takes the 50 car out of the top 10 entirely, but it doesn't take it out of the top 10 in terms of points, because the 83 Ferrari, driven now by Robert Kubica, who's got ahead of Miguel Molina, won't take the point away from Molina's car. If he was to fall down it even further, then Ferrari would score a big fat 0 today here in Fuji. Late-ish pit stop for the 36 Alpine. That's not the race leading car, that's Mick Schumacher, who is 15th. And that car just in for probably half a tank of fuel or so. We're down to 38% for the Alpine that leads off energy, 37% for the Peugeot. And remember that a percentage or 100% can't, very rarely is a full hour of running. So it's not as if we're looking at, a third of an hour, which is precisely what everybody needs. It's a third of a stint, which I still don't think is quite enough to do the final 21 minutes of the race. How many are going to risk it to just get the result, and how many are going to say we're going to have to pit because otherwise that's 6 hours of our lives wasted? If you don't reach the finish in an ACO rules race, in an FIA WEC race, you don't get classified. So certainly from a Porsche perspective, they will be playing the percentage game, I'm sure, and wanting to hoover up quite a lot of championship points over their near rivals Ferrari.
When a gift presents itself, you've got to be able to catch it with both hands, and that's what Porsche's trying not to fumble. I must say, again, coming into the start of this race, Mikkel Jensen, he's actually started to catch race leader Charlie Lazy slightly. I think that's down to traffic, but actually this time around, he's gained even more over the chasing Kevin Lawrence Vantor. Lawrence has got 1 percentage point more virtual energy in his tank, but actually that time around, instead of being half a second down, he was 0.8 of a second down. Traffic's fallen across his nose as they go down to turn 3. BMW moves to the side from the GT3 class, but Lawrence, it hasn't been such a good half lap for him. But certainly every time I look at it, the punch the Peugeot has when it gets onto the start-finish straight is just huge. Round the corners doesn't look as though it handles as well as the chasing Porsche, but if you've got a car, particularly with a circuit with a straight as long as this one, you've got all that acceleration. It is a gift. That said, into turn 10, and the Peugeot in second place comes across the tail of the Iron Dames Porsche, can't get past through the 11, 12. Now he's trying to dive up the inside. 13 gets the job done, but slightly delayed. The Porsche's coming back at him.
It's the Radio Show Limited network of channels. We're covering the 24 hours of Barcelona this weekend. We've been covering the penultimate race in the Nürburgring Langstrecken series. A very interesting result yesterday globally within motorsport circles. I won't give it away anymore. Probably guess from that.
I will. No, I won't.
Well, no, because some people may have missed it.
They might be stacking them up.
That's true.
A lot of listening.
Depending on where you are consuming this race, the 7th of 8 races in the World Endurance Championship, now nose to tail between, GT cars, and that has been the case for such a long time, but now the Ferrari number 50 had to sit between two battling tin tops, and the Mustang number 77 of Ben Barker might find itself in the wrong position as the 46 of Kelvin van der Linde of the BMW are very close to one another. And in fact, now we've got the 30-second stop-and-go penalty, which has been confirmed for Ferrari number 51. That was for the 6th track limit infringement, and it is a 30-second stop-and-go for the Ferrari that was already a long way out of the points, and that will take it even further down the order. Kelvin van der Linde's team radio.
Position. If we can pass him, we need to pass him.
If you can pass, get past him, and that's exactly what he's going to do on Ben Barker.
And has done into the first corner, into turn 1, and he gets the move done down the slope, past the Mustang. Right, number 51 Ferrari, 13th, 30-second stop and go. However, there is one other element. We still haven't... Remember, we had both Ferraris and the number 94 Peugeot that's running in 5th place, with potentially something much larger than that coming their way. They were asked to send a team representative to see race control. Unless something happened during a run down at the bottom of the hour, I don't recall seeing any answer to that particular one. So it could be a far bigger penalty or not. We do not know. But they were under investigation, those 3 cars, both of the Ferrari F Corsa hypercars. And what could have been the ceiling of the championship with 1 round still to run, the round on the 8th of November in Bahrain. Well, I tell you what, it does look as though it will go there. It looks as though it's not going to be clinched here in the top class, in the hypercar class for Ferrari. I think we can safely say that with what's left on the clock. Well, 17 minutes. We're getting closer and closer to the end of the 6th and final hour, but for Ferrari, looks as though glory was in their hands, in both hands. They may have to wait until that final round. Surely they will have to wait until the final round.
Yeah, it was a message that was issued at 3:05 this afternoon, so an hour and 40 or so minutes ago, and it said that cars 50, 51 and 94, so the 2 Ferraris, 2 red Ferraris and the 94 Peugeot, to the race director immediately. That's not driving the cars directly to the race director, but to get somebody who represents them to be in the queue. Here's the 51 Ferrari then coming into pit lane to serve its 30-second stop-and-go penalty, but this has been long out of the points, and now they're just looking to try and get a race finish, but as I say, it will be for nothing. And the other car is just about scoring a point, because even though it's in 11th, it's got one privateer car ahead of it, so still gets the point for being 10th in the manufacturers, whereas Porsche are scoring very well, 3rd and 4th currently, with Vanthoor ahead of Jaminet, and Vanthoor trying to increase his position one more spot, in actual fact, to keep the championship alive heading to Bahrain.
Another 30-second stop-and-go penalty. Stand away from your chairs. It's okay, Ferrari. It's not for you, but it's for the car that led GT3 by a tidy margin in the first stage of the race, James Cossingham. Nothing to do with him, but overtaking under the safety car. So that'd be the second driver in that grouping.
In front when I get close to him, and I don't have the traction, then I don't know what to do. I'm stuck with settings. Just losing too much downforce.
Vanthoor's just got a warning flag for track limits, and that might be part of the reason why that is the case, but he's not yet up to a 5th or 6th warning, as was the case for the 51 car. And remember that the penalties are assessed per driver these days as well, so it's not just collectively that the 51 car has had 6 warnings. They were all to, was it Pierre Guidi who was getting those track limits?
He was gathering by the handful. Just to finish my point about the number 59 United Autosports McLaren, Gregor Saucy has got it back up to 5th place, 30-second penalty coming their way, stop and go penalty, probably drop it outside the top 10. And again, a bit like Cadillac's leading by a country mile, the number 12 Cadillac leading the race outright. First part of the race effectively really nowhere shiny at all. It's got back up to 6th place, but the car that led GT3, the number 59 United Autosport McLaren, is going to plummet down the order. And just to reiterate, if you just joined us and we've been talking about the penalty coming Ferrari's way, just being served, that of course was the 51 Ferrari, is the championship leading car. James Calado at the wheel at the moment, Antonio Giovinazzi who started, and Alessandro Pierguidi who picked up all those punishments, or pretty much most of them. So for them, a setback, but you know what? We like stuff still being open at the final round of the championship, but certainly when it looks like it wasn't quite cruise and collect, it was looking very, very strong for them.
Vistaray, of course, scoring, well, 25 points as things stand, and therefore will take the championship lead on current projections. So it's still very much open in LMGT3. The problem is that Rivera's down to 14% virtual energy now, and again, that may not be enough to get him through the final 13 minutes. There's no opportunity for him to energy save to a great deal, because he's only got 6 seconds of an advantage over Augusto Farfus. But Farfus pitted in a very similar part of the race, basically at 5 to the hour. And in the modern era, as now down the inside of Ben Barker, that's a much more full-blooded overtake from Richard Lietz. And those at Manthey loving that. So Lietz now up another spot to 7th position. Still not scoring brilliantly well in a slightly heavier car, but every place he can find is a huge bonus as they look ahead to the final round of the season. The other real shaker is going to be taking place in the World Endurance Drivers' Championship, because Pierre Guidi, Giovinazzi, Calado, as we've established, well out of the points. They're actually being outscored by the 83 crew, who are now in 10th position. So 10th place for 83, the 50 car in 11th, and the 51 car down in 15th, so 0 points for them. And it's not that many points, I suppose, for Hansen, Kubica and Yifei either. They were separated by 15, but it's a big win from a net perspective for Kevin Estre and Laurens Vanthoor. And, well, the 50 cars out of the points as well. So basically it's a story of Porsche improving their position when they came into this round trailing by 36 points.
Going into the final corner of the lap, Lawrence Van Toort made a move up the inside of the Porsche into second place, got his nose in front, but the punch of the Peugeot out of the corners keeps Mikkel Jensen in that second place. They're 9 seconds down on the race-leading Alpine. I think we've got to focus on we've got 11.5 minutes left. We could have an Alpine victory. You mentioned the fact they picked up one before, but that was with the grandfathered car. But in their own right, this is going to be mighty. They pick up a couple of third places with the Gunnar Machiavicki Mick Schumacher car, but that's not the one at the sharp end of the field today.
Very
so
good.
Charles Milesi out front.
You keep going. You're doing well. 7 laps.
7 hot laps for Mikkel Jensen in second place. Who would have predicted coming here that we may have a French team 1-2 Alpine from Peugeot hitting their form right towards the end of the season? This has been a season of enormous change. And remember, coming here, Aston Martin were expected to be nowhere in the pack. They were the new kids on the block, and suddenly we had one of their cars running past the opposition as though they were almost standing still down the start-finish straight. The 09 car, it's going to end up, at the moment, it's sitting in 7th place overall. May stay there. It's not likely to be able to pick up 4 seconds in the remaining laps to pass Alex Lynn's Cadillac to take 6th place. But, there's been so much change in the World Endurance Championship, and today we've seen Peugeot really coming of age, haven't we? And showing just such strong form. But for all that, they're only heading for second place. And really, the way that Alpine's gone about its race has been very sort of understated. It was rounding around about 8th, 10th place early in the race, really in the heart of where all the problems were happening in terms of contact. But they've just kept working their way forward. And, for Charles Milesi and the gang, this could be an epic performance. Ferdy Habsburg, remember, he had contact in the early stages of the race, had that fierce tussle with Sebastian Buemi's Toyota. Buemi's car, of course, then had to serve a 3-minute stop and go, and that put them 2 laps behind. They remain 2 laps behind. They remain last in the class. But for Alpine, this has been a race a little bit more damage early in the race. Remember, that right rear corner had been mauled, and that got replaced. But when I say corner, I mean, the bodywork above the right rear wheel. That got fixed in time. And it looks though Alpine heading for an absolutely famous one. Looking at the car now, it looks in beautiful condition, but again, all sorts of horrors could be hidden by the sort of fading light here. And it's turned out from a grey day to be a really lovely early evening at Fuji Speedway. But the light will fall quite quickly here once we've got the checkered flag out, I reckon.
Amazingly, the race leader, number 35, has actually had to serve 2 separate penalties. The one was the contact that you referred to between Ferdy Habsburg, who drove the 35 at the time, and the back of the Toyota, for which they had to come in and serve a 5-second stop-and-go penalty. And then there was a pit stop infringement. 45 minutes into the race, they had to do a 5 seconds added to a pit stop for that. But because of the safety cars we've had, each time it's brought the Alpine back into the equation, and you cannot deny its raw speed. I do think that the radio message just pumped out to Mikkel Jensen about saying, very good, 7 laps to go, just keep pushing, when he's only got 19% of power left, or 90% energy on board, rather suggests that Peugeot don't think this is an issue to get the car to the finish, and therefore everybody else with a similar amount of virtual energy on board should be absolutely fine as well. I thought that was going to be more nip and tuck than it has turned out to be, but there doesn't seem to be any let up in the speed, in the pace, and surely messages will be up and down the race order now saying just back off to make sure you get to the finish. Here's Kelvin van der Linde now up against Richard Leeds. They're trading pains, or at least rap, and now to the inside line will go the South African to get that position back again. So that's the 46 car having made a recent stop. He trailed at the start-finish line by 2/10. Kelvin van der Linde is in front of the Austrian, who nearly got back in front again in the nippy Porsche, the championship leading car. They are fighting over 5th and 6th places, but it goes the way of the Team WRT M4.
And still battles up and down the order. 7 minutes remain out of the 6 hours, and the sister BMW in class is running second in class behind the Vista AF Corsa Ferraris. Augusto Farfus at the wheel, but he's got Charlie Eastwood not behind him, now alongside him, and tucked in behind. We've got a McLaren as well, but that isn't in the reckoning. That is a full lap down after various delays. So disappointed for one of the United Autosport cars of Gregor Saucy. Late penalty for them dropped them a lap down on the rivals, who in the early stage of the race, they were leaving way, way behind.
Still, the track limit warning flags are coming in this late on, but none of them should be too damaging to the drivers involved. Marco Sorensen in 009 and Earl Bamber in the 38 car. 6.5 minutes to go, and the battle for second position in LMGT3 is very, very fraught indeed. No one anywhere close to the speed of Rivera, but let's hope that he's not gone too quickly into this stint and can get to the finish of it. Still with a big question mark above the roof of the Vista AF Corsa 21 Ferrari, with one of its pit stops being checked. Augusto Farfus, I believe, is in the clear as far as race control messages are concerned.
I tell you who isn't. Ben Barker's just been given an under investigation for not respecting the black and orange flag. Of course, that's the flag that warns you something in your car is considered unsafe and they want you to come in. He's running that Proton Competition Mustang in 7th place in class. He was passed not long ago by the Manthey First Four Porsche, Richard Leitz at the wheel, but it looks like he's going to go tumbling down the order. Only looks, hasn't been issued as yet.
Rivera's down to 0% energy, so even if he gets out of the hot water regarding the previous pit stop, I don't think he can't make it. It is a splash. I knew it was going to be close, but therefore everybody else is in a similar boat. Charlie Eastwood's down to 4% energy. There's the splash. Back up to 10% he goes.
Yeah, Farfus is sitting on 47. Oh no, that's because his car's being filled up at the moment. I was going to say, hold on, his is going up and down. Well, you raised the question just before an hour to go. We'd probably need a splash. You're absolutely spot on. Experience pays, Johnny, but how many more twists in the tail can we have?
Well, everyone's in the same boat in GT, and there's still... the problem is, from a GT perspective, the checkered flag is dictated by the overall race leader, not by your category leader. So the race is going to be extended, if anything, within LMGT3, and further laps to be potentially found. Eastwood and TF Sport are hanging out here for a late caution, or ideally an early race stoppage, to make sure that they are in front. Also, the fight between second and third place cars rages on. Milesi should be okay with 9% to go. Yeah, he's okay, and everybody else, frankly, in hypercar will be able to stay out for the remaining 4 minutes. But it's not yet decided who's going to finish in second between Mikkel Jensen and Laurence Vantor.
Better exit from the final corner for Vantor this time. Yet again, the Peugeot pulls clear, but he was closer coming onto the start-finish straight. Let's see as they... I just wander down into braking. He's been trying for so many laps. Remember, Vantor. Let's hear from Vantor.
But I don't see any solution.
Yeah, neither to us. 5 laps to go, 5 laps. Maybe turn 15, but yeah, difficult to find any solution.
Eastwood's in as well from the lead of LMGT3, so that's going to leave Davide Rigon out front if he can stay out, but he's down to very small amounts of energy as well. Rigon crosses the line without pitting, but there's confirmation that the 81 Corvette had to make a late stop as well. And Rigon, when did he make his stop? That was about 5 to the hour, I seem to remember as well. He came in at 3 minutes to 4. And if the GT cars around him can't do the full hour, then there's no way he can either. And also, Rigon's got a pit stop that's being investigated too.
I tell you what, at the end of 6 hours, do not write the results down, because the ink won't have dried while they're still sorting out what's going to... There are a lot of penalties coming the way for quite a lot of drivers, and still the track limits excesses. Valentin Haas-Clos, number 10 Aston Martin, 38 Earl Bamber, his Cadillac. They have track limits warning, that's 5th, and we know that normally leads to a drive-through penalty, so there's going to have to be a lot of retrospective penalties. But it does seem at the moment that Charles Milesi sitting on it's been rock steady about the past 10-15 laps. He's been sitting on a 9 or 10 second advantage leading this race. That looks fairly definite that they should get to the finish. Johnny's looked at the amount of power they have left on board, the amount of virtual fuel, but that looks sorted for now. However, you can really not say that in this race. Just the most extraordinary event. Vista AF Corsa 1 and 2 in their Ferraris in GT3, or are they? Let's find out.
The other question mark is, yeah, okay, you might be able to get to the finish, but you've got to do the slowing down lap and make it to Parc Fermé as well for all the relevant checks on the ride height and the fuel sample.
And what you really want, if you're running very low on fuel, is a climb from turn 10 all the way up to the very steep entrance to the start-finish straight, and it's still climbing when you leave the final corner.
Also having to make a stop is Regon. I knew he was going to be really nip and tuck too. So does that mean that Rivera's back to the sharp end? He sure is, in the 21 Ferrari. And Eastwood's going to get between the two Vista AF Corsa Ferraris. So Eastwood, with that splash, had rejoined in third. Now he gets up to second. Augusto Farfus got fuel as well. I actually saw this going very much the way of Kelvin van der Linde, who was pitting about 40 minutes out from the checkered flag, but it doesn't look like it's going to be a podium for the WRT BMW. We're on to the final lap, by the way, for the race leader, who is Charles Milesi in the Alpine endurance team A424 that he shares with Ferdinand Habsburg and Paul-Luc Chatat. Caught up with Paul, and Bruce Giuliani did the interview, who was quietly confident at the time, I felt. And now they handed the car over to the Frenchman. Now getting information about that pit stop infringement and car number 21. It's going to be 5 seconds added to the next pit stop, or 5 seconds added to the race time. How much does he lead by? It's 7 seconds.
And who is he? Alessio Rivera, Car 21, Vista AF Corsa, top of the charts in GT3. Well, those three words we said all race, or is he?
It looks like he is now, as long as he can stay 5 or more seconds ahead of Charlie Eastwood, who they left their pit stop very, very late indeed. But this will be a first in the short history of the hypercar era, at least, in the 100th race of the FIA World Endurance Championship. There's a strong argument to say this has been the best race ever in the history of the championship, and WEC 100 is won by Alpine, and Charles Milesi, together with his teammates Paul-Luc Chatat and Ferdinand Habsburg, they're going to be 7 seconds clear of an almighty scrap between Mikkel Jensen and Laurens Vanthoor. So an LMDH car wins the race from an LMH car in the form of the Peugeot 9X8, and then an LMDH car for Porsche and 963, and Laurens Vanthoor, who freely admitted he just ran out of ideas in the end to try and get ahead of Mikkel Jensen. But in the cold light of day, I think Porsche Penske Motorsport will be very happy with their third and their fourth place finishes in this race, because after a nightmare for both Ferraris, 50 and 51, Porsche have had a huge boost in both the drivers and the manufacturers' championship. And talk about LMGT3 keeping us guessing with all the various late pit stops. Was it going to be Farfus? Was it going to be Regon? Was it going to even be Kelvin van der Linde? Well, it's none of those drivers, and at this stage, well, Alessandro, it's the gap's down to less than that. It's not 5 seconds anymore.
2 seconds.
It's not the sufficient time. So it might yet be Charlie Eastwood in the Corvette. At the line, at least, on the road, the 21 Ferrari is going to win. But what's the gap back to? It's corrected now. It's been corrected by Alcamel, our timekeepers, and Charlie Eastwood wins the race for TF Sport.
And that's a quiz question. Who won his class without the car leading a single lap of a 6-hour race? I'll put that out there. Charlie Eastwood. And great to see Philippe Sino, always so cool, calm and collected. He's even smiling. Victory for Alpine. That means an awful lot.
Charlie Eastwood, Rui Andrade, Tom Van Rompuy. Well, he got the memo, didn't he? The Irishman, to say, get the hustle on, get within 5 seconds of Rivera. And it's very unusual for Rivera to have been beaten in that respect, entering the final moments with a 7-second advantage. Not only could he not hang on to the 7 seconds, it ended up being about 2 So I don't know whether there was an issue with Rivera in the end, but to lose 5 seconds over the space of a couple of laps when it was so important that he kept in front, I'm sure they got the message to Rivera to say we've had a 5-second penalty that will be issued at the end of the race. And in the end, the 21 car down to second. The winning Corvette for Tom Van Rompuy, for Rui Andrade and for Charlie Eastwood. Meanwhile at Alpine there are tears.
I'll tell you what, it probably will be Aston Martin as well. Featured got up to third place overall, and at the end Marco Sorensen comes home in 6th place overall. A huge leap forward for the Aston Martin crew. New boys this year, remember, in the class, but also for Alpine, that win. Charles Milesi, who was he's been a front runner in whatever he does. He was LMP2 champion at 20, but
yeah, anyways, sorry, a bit emotional right now. Yep, see you on the podium, guys.
With pleasure, mate. Was a bit emotional for us too, obviously. Thanks for your job.
Thanks for your job, thanks for your work. Emotion riding high across the whole of the Alpine crew, who have much success through the years in the World Endurance Championship, in the European Le Mans Series as well. Double teams champions in that in the past. They're very much a family-run squad, though, and hugely loyal to the ACO rules set. Big grins from those at Stellantis as well, including from Jean-Marc Finot, who was spoken to earlier on in the piece, because that's a splendid result for Peugeot as well, finishing second. Could have been even better when they were running first and third for a sustained segment of the middle part of the race, but second and fifth is the ultimate result for Peugeot. Alpine get a car on the top step of the podium, the only one outside the points, but collectively the better points scorers were Porsche, in actual fact, with Laurens Vanthoor and Mathieu Jaminet completing the drives to third and to fourth places. And now all three drivers involved in getting the 35 Alpine to the win in Fuji are combined. Milesi still in the cockpit and his co-drivers straddling his working area. So Gounon on one side, Makovici on the other, being chauffeured up the wrong way down the pit road towards victory lane, towards the quadrant which has been assembled already to welcome the category leader, the category winner in Hypercar, and likewise in LMGT3, which we're pretty confident to now announce is the 81 Corvette for Tom Van Rompuy, Rui Andrade and Charlie Eastwood.
And a thunderstorm for Charles Milesi, because as he pulled up alongside the Alpine mechanics before getting down towards where we parked Ferme, the mechanics all came up and drummed their fists on the wings of the car. On the top you've got Ferdy Habsburg and Paul-Luc Chatin, and Ferdy and Charles Milesi go back a long way. P2 champions in 2021, when they were both young. I'll tell you what, of all the drivers up and down the pit lane, probably the arch celebrator is Ferdy Habsburg, so stand back.
Now, I haven't quite had enough announcements about certain things being under investigation, so shall we include one that has the 81 car in the list? Happened 7 minutes before the end of the race. 81 Eastwood in his Corvette, 31 Farfus in his BMW, now under investigation for an incident at turn 13. So this Corvette's not yet in the clear.
No, and moments before the end of the race I said that Ben Barker's number 77 Proton Mustang had a possible penalty coming away. That at least has been rescinded, but he's been pinged possibly for something else. Contact with car number 60, but celebration all round at Alpine.
And what I don't remember for 35 car is any more recent investigations for this particular car. It was under investigation way a long time ago for a pit stop, which a penalty was that they served, and also a 5-second penalty, 5-second stop and go, which they served as well. So came back from two separate penalties in car 35 to win the race, as Rui Andrade and Tom Van Rompuy arrive into the victory quadrant on top of the TF Sport Corvette being driven by Charlie Eastwood. They will not let the most recent message on the screens up and down pit lane affect them at all, and we must call it as we see it as things stand. So the TF Sport trio will be heading to the top step of the podium very, very shortly. And it will be, on that occasion, the national anthem of the United Kingdom for Tom Ferrier's outfit, despite running very American cars. I've also got to try and work out the final points, which remain provisional, regarding the manufacturers, but I'm fairly confident in saying that now runs to Bahrain, because just a single point scored by Ferrari, with their number 51 car down in 11th position, and Porsche score a total of 27. So they are within the points required to head to Bahrain. 39 make the difference, and there are 66 on offer. And even Cadillac are not yet out of it, having finished. They actually finished in 7th, so that may take them away now. No, just about still got enough points. Here's Bruce Giuliani with the winners at Alpine.
Of this 6 hour of Fuji, who took the decision of changing only 2 tires, the move that was key for that win?
Honestly, it came from the top management. They wanted to take the risk, and of course it was the right choice. Charles have done an amazing job managing the tire, the fuel energy, but still with an amazing pace. And I think, honestly, we have been 2 years together, and with some unlucky moment, but I think this one we deserve it today.
Yeah, you surely deserve it. Charles, the first win of the hypercar era for Alpine, how does that feel?
No words, to be honest. Still unbelievable in a way. It feels like a dream in a way, because after the first stints we were looking quite bad, nearly a lap down, and to have such a great comeback. I think the team did an amazing job. First, the car was good in race pace. Not a lot of degradation on our side, and the strategy with the focus hill, I think, made us gain a lot of positions. And I think the last stint was probably the longest of my life. I thought they were going to come back as like a rocket, and I think we just managed to have a great race car in the degradation. So not a lot to say more.
Well, they didn't come back because you kept that 10-second lead, and you did an amazing job. Ferdi, first win with Alpine as well. Alpine is a big family. Everybody's like cheering up. I understand the win, but it's a real joy for everybody, and you guys are so close together.
First of all, I have the coolest 2 teammates on the grid. Anybody in the world would be the luckiest guy in the world to be teammates with them, and I couldn't thank them more for everything they've done. I want to also shout out 2 friends of mine that came out from Europe to cheer me on, and it's thanks to them partially that we got to win. And about the most epic crew of dressed Smurfs standing over there. I don't speak any French, but I can say enough to say merci beaucoup to all of you bastards for putting everything together this weekend, and we deserve that, man. You guys deserve it.
We're going to call the Alpine crew the Smurfs now. Now, guys, it's time to go and celebrate with the champagne on the podium. Thank you so much again. Congratulations. Amazing victory for Alpine. Thank you, guys.
Ferdi Habsburg, apologies for the language during that interview. Charles Lacey, very emotional indeed. And Paul-Luc Chatin now can afford a grin, mind you. Although the pressure was on, like he said in the background, for us too. That was one of the most toughest stints, even though they weren't actually doing it. The Alpine A424, which debuted during the 2024 Qatar 1812 kilometres. It's built on the Orica chassis, but as I mentioned, is an LMDH car, and certainly with a tweak of the balance of performance at about half distance through this campaign, that's helped Alpine as well. Not giving it more than a foot up, or more of a lift in performance than it deserved necessarily. It's always been this fine balance all the way through the season to try and equalise the performance from 2 very different ways of building racing cars: LMH, Le Mans Hypercar, and LMDH from the IMSA way of thinking. And there are an awful lot of people from a technical regulations point of view trying to even the performance plateau.
Yeah, and I think one of the things, we'd seen an upswing in pace from Alpine since those tweaks, but they haven't had the results to go with it, and I think that's why it's all the more emotional today. And I just remember one radio message from this race. It was Charles Milesi. Do you think you can do another stint on these tyres? And I think that's why he's doubly emotional, because he knew he was... Actually, he was probably delighted there was that battle for second place, because it stopped the Peugeot that was giving chase and the number 6 Porsche from catching him, and he was able to at least run at his own pace. But those tyres at the end would have been really... not second-hand, probably third-hand, and that is the mark of an outstanding driver. And Charles Milesi, I mean, he's been just astonishing since he came racing, small of stature, big of heart, but that was a phenomenal job for him today.
Yeah, I'm pleased you were staying tuned to that particular message, because I got completely the wrong end of the stick, and I thought he was asked the question and he said, no, I'd prefer it that we change tyres, but it was he that was, well, clearly the decision was out of his hands. It was put to him, could you make it? And he went, yeah, I'm just about, yes, we'll give it a go, if the race victory is up for grabs as a result. And an amazing job from Charles Milesi. I've seen similar things done by Louis Delatraz in the past in an LMP2 car, nursing a car to the finish where some tyres were practically down to the canvas, and you think maybe just another lap and he would have lost one of those tyres. So every credit to Milesi, and it's not surprising to see him often put out into the car for qualifying duties. We did eventually get just above the 200 lap marker. For a long time the forecast was about 197, 198, but 202 the completion, and I wonder whether that was the undoing for some of the LMGT3 teams that thought they might be able to make it on fuel, and then very late pit stops for both of the Ferraris, 21 and 54. The Augusto Farfus-driven BMW needed to come down pit lane as well. And it's still a puzzle to me as to how many different routes there became in GT, considering how many reset buttons we were pressing. I mean, virtually every hour there was a safety car, and that, I thought, just evened everybody up. But maybe some took the opportunity in a virtual safety car, others didn't. There was also the scope, of course, I suppose, depending on when you got going again out of a full course yellow, to make a stop or not. Although, remember, full course yellows actually close the pit lane. But there are going to be winners and losers where your car is when those cautions come out, whether you're in Sector 1 and therefore it's a long wait until you get to pit road, or perhaps coming out of turn 16 when that full course yellow gets lifted. Big grins, lots of post-race discussion then amongst those involved with Alpine. And I think Laurens Vanthoor and Kevin Estre are in a slightly better mood now when they can look at the championship points and know that they are still in the fight from a manufacturer basis. It's going to be tough, don't get me wrong, but the problem is Ferrari can't exactly buy a result right now, so Bahrain could be just the same, and if Porsche managed to pull off a 1-2 finish, then the championship could take a massive swing in the manufacturers. Same goes for Cadillac. If whatever has held them back today can go right at Bahrain, they'll need a lot of bad luck going towards their rivals. They've only got about 3 points to play with in terms of the deficit and the amount of points that are on offer in that final race. But WEC 100, reaching the century, and don't we know it? That was an absolute classic, Bruce.
Where to start, where to finish, in which order would you like to finish, who's actually finished, who's going to get a penalty after the race. It was extraordinary, but strip away the penalties, the chopping and changing in the race. Fuji provides fantastic racing. It does provide instant into the first corner, and again at turn 10 we saw some fallers, but some of the overtaking manoeuvres were just fantastic, and the opening lap, particularly in the GT3 class, running 2x2, sometimes 3x3 around the 16 turns the opening lap. It was extraordinary, but we've got these amazing mix of manufacturers, both in hypercar and in GT3, which is exactly what we're looking for, and I think that the championship has never been in richer form. And there's even greater wealth coming next year in terms of more manufacturer influence. So, an involvement. So I think it is extraordinary. But this race, you need to watch the replay several times over for each of the incidents to really understand what was happening. And certainly the pendulum was swung in several directions by safety car periods. Definitely there were winners and losers, but I think take nothing away from Alpine. But just remember, very early in the race, theirs was one of the first cars to get damaged, that number 35 car, but it came through to win in the end by keeping its nose clean after then, not picking up penalties, and just simply working its way towards the front. But it means a huge amount. And for TF Sport, with their Corvette to come through, I'm fairly sure I'm correct that it didn't lead a single racing lap, and in fact was second across the line, but the penalty for the winning car, and it takes victory. But that was quite a chase.
I will say in hushed tones that the 81 car's not entirely in the clear just yet, being investigated now for an incident that involved it and the 31 Augusto Farfus BMW. Just put that in as a little caveat, because at the moment we will call the podium as we see it, and feel free to stick with us here on RS1 to look at the podiums, listen to the national anthems as well. However, if you've still not got your motor racing fix after a 4-hour NLS race yesterday and a 6-hour race today in Japan, it's the closing stages of the 24 hours of Barcelona, which still has another hour and 20 minutes or so to run, and you can listen to that on RS3 with John Hindhaugh, Ben Constanduras and the rest of the team. But here are the podium finishers then in the 7th race of the season of the WEC. 3rd place going to Porsche number 6, Kevin Estre and Lawrence Vantor. 2nd place to number 93 Peugeot of Paul Di Resta, Mikkel Jensen and Jean-Eric Verne. But the win for the first time in the hypercar era goes to Alpine with their Alpine A424. And here is the national anthem of the winning team. Nice little touch to see that Kevin Estre couldn't resist in joining in to the French national anthem lyrics as well. He stands on the 3rd step of the podium, but there's a lot of energy out there. This is a huge win for everyone that has been plugging away for the best part of 2 seasons now with the Alpine A424.
Yeah, and yet another success for Orica underneath, because of course they created that chassis. And, of course, you think over the years what they have done as well in the LMP2 class for so long. So as Hisatsuni Kanetaka, the Vice President of the Japanese Automobile Federation, presents the gongs, it was great to hear the national anthem sung with such gusto by the self-appointed Army of Smurfs, according to Ferdy Hasberg. He doesn't know the words of the Marseillaise, but the team most certainly do. And that was meant with a huge amount of affection from Ferdy there.
And now, much discussion between the 3 winning drivers and Philippe Signot, who is on the top step of the podium as well. And the champagne is about to spray at Fuji for the first time. Try and stick around for some reaction within the GT category as well. Don't forget that the final hour and a bit, hour and a half or so of the 24 hours of Barcelona continues on RS3. So live race action still alive elsewhere on the Radio Show Limited network of channels. Tune to RS3 for that. And we can also look forward to the final race event of the season, the 2nd weekend of November, which is a Saturday race, but we'll have free practice 3 and the qualifying session at Bahrain live for you on the Friday of that particular weekend. So there's still scope to for the championships within the manufacturers and the drivers to change yet, and we will bring you all the latest updates from that race over the weekend of, he says, ferreting around, it's the 7th and 8th of November, so Friday the 7th and Saturday the 8th of November, and an 8-hour race into the night time. It's always very, very warm in that part of the world in early November. So fighting the elements as usual. And that's the idea, creating yet another challenge for the closing stages of the World Endurance Championship.
Nice to see Philippe Sino taking the winning trophy for the manufacturer and for Alpine. Of course, he was a racer in his own right, but started his own team, Signatech, and of course was brought on board for Signatech to run Alpine in its early days, and is at the helm and thoroughly deserves it. He's one of the quiet men in motorsport, but I have a lot of respect for quiet people who get the job done, and Philippe Sino most certainly has in putting this squad together.
So with that Bahrain race in mind, how concerned do you think those within Ferrari are in reality? Because they knew they would fade. I don't think quite to the degree that they turned out to be. And there may yet still be another penalty for the 51 Ferrari. It doesn't really matter because it's out of the point, so we know that car doesn't score a single point. The 50 car scores 1 point. But the concern for me is that it's unlikely to get much better in the final race of the season, and when you've got so many points on offer, if their major rivals Porsche have a good race, it could be nightmare. Anyway, here's the reaction from
I didn't have a clue, to be honest. It was
Charlie
one of those races. Half of us were on one strategy and another half, but they were on a fresher tyre, so we didn't know the gaps, and they just kept saying, just keep pushing, and then, well, we boxed in fourth, and then I'm in second, and then halfway around the last lap, I got told that he had a 5-second penalty, and I was like, oh, we might actually win this, so I didn't have long to dwell on it, but what a performance by the whole team. Just a great race from start to finish.
Fantastic win. So you only knew on the last lap. That's amazing. Rui, first win, amazing. How do you feel?
Yeah, I mean, it's such a surprise. I already lost my voice because in the end we didn't know if we were going to finish P4, P3. And then, it seemed like P2 was secured. At the very last minute, the other car got a penalty, and we jumped to the lead. And, just incredible race by the whole team. It was very tough there today. I mean, the car's scars speak for themselves, but very happy with the win.
You can be proud. Congratulations. Tom, we've been speaking a lot over the races. I think this is well-deserved. You're putting such an effort every time.
Yeah, true. I think it's a real team effort today. We didn't saw it coming during the race, actually, but we kept on fighting. So I'm really, really, really happy with my first win in WEC. And congrats to the whole team, and thanks for all the effort. So,
congratulations to you, and time to celebrate. Thank you so much.
So Tom Van Rompuy with his first win in the World Endurance Championship. Rui Andrade, no voice left whatsoever. Charlie Eastwood, perhaps the most sensible head towards the end, and considering he was in the thick of the storm, not really knowing where he may finish, that is testament to him. We wait to see which way the investigation that involves that car falls, but that'll be much deeper into this evening, I am sure. Just to answer that question then, Bruce, I mean, Ferrari, they are on the dip of the line on the graph right now. It's just about hanging on, isn't it? And we've had many seasons of the WEC ending like that, where teams that have scored well earlier on the season are just scrabbling around for the odd few in the final race.
We have, but there are, just looking at this race alone, there were so many manufacturers that could have come out on top. If they were in what might have been a traditional 2 or possibly 3 horse race in this championship, they'd have to feel quite confident. But the swing between the performance of the cars, and with Peugeot and Alpine gaining so much confidence from this, that's suddenly a couple of other manufacturers that could spoil their fun. Then you have the issue of extra points at the final round because it's a longer race. That could be the thing that scuppers Ferrari, unfortunately. But I still think they'll land the championship, but by golly, there's a lot more pressure on them. And through the course of the race today, of course, it swung backwards and forwards almost perpetually. Just an extraordinary race. I just simply can't get over what we've seen today.
A mega event, and if you've not been with us for the course of it, I would certainly encourage you to seek out some highlights or maybe just find our commentary on the archive. Thanks to Shea Adam and to Bruce Giuliani in the pit lane and on the grid at the start of the race as well, to Bruce for bringing us the interviews at the end. We'll allow the LMGT3 podium to happen in the next few minutes, but you can be sure that we'll be there every step of the way for the final round of the season to decide the Drivers' Championships, to decide the Teams' Championship in LMGT3 and the Manufacturers' Championship in Hypercar as well. Thank you to you, Bruce Jones. From Johnny Palmer, join us next time for the FIA World Endurance Championship over the weekend of the 7th and 8th of November for the 8 Hours of Bahrain. And there's still 90 minutes to go in Barcelona for this year's 24 Hours of the circuit to Catalunya, Barcelona. Live coverage still happening over on RS3 for that. We'll see you very soon again, and reaction from this race during the midweek motorsports show Wednesday night UK time between 8 and 10 o'clock. Bye-bye for now.